We are live at CollectCo for tonight's live Facebook sale. When you're on watching, be sure to let us know. Please go ahead and contact us in the comments by saying hi or hello. I'll know that you're officially here and watching. There it all is. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I think I just said contacted. I meant to say comment. Okay, let's start getting this shared everywhere. Let me kill all my apps so my phone works a lot better. But welcome everybody. Friday. Started a few minutes late, but we're here now. And I'm getting it shared everywhere. Getting it shared there. Getting it shared there. I'm getting it shared over here. And let me hit a copy link button. And let's go over here and get it shared. Let's see. Everywhere I shared it in the group, first of all. Chris Gardner's on early. Chris he's on some more of those Led Zeppelin records he may have missed out on last night. But we've got them. I've got the crate over here just in case I decide to get into some of them. But we do have lots of other auctions to get to. So live now. Let me share a few things. And let me get over here. Did I make an official? Yeah, there's the official post there. All right. Live now. Now let me go over here to our main page. Hope everybody's having a great Friday, and that you're done for your work week and you're ready just to relax, tune out all the craziness of the world, which is pretty crazy right now. I don't watch much news, nor do I read a lot of it. I was reading about the Revolutionary War last night, so I read about news that happened a long time ago. I'm trying to get caught up. I'm still in the 1700s, so let's get caught up here. And let's see here. Okay, live now. By the way, I can't see all the comments yet, so just hold on with questions and comments. So just hold the phone for a second. Hold the phone for a second. Let me copy this. Let me hit that. Let me go over here to this. And let's get it shared in our story. So hold comments for just a moment. We're getting there. Live. All right, your stories. Okay. Now, let me try something right here. We're almost there. And I'll say, here in a minute, I'll say, okay. You're welcome to get started. Okay. I am officially looking at chats. I usually just ramble on. I was quiet there. I was getting everything shared and tagged, so there's a lot of places where I post links and everything. So, okay, I'm officially on where I can talk now. So, all right. So if you have any questions, I saw some pop up while I was in passing, getting everything shared, and I just said hold those for a second. So, sorry, I was usually I just ramble and I just remained quiet there while I was getting everything shared, and I was texting back 2 or 3 people because once I get started, if it's like last night, I may not be able to text them back for almost 5 hours. I'll be in the middle of a conversation with somebody and I'll go live on Facebook and they're like, what happened to you? And I'm like, well, I was live on Facebook selling records. So for about 5 hours. I'm out of touch with the world. My phone has all kinds of notifications after we're done. I'm like, what in the world? All these people that were trying to talk to me, or I was texting, whether it's family or friends or business, and then they're like, what happened to you? You didn't reply back for 5 or 6 hours. All right, so let's go ahead and show some. New vinyl. I think there's a bin here on the table of random new vinylness. We'll go ahead and get also started with some auctions. I think we've auctioned about 5 copies of Prince Purple Rain in the last week or so, maybe 2 weeks, but we'll go ahead and show another one. This is Prince and the Revolution, Purple Rain. What I did, is I went to the back and pulled some stuff out. Here in a minute. We're going to go through Buy It Now Best Offer, and I went ahead and pulled some auctions. I think we've been doing that this week too. Okay. All right. Get this reset. Okay, so Prince and the Revolution, Purple Rain. Sorry, everybody's probably like, what's wrong with you, Chad, tonight? I'm trying to get started. Okay, this is an EX condition record. It is an original. It has the original inner sleeve with it. This is going to be a $20 start. This is an original OG press of Prince Purple Rain. There's a couple different inner sleeves with that. This has got that lake design. There's one where it looks like raindrops. There's one with a lake design. I don't know the whole story on that, but this record does have a couple different original inner sleeves. Overall, this is an EX condition. It's a $20 start, and that is a copy of Prince's Purple Rain. That is a $20 start. $20 start on that Prince Purple Rain. $20 start. And okay, so let's go through this crate of new vinyl that's on the table and see what's up here. That's just something to keep you entertained back there in the back for a second. I'll get a $1 start auction here in just a second. Let's go through what we have here. We have Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. That's a 2 LP on colored vinyl, $44.99 for Skid Row. And the Donnas is $38.99. The Donnas is the 1998 glam punk classic remastered for the first time on vinyl, $38.99. Chris Gardner is at 20 on Prince. Yes, I got Godsmack posted for pre-order. Thank you for bringing that up now. I was going to announce it again later, but Godsmack is for the first time ever reissuing their first album on vinyl. First time ever. It was originally released in the early 2000s as a picture disc. That is extremely rare, like $500, $800 if you can find one for sale. We've got that up for pre-order in our group. If I had my other phone, I would share the link. Maybe Craig or somebody that has access to our group very quickly can copy and paste that link, but that's a huge pre-order. Major announcement, because people have been asking for that forever. People will hop on and be like, Chad, do you have any Godsmack? And they're looking for that album, but they don't realize it's never been made on vinyl. So it's a very rare specimen. I've only ever held one original picture disc, and that was Kevin Cave of Rock's collection in Birmingham, and he wouldn't sell it to me. I think I offered him $400 for it, and he wouldn't sell it to me. So Sublime, $5 at the door. This is an indie exclusive 2 LP, $39.99. There's the link to the group. That should be my DoorDash food. Yeah, I got Demas's for the after show. No, the picture, this will be black vinyl. This will be vinyl. So we're all looking forward to that. I had never listened to that album until about a year ago, and I really like it. I don't know how Alice in Chains fans are going to sound about this, but I got some Alice in Chains vibes from it. White Stripes, Greatest Hits, $36.99 for White Stripes Greatest Hits. Greta Van Fleet, Starcatcher. Greta Van Fleet is $34.99. That is on indie exclusive clear vinyl. This is actually a bin of putbacks that we've, I think, been through once, but this is a bin of putbacks actually. So there's a lot of random new vinyl in here. Whole Celebrity Skin, $39.99 for Whole Celebrity Skin. That's Courtney Love. So if you missed that the night we went through these, you may have not seen these before. This is Poison, Flesh and Blood. Poison is $31.99. That's a translucent sea glass green colored vinyl, $31.99 for Poison. Metallica Load, $39.99. We're now sold out of these because we put them on sale, I think, last week, and we sold out pretty much of all of our Metallica albums. There's a random putback, not from that sale, but from like a month ago. Somebody didn't pay for a copy of Load, so there's an extra one, $39.99. And Sid Barrett, the Madcap Laughs, $36.99. $36.99. All right, so let's get caught up on our comments here. Chris Gardner's at $20 on Prince. Then we had a $22 bid. And yes, Godsmack's reissuing their first album. There's a link. Craig has just posted a link. Make sure you get on that. I have a feeling they're going to press plenty and there's going to be a lot of them. But just as usual, make sure you get in early on that pre-order in case we're allocated. They're $39.99. It's a 2LP remaster, never before on vinyl. Originals are $500, $800, so that's one of those big. When you have something that's never been pressed on vinyl and originals are over $500, that's the recipe for a major. That's when I usually put major pre-order. I feel like we're probably going to sell about 100 of those, so or more. Aaron Jolly's at 22 on Prince, hopefully 5,000, but I don't see that happening. I'd be happy if we sold 100 of them the first week. Prince is at 22. Wayne Carr wants Metallica Load. Actually, the first sale of the night. That's $39.99. Ryan Christie, you can put back Pink Floyd. Jake will make a note of that. Thank you for letting us know. Soul Collected, $46.99. Hello, Jeff McMaster. Last night's show was an all-timer. I almost made a post about it, but I was going to wait till the end of the week and do just a big thank you. But we were live for almost 5 hours last night. We had record sales as far as Led Zeppelin records, and I've got the rest of them up here tonight. We may slip in a couple. I was wanting to do a whole nother night to let everybody know we're going to do it on a certain night because some of those people said they couldn't watch tonight. But I do have a couple for those that missed out and didn't get one at all. We might slip in a few tonight. We have great auctions tonight. Soul Collected. This is from Music on Vinyl. I recommend it. $46.99. It's on yellow and orange vinyl. Curtis Mayfield, James Brown, Bill Withers, Otis Redding, Aretha Franklin, Marvin Gaye, Ike and Tina, Wilson Pickett, Sly and the Family Stones, Temptations. That's amazing. $46.99, and it's numbered on colored vinyl. There's another Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher, and there's another Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher. We also have the single soundtrack. That's a 2LP. The 25th anniversary to the multi-platinum soundtrack to the film. $44.99 for the single soundtrack. And Skid Row Subhuman Race. That's on colored vinyl. Skid Row, $44.99. This is actually a bin of putbacks of new vinyl that we're going through for a second time. Taylor Swift Midnights. That is her most recent new material studio album. That's on the Midnights Blue colored vinyl, $33.99. And this is Tyler Childers, Rustin' in the Rain. This is $29.99. Tyler Childers, Rustin' in the Rain, $29.99. That's on indie exclusive green colored vinyl. So, Purple Rain, Prince, and Purple Rain. Chris Gardner, let me know if you want back in. If not, we're going to sell that to Aaron Jolly for $22. Blackstone Cherry, Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Also, we have Montrose now playing. That is a Montrose Greatest Hits, $28.99. The Little Mermaid soundtrack, $31.99. The Cult Love, $31.99. Mazzy Star, So Tonight That I Might See, Mazzy Star is $33.99. And we have another Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher. We had a major pre-order on that, and several people canceled or didn't pay for them, so that's why we have so many in the putback bin. That was a major pre-order when that was announced, so we have several left over. Fish Fuego, that is on colored vinyl. That's on orange colored vinyl, $39.99. Peter Green, White Sky, $38.99. This is a Music on Vinyl pressing. Peter Green, $38.99. And Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story, $46.99. $46.99. $46.99. That's Extreme 3. I recommend somebody getting that. Those are now out of stock. 9 Inch Nails, Pretty Hate Machine. Pretty Hate Machine is $49.99. $49.99. Let me go back up top, make sure I didn't miss anything. Chris Gardner got a Prince for $23. Chris, I will be showing the new Taylor Swift in just a second and explaining how we're going to do that. So right now we got a new bid on Prince for $23 with Chris Gardner. Do you have the Rat and Motley Crue box sets in your store? We have Rat. We don't have Motley Crue. We're sold out of Motley Crue, but we do have Rat. Jason wants the Cult Love. Jason wants Cult Love. Now, Jason, I think you have bought from us before because I kind of remember your last name. But if you are a first-time buyer, remind me of that, and I will give you first-time buyer instructions. But right now, let's go ahead and sell this to Jason E. And then Mike Tonetti, Mazzy Star is $33.99. Mazzy Star is $33.99. $33.99. Thomas O'Brien, is he going to pick up that Extreme 3? That's sold to Thomas O'Brien. And Toby Grimm is going to get a 9-inch Nails. All right. Chad, you still have Kiss Alive back to black from the other night. Kiss Alive back to black. Oh, I know what you're talking about. No, I don't. That was sold to Sean Holford. That is spoken for already. The Breakfast Club soundtrack, $33.99. The Breakfast Club soundtrack is $33.99. And Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, $31.99. So Prince, where is Prince at? Prince is at, where is Prince? We're at 23 of Chris Gardner, and the other bidder's out. I'm about to show the Wasp box set too. That's a new, let me actually step over here and print out our spreadsheet. That's what I'm doing right now. And I'm going to grab a rap box set because we have somebody inquiring, and also I hadn't shown it in a long time. So this is a Rat the Atlantic Years. Rat the Atlantic Years is $199.99. $199.99. I've got 3 of them left. I got 2 in the original shipping box, and I just walked by the Alice in Chains box sets that I still hadn't made a deal with Paul Beal on. That's my fault. And I just walked by my sticky note that says T-shirts from Jeannie Pinnell. That's also on my reminder list. Okay, so we got a lot to get to tonight all of a sudden. Oh my gosh. All right, so Prince is a final call. So where are we on Prince? Prince was at 23 to Chris Gardner. That's our first auction. I'm about to sell it. That's my second buy. Okay, thank you and welcome. We have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Southern Accents, $38.99. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, $39.99. XTC Skylarking, $34.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood, $69.99. All right. Our next auction is actually going to be a Pink Floyd item. It's an original Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking tour book. This is the original tour book from that tour, Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. And this is the original tour book from that tour, Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. Very cool. It has the stage layout. Of course, you know Roger Waters concerts, just like Pink Floyd concerts, very theatrical. It does have a little bit of damage right here, just a little bit of a like a rip, and it's uncensored. $20 start on that. That's an original Roger Waters tour program, Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking performed live. $20 start on that. Let's see here. Colin, I will check on that. I saw where you asked in the group, and I didn't approve it yet because I was going to look it up, and if I could, I was going to post the information when I approved your post, but I hadn't looked it up yet. Homeland Conspiracies at $20 on the Roger Waters book. Let's go ahead and sell Prince. That is sold, $23. An OG copy to Chris Gardner for $23. Now Roger Waters is at $20, and Jetstream's also at $20, or Jetstream's at $30. I couldn't hold out for the full night. Epic show. Yeah, that was a great show last night. Once again, I said it just a moment ago. I'll say it again. Thanks, everybody. Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd night was great. We're going to do it again tonight. Widespread Panic, limited edition colored vinyl, $34.99. Widespread Panic, also Marillion, Holidays in Eden, $24.99. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, $36.99. And we have very few left. I've actually got to pull, I think, 2 more out because I made a post letting everybody know that I've got extras, and we do have extras. The Walt Disney's Studios, Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, that's on smoke-colored translucent vinyl, $33.99. So that was actually our warm-up bin. I hadn't done a warm-up bin. Usually I go straight into new stuff like I have all week. But that was stuff that was here on the table. Putbacks, some stuff from that used collection that's still new, and that's actually new releases. So one more time, I'm just going to read the titles, and I'm going to start with our new stuff, and I'll get our official auctions for tonight going. So first, we have Walt Disney's Haunted House, Judas Priest, Marillion, Widespread Panic, Stevie Ray Vaughan, XTC, Guns N' Roses, Tom Petty, Rage Against the Machine, Breakfast Club soundtrack, Peter Green, Fish, Mazzy Star, Little Mermaid, Montrose, Blackstone Cherry, Tyler Childers, Taylor Swift, Skid Row, the single soundtrack, Soul Collected, Syd Barrett. If you missed out on Syd Barrett last night, there's an official press of his album, The Madcap Laughs, new and sealed for $36.99. Poison, Flesh and Blood, Hole, Greta Van Fleet, White Stripes' Greatest Hits, Sublime, The Donnas, and Skid Row. Roger Waters' tour book is at $30 with Jetstream. Jetstream has that for $30. That is now going once, going twice. I'm going to set that crate right over here. The Poison is called Flesh and Blood, $31.99. Poison, Flesh, and Blood, $31.99. It's on Coke bottle colored vinyl. It's new. It's sealed. It's $31.99. Now, let's go into a crate of new vinyl for tonight. We've have some new vinyl for tonight. There may be a couple new releases in here, but this is a lot of just mostly restocks. Jason Conklin said he'll take Poison, but actually Derek Matachek asked about it first, and if Derek wants it, he gets it, but I can get more of these. I can't believe this is the only copy I have left in the store. We have sold a lot of them. So Derek asked about it first. He'll get it. Jason Conklin, let me know if you want on a waiting list. That will remind me and motivate me to order some more, and I'll get you on a waiting list for the next shipment. But Derek had just asked about that before you, and he's going to go ahead and take it. And if you want on the waiting list, let me know. Final call on the Roger Waters book. All right, so we did get a restock of Bad Company's 10 from 6, which is a Bad Company's greatest hits. I put Jason Conklin on Poison, Flesh, and Blood rating list. There was a couple people. There was one person waiting for this, James Ludwig. He was waiting for a Bad Company 10 from 6 to come back in. He was on a waiting list. That is a Bad Company greatest hits, $31.99. $31.99. I did say Sublime. It's called $5 at the Door. It's on indie exclusive yellow vinyl. It's a 2 LP. It was a fairly new release. The only copy I have left, it's Sublime live at the Trestle Tavern, 1994 on yellow vinyl, $39.99. $39.99. Sean Mankel also wants on the Poison, Flesh, and Blood list as well. We can do it. There's 2 people on it. Also, if you want in on the Godsmack pre-order, please let me know. We copied and pasted a link on that just a moment ago. Let me know. We got a restock of a lot of the very popular Rocktober exclusives we've been sold out of. Here's one of them. The Cars Greatest Hits, Just What You Needed. Just What You Needed. No pun intended with the Cars lyrics there. $31.99. That's on red vinyl. The Bad Company Greatest Hits was on clear vinyl, and we have Talking Heads. This is Talking Heads True Stories. That's also on red vinyl, $31.99. $31.99. The Cars Greatest Hits, excellent compilation there. That's sold to Colin Butler. Let's go ahead and sell the Roger Waters tour book to Jetstream for $30. That's sold to Jetstream for $30. Get in on the Godsmack pre-order. That's a big one. I have a list of pre-orders. I have a list of pre-orders to post. I can only do a few, maybe 3 or 4 a day effectively. Otherwise, Facebook starts bogging them down or whatever. That one moved immediately to the top of my list. When I got the announcement for that, that jumped over everything else I had available for pre-order. It went straight to the top. It went straight to the top. Godsmack. I was like, yep, that's going on here right now for prime time. All right, let's go ahead and get the first couple of our auctions going. So I made a post of 36 pictures. This is all stuff from the Pittsburgh collection. Vintage bootlegs, vintage promos, and a couple imports, all from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. We found some really cool boots. Stuff I didn't even know they made bootlegs of, like Devo. Here is Devo live in San Francisco, 1977. This is Devo 77. It is a soundboard recording, and that is a $35 start. $35 start, and this is Devo. It's called Clockwork. That's Devo live in San Francisco, 1977. Devo live in San Francisco. $35 start on that. Never had seen that before. And we have a record here called Who Came First? The Yardbirds. This is actually an official release. This is official. It's a Canadian compilation. It's a $15 start. Who Came First? The Yardbirds. This is a $15 start. It's a Yardbirds compilation. It's got a really cool book or a cover here. It's got all the great guitarists. Look at all these people who played in the Yardbirds. Just an amazing. Of course, they had lots of different members, but that's a compilation. It's now up for bid for a $15 start. Jake, other than that first auction for these, I'll have you put these in a separate place because I need to re-sleeve them and re-clean some of these. Some of them I was kind of short on time. I've looked at them and inspected them, but I'm going to re-clean them and put them in new sleeves and jackets and stuff for you. So you may hear me say, Jake, set this aside. That's why I'm saying that. Back up to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything. Jimmy Jonas says he bid on the Pink Floyd tour book. Jimmy, that never did show up here on our feed. I don't see that anywhere on here. Does anybody else see that? It's not on my Restream feed. Are you sure that it came through? Next is Devo at $40 with Brian Arrigo. Toby bid $35. Jason's at $45. Yardbirds $15. And Devo $45. And Colin says I see it at $35. That's weird. It's not on Restream. I don't see it on Restream though. And if you ever hear me doing a final call, you might want to bid again or say, hey, I'm bidding before I call it sold. Now I don't know what to do. Do you see it, Jake? Jake don't see it either. So it must have just been on the Facebook chat. It must just have been on the Facebook chat. It didn't look like it came through on my restream. So let me make sure. Let me, let's see. I hate when this happens. This is like where I need a rule book. Okay, let me bring it back over. I guess it can't, he bid, but it probably didn't come up on my screen. What did you do with that? Let me, it probably didn't load on Restream, that Roger Waters tour book. So, weird situation there. Weird situation there. Let's see here. Yeah. Where is it at? Did I already hand it to you? The tour book, that first auction? Yeah, let me see that. Okay. Okay, so first I'll bring that back over. Well, I guess I better do it right now. So we have Devo. Wow, lots of bids on Devo. We were at 45, 15 on the Yardbirds, 45 on Devo. Devo $50. I have half of the people saying they see Jimmy's bid, half saying they don't. Devo's at 50, Devo 51, Yardbirds 25, Devo 52, Devo 55, Devo 58, Devo 60, and let me go ahead and bring this back over. So Jimmy Jonas, if you want to bid on this, go ahead and put it right now. Put Roger Waters or RW, $35, and I'll bring that back up. We got 3 auctions already going. Hope I don't get too confused. Feel like I usually don't do that until we absolutely need to. All right, so talking heads, we have the new Black Pumas. I think this is the first time I can actually show this. Black Pumas, Chronicles of a Diamond, $33.99. This is Black Pumas, Chronicles of a Diamond, new limited edition cloudy red vinyl, $33.99. So Jetstream, I apologize. Evidently there was a bid, and that's just one of those weird things. I don't really have it down where somebody was saying they're bidding. It came in on time, but I can't see it. So we'll give that a final call. Jimmy Jonas has the Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking tour book. This is at $35 of Jimmy Jonas. And there was 2 other bidders. Jimmy has it for $35. I'll go over all these auctions in just a second, okay? I'll go back over all those in just a second. But this is the new Black Pumas album. I can actually show it. And I can actually show it and say these are available, and I have it for sale. Limited edition, cloudy red vinyl, $33.99 for Black Pumas. I have 2 copies of Simple Minds live, $39.99. Simple Minds New Go Dream live from Paisley Abbey, that is $39.99. $39.99 Simple Minds live from Paisley Abbey. And before I show Devo, because we got Devo up right now. So let me update everybody what's going on the auctions. These are our first 2 actual new auctions of the night. First is Devo Clockwork, okay? Devo Clockwork is live in San Francisco, 1977. It is on Raven Records, Belgium. It is a bootleg. It's a vintage bootleg, Devo Clockwork. High bid on that is Brian Arrigo at $60. Brian Arrigo has Devo Clockwork, San Francisco, 77. That is at $60 for Brian Arrigo. That's going once, going twice. If anybody's done bidding, please let me know. Jimmy Jonas has the original Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking tour book. He's at $35. Jetstream, who was the backup bidder, says he's out, so that's a final call for $35. I'm about to sell that pretty quick. And we have this Yardbirds compilation, Who Came First. It's actually an official release. Barry Seagrave has it for $25. Barry Seagrave has it for $25. Barry has that for $25. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I have lots of questions. I don't know if I can answer some of those right now or not. But if not, if I skip over them, just ask me again later. And we have, I don't see any other claims. Okay, now earlier, I don't think I've missed anything either. So first, we have a new Devo, 50 Years of De-Evolution. This is on red and blue vinyl, $44.99. Devo is the 2LP red and blue vinyl greatest hits compilation, $44.99. Devo, that's 50 Years of De-Evolution. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is new and sealed, $33.99 for Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. That's a gatefold. I have 2 of those, and I do have also the new Rocktober, the best of ZZ Top, $31.99. That's on blue jean, blue vinyl. The best is ZZ Top, $31.99. Devo, there was 2 people on a waiting list for Devo, De-Evolution, Joe Maynard and Zach Elias. Joe Maynard and Zach Elias. Also, we have a waiting list for ZZ Top, Paul Brothers and Joshua Cross. Paul Brothers and Joshua Cross. You got a ZZ Top. Thomas Hujar wants Devo. Dominic Musolino wants the Iron Maiden. And Bill Samus wants a ZZ Top Greatest Hits. Now, let's go ahead and sell Jimmy Jonas the Roger Waters Tour book for $35. Now we can do a final call on these auctions. The Yardbirds is at $35. The Yardbirds is at $35, $25 with Barry Seagrave. He has that for $25. Barry Seagrave, $25 final call. Devo's now final call, $60 on Devo. That's now a final call, Brian Arrigo. So 60 and 25 is where we're at on those. Yes, this is Yes Singles, $31.99. This is on Splatter Vinyl. It's actually a new album. It's all of the Yes Singles in a compilation, $31.99. That's also a Rocktober exclusive. Yes Singles. Jimmy Jonas is at $27 on the Yardbirds. Another new Iron Maiden restock, The Number of the Beast. The Studio Collection, remastered, Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, that is $33.99. John Lill wants Yes Singles. I recommend this. It's great. Sounds great. That is so to John Lill. G. Michael wants Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. That is so to G. Michael. John Lill got a yes. And we have U2 Zeropa. This is the 30th anniversary. Deluxe limited edition gatefold foil cover on yellow vinyl with book. That is $59.99. Barry Seagrave back on Yardbirds at $30. Nobody else bid on Devo, so that's sold to. That is sold to Brian Arrigo for $60. That was from memory. I hope that was close. I think so. All right, let me grab something else over here. I have a Sly and the Family Stone promo, actually. This is from 1976. It's a white label promo. It's basically a Sly and the Family Stone greatest hits. It's called Everything You Always Wanted to Hear by Sly Stone, but were afraid to ask for. And Jake, just a reminder, set anything sold at auction off to the side. This is all from the Pittsburgh collection. I've got some of them. I left some of them in his original sleeve so you could see kind of the notes he left. He grades very close to us. He said this is EX near mint minus or EX mint minus, which is what I would call EX plus near mint minus. White label promo, and you see how he wrote there on his sleeve. So this is actually a promo-only release, probably was sent to radio stations, and that's basically a Sly and the Family Stone's greatest hits. That's a $20 start. That was not something that was ever sold. This isn't like anything. This is a promo only, as we call it. That's a Sly and the Family Stone. Everything you always wanted to hear by Sly Stone, but was afraid to ask. It has I Want to Take You Higher, Dance to the Music, Higher, Stand, Everyday People, Everybody's a Star, Hot Fun in the Summertime. That is now up for bid. That's now up for bid. All right, Yardbirds, 30. Next comment was Kelly Gabney on Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. That's so to Kelly Gabney. I do not have cross-Canadian ragweed. I do not. Slides at 2020, 25, and any Japanese or MoFi tonight. I'd say at some point we will get to some Japanese records. I don't see it anytime in the next 2 hours, though. Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99 for Motorhead, Ace of Spades. And Blues Brothers. This is actually a new Friday music release. That is $39.99. That's on blue vinyl. Blues Brothers on blue vinyl from Friday Music, $39.99. I have one copy, and I do have a restock of the Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith. That's $28.99. How much is ZZ Top? The ZZ Top Greatest Hits on blue vinyl, Rocktober, is $31.99. I got Number of the Beast. You did. So did Kelly Gabney. I had 2 of them. Y'all both got one. Sly and the Family Stones at $30. Jimmy Jonas, let me know if you want back in on the Yardbirds because Barry Seagrave has it for $30. Barry Seagrave has this for $30. It's a final call. Also, we have Kelly Gabney on Motorhead, and we have Barry Seagrave saying he'll take a ZZ Top Greatest Hits. Jethro Tull Boots from the ad. I have not put those up yet. These are actually just our third, and fourth auctions, I believe. Next is Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. As you see, I've got a big Iron Maiden restock, and it looks like I'm going to have to do another one because we've already sold out of the first 2 titles. No Prayer for the Dying, $33.99. Jimmy Jonas is at $33 on the Yardbirds. We've got another great night of auctions. I've got about 40 or 50 items hand-picked from the Pittsburgh collection. I've got the Led Zeppelin stuff over here on standby, and like I just told David Johnson, if we get to it, I've got about 100 Japanese pressings that have never been shown before. So If we get to those, it'll be a miracle. If not, then you know what's probably coming tomorrow, a lot of new Japanese stuff. We have Winger. This is actually on green vinyl, also from Friday Music. Winger is $39.99. Yardbirds is at $33. G. Michael wants an Iron Maiden. That's so to G. Michael. That was No Prayer for the Dying. No Prayer for the Dying. And we have Killers. Another Iron Maiden, Killers, $33.99. Javi Soto wants a Winger. If anybody else wants anything that I sell out of, let me know, and I'll put you on a waiting list. I'll put you on a waiting list. Update on the Sly and the Family Stone. Jimmy Partridge has this for $30. This is everything you always wanted to hear by Sly Stone, but was afraid to ask for. It's a white label promo-only release, EX Plus Near Mint Minus, straight from the Pittsburgh collection. Jimmy Jonas has that for, Jimmy Partridge has that for $30, and then Jimmy Jonas had the Yardbirds for $33. And that means Barry Seagrave. Let me know if you want back in on that or if you're out. G. Michael's also going to take a copy of Killers, Iron Maiden Killers. I've got one of those left. Winger is $39.99. I've only got one copy, and I just sold it. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know, and I'll put you on a waiting list. It'll come in next week. $46.99 Heart. This is a new release. Live at the Royal Albert Hall, $46.99. This is limited edition, 2 LP on marbled white and purple vinyl, $46.99. Sly's at $32. Miles is at $33 on Sly. Barry Seagrave, let me know if you want back in on the Yardbirds. That's at $33. Final call. A Charlie Brown Christmas. This is actually a Record Store Day essential. It's on Snowstorm vinyl. I don't know if that's the actual color, $33.99. I know it's on colored vinyl. Yeah, it is. It's on Snowstorm colored vinyl. It looks like snow, I guess. $33.99, Charlie Brown Christmas. Paul Brothers wants Heart. That is sold to Paul Brothers. I thought there was no waiting list for Winger. Not Ringer, Winger. No waiting list for Winger, but if you want on one, I can put you on there. We have Sly, $35. We have Paul Brothers getting Heart. Darren Meyer back in on Sly at $35. Barry Seagrave's out on the Yardbirds, and that means it's sold to Jimmy Jonas for $33. Yardbirds is sold for $33 to Jimmy Jonas. We are now bidding on Sly, white label promo. Everything you wanted to hear by Sly and the Family Stone, but were afraid to ask. Very cool. All right, let's go ahead and start off with something pretty wild here. Here's another artist I don't think I've ever had too many bootlegs from. They're kind of popular. They go by the name of Van Halen. Van Halen, Latin Connection. This is actually what it says on the cover. Live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, 1984. This is a Van Halen live, unofficial bootleg, $45 start. $45 start. Unchained, 1984. Drum solo, Ice Cream Man. Look how crude some of these. They're misspelt and put together. $45 start on Van Halen, but that is a 2 LP live Van Halen concert. Very clean vinyl. Don't see that too often. That is up for bid. That is now up for bid. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We had Sly 35. Sly Miles is out. Nat's out. Pre-order for Winger. Now that was something. There was a pre-order for that, but that was from almost 2 weeks ago. So if you got one, you should have already been on an invoice, and you should have already been billed for it. Those came in 2 weeks ago. That may be what y'all are thinking about. So you might want to make sure you haven't already got it, or it's on an invoice maybe and it's still out there, or it's maybe it hadn't shipped to you or something. Some people buy stuff and it's actually either on the way to them, or it's paid and it's waiting shipment and they accidentally buy another one. I'm guilty of doing stuff like that myself. So, yeah, Winger, that wasn't originally a pre-order, the Winger that I just showed. So that might be Craig and whoever just out, Jared, that might be what y'all were thinking about. But everybody got one. There was no allocation or anything on those. So that was just where I realized I didn't ever order more, and that was just an extra one that I ordered a couple nights ago. So if anybody wants one, let me know, because that one is sold. Sly was at 35. Sly's at 40. And then we have Chris DeMoss, 45. On Van Halen, 50, 50, 55. Sarah Long wants the Charlie Brown Record Store Day Essential. We have Van Halen, 75. Van Halen, 80. Also, we have Opeth, $56.99. Blackwater Park, Opeth is $56.99. They may be talking about the box set too. I'm not for sure. So we had a Winger box set come in too, and I think those have already come in. Man, they're There's so much stuff coming out. I have another box set that I'm about to show too. All these catalogs are putting out box sets now. Rat, Winger, Dokken, Motley Crue, just one after another. Wasp, and it's getting. And a lot of these I kind of get confused sometimes. Winger, Wasp, Dokken. People be like, "Have you posted this yet?" And I'm like, "Man, I'm not for sure." Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $38.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $38.99. The Charlie Brown was $33.99. Charlie Brown, $33.99. All right, let's update our auction. Sly is at $40 with Jimmy Partridge. That's now a final call. This is a promo only Sly and the Family Stone compilation. $40 bid with Jimmy Partridge. Now, Van Halen, that was live in Argentina, 1984. The high bid on that was Chris DeMoss at $80. And Brian C. says, put me on the Winger wait list. So Winger, Jake, Jake, almost forgot your name. Sorry, it's been a crazy night already. I'm actually going to walk outside for a second. Now I'm going to grab my food out here. Jake's like, Chad's officially lost it. He's walking out. He's leaving the building. Now my DoorDash was sitting out here on the barrel. I don't want some homeless guy to walk by and grab my sirloin that I plan on eating later tonight. So they'll walk by that and be like, oh my gosh, and take off running with it. Okay, so let's see here. Next is Sly and the Family. Sly was at 42 of Jeff McMaster. So new bid on Sly for 42. G. Michael got Fear of the Dark. That's so did G. Michael. Next is Darren Myers out on Sly, and we have 44 on Sly. And we have, let's see here, G. Michael, Fear of the Dark, and he says, wait, I got Fear of the Dark, so he needs to put that back. Jeff McMaster's at 45 on Sly. And do you have any more Iron Maiden Number of the Beast? I think that is, no, we sold both copies of that one. And we have Sly's at 47. And we have a final call on Van Halen. Okay, final call on Van Halen. This is at $80 with Chris DeMoss. $80 at Chris DeMoss. Van Halen, Latin Connection. That's a final call. Yeah, I'm going to have to suspend questions for a second. This is the most hectic stream I think I've ever been involved with. I'm trying not to completely lose my mind right now. So we've got 2 auctions up for bid, and I've had more questions asked about I think pre-orders and everything in the pen than ever before. So I promise I will get this worked out. I promise I'm gonna have to drink some more caffeine. So I'm gonna have to get refocused here. I might have to completely restart the show at this point, Jake. I think this may be the most hectic stream I've ever been a part of. All right, so we will first update these first 2 auctions, okay? I'm about to sell Van Halen. Chris DeMoss is patiently waiting for me to end that. So that's about to be sold. But I will go back over Sly and the Family Stone because there's already been 2 other questions about that. So right now, the Van Halen bootleg that you see in the back of the screen, that's about to be sold to Chris in like 10 seconds. Now I'm going to show you about Sly and the Family Stone. So we have Sly and the Family Stone. Everything you always wanted to hear by Sly Stone, but were afraid to ask. It doesn't help that it's an extremely long title. This is a white label promo only release, okay? So it's basically, I think it was sent to radio stations. I think it actually says demonstration not for sale, has lots of information about them. It's a promo only release. The high bid on that, Jimmy Partridge was at $47. Yep, Jimmy Partridge is at $47. Okay, Chris DeMoss gets the Van Halen bootleg for $80. We'll go ahead and sell that. Now, the biggest question I have right now is on a Winger album. Let's just pretend I didn't even show that, and I will go figure out after the show what's going on with Winger. Because I showed a Winger self-titled. Jake, actually, if you can show it to me, and all of a sudden, everybody was wanting to know the pre-order list for that and the waiting list. And I'm positive that if there was a pre-order for this, it's already came in. So either you didn't get one or you've been billed for it and didn't realize it. So let's just take a timeout on Winger. Whoever's name that was on this, we'll give it to them, and I'll figure out what's up because I know I can get more. They were in stock. So I'll make some kind of post or we'll revisit that later in the show. And then I will try to answer questions, but sometimes there's like 20 at once. And if I answer all of them, it would probably take a half hour. And I'm also trying to show as many records and sell as many as I can in the next 4 hours. So let's go ahead and get another auction started. This is Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. This is a 1974 promo, and it's promo marked, but what I found out is there's no white label promo of this except for a white label that was pressed in Germany. So there is actually no promo marked label for this album, according to Discogs. It is just this promo sticker, which, like I've said before, that doesn't mean a whole lot, but it is listed as a promo on Discogs with this sticker, with that saw mark, which is indicative of a promo marked record. So overall, it's an EX Plus condition, and it's a $20 start. That's a promo copy of I Shot the Sheriff. It's actually called 461 Ocean Boulevard. That's a promo record, 1974, as listed under Discogs. That's a $20 start. There's the sleeve it was in from Dale's collection, DJ Promo. I'm going to clean all these and put them in new sleeves. Some of them I've already cleaned. I've just left them in Dale's sleeves so we can re-sleeve them later tonight. John Leal needs to put back yes. And we have Enough's Enough, Animals with Human Intelligence. This is $33.99. $33.99. This is Enough's Enough, Animals with Human Intelligence. Jamie Butler, you had asked about this record, and you said you wanted one, and I actually were sold out, so I ordered you one, and I've got an extra one. Enough's Enough, and that is Animals with Human Intelligence, $33.99. That's on splatter vinyl, and I have one extra if anybody wants it. Let me make sure that was Jamie Butler. I'm almost positive it was Jamie Butler. It was $33.99 for Enough's Enough, Animals with Human Intelligence, and this came in, and it don't have a price on it, and Ed said it wasn't on our invoice, so Phoebe Bridges. I'll figure out what that is later. Might have been a special order or something. So Jamie, I've got you down for Enough's Enough. I've already got you down for one, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. So let's restart that crate. Sorry for all the confusion. Sorry for all the confusion and chaos there. It just got wild there for a second. It got really crazy. So now, G. Michael, I put back your copy of Fear of the Dark. Yes, I did. Unless you claimed one, I tagged you, and then you said put it back. If there's anything else different, let me know. So we're still bidding on Sly on the Family Stone. This is Miles Medlin at $54. $54, and he says he actually needs it. That's even better. I will pull it for you. So G. Michael gets Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. So that's so to G. Michael. And Eric Clapton, if anybody wants to bid, it's a $20 start. So Jimmy or anybody else, make sure you put Clapton or EC and then a numerical so I know that you are bidding on that. So I'll see what's left. John Leal needs to put back yes. Jake just handed to me. So first we have Bad Company, 10 from 6. This is a Bad Company Hits compilation, $31.99. That's the Rocktober clear vinyl, $31.99. Yes, Yes Singles, a Yes compilation, $31.99. The Cars Greatest Hits, a Cars compilation red vinyl, $31.99. And Talking Heads red vinyl, $31.99. Yes, Eric Clapton is the full album. It's the 461 Ocean Boulevard promo album. Full album. Yes, it's a full-length album. Promo markings, not on the label though. High bid on that is, well, no one's actually officially bid yet. Also, Talking Heads, True Stories, red vinyl, $31.99. The New Black Pumas, Chronicles of a Diamond, that's on limited edition cloudy red vinyl, $33.99. I'm just here for the entertainment craziness. Yeah, Trace McFadden earlier posted his popcorn emoji. I thought that was funny. It was right in the middle of where I was like, oh my gosh, there was like so much going on at once. Chuck Taylor on TL. TL was, did you mean TH, Talking Heads, True Stories? Yes, that's so to Chuck Taylor. Jim Hickson's in on Clapton at $20. Now, we have a bid on Clapton, and I want to do a reminder that Jeff did bid on Sly and the Family Stone. Jimmy's out. William Warback bid 51. Jeff came in at 53. Miles Medlin bid 54. Miles Medlin bid 54. Miles Medlin bid 54. And we have Clay Moore wants Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's right up here. We're going to sell that to Clay Moore. And that is Talking Heads, True Stories. Talking Heads, True Stories. Craig, was that a claim or was you just helping out with a title? That is $31.99. Simple Minds, New Go Dream, live from Paisley Abbey. Simple Minds, New Go Dream, live from Paisley Abbey, $39.99. We have another bid on Eric Clapton, $25. Jimmy Jonas also bid $25. Jess back in on slide, $56. Simple Minds, this is new. So there's a couple new releases tucked in here. Simple Minds was one of them. Of course, the Black Pumas officially, I think, came out last week. And the Heart, which we only had one copy of, I think that is sold out of. Heather Feather wants the Simple Minds. That is, I was replying, okay, thank you. Heather Feather wants Simple Minds. And we have Eric, Sly and the Family Stones now at $56 with Jeff McMaster. So I have one copy. This is a new Rocktober, Devo. I've been calling it Greatest Hits for short. It's essentially 50 years. It is essentially a Devo's Greatest Hits. It's 50 years of de-evolution, 73 to 2023, $44.99. $44.99. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $33.99. And yes, there's the other Yes singles, $31.99. That's on yellow and black splatter. The vinyl on it looks incredible. This is a new release from U2. It's the 30th anniversary copy of Zeropa, and that is $59.99. Limited edition on gatefold cover with foil sleeve. It has a foil sleeve on yellow vinyl, $59.99. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. I don't have that one in here. I think we have it somewhere, but if you give me a second, I might can actually show you one. Clapton's at $28, Clapton's at $30. Jeff McMaster is still top bidder on Sly and the Family Stone. He is at $56. You have to outbid him. If you're done bidding, let me know. Now, I've also pulled out a couple things. Let's pull Chuck Taylor a Devo. Just to remind a couple people, the stuff I've already showed in here. Jamie Butler got Enough's Enough. Joe Maynard and Zach Elias was on waiting list for Devo. James Ludwig was on waiting list from Bad Company. Paul Brothers and Joshua was on a waiting list for the ZZ Top Greatest Hits. And the rest of these I hadn't got to yet. I'll read those when actually we show the record. Chuck Taylor got a Devo. William back in on slide, 57. Also, we have Motorhead, $33.99. I pulled the wrong title for Heather. Heather wanted Talking Heads, right? Talking Heads, True Stories. Jake, make sure it's gone. I had to have pulled the right one. True Stories, yes. She wanted Talking Heads, right? She did say Talking Heads. She said Simple Minds. Uh-oh, she did. Simple Minds. Got it. Nice call there, Sean. Thank you. You get 1 point. And Michelle Baker Miller also wants the new Simple Minds Live. So those are sold and sold. Thank you. So both Simple Minds are sold. Now we have one Talking Heads left. If anybody was like, man, they got it, and I don't want on a waiting list. Well, now it's your lucky day. Williams at 60 on Sly. And we have, maybe Michelle didn't want one. Maybe she was just helping me out there. So maybe we do have a Simple Minds left. Blues Brothers. This is on blue vinyl. It's a new release from Friday Music, a new repressing of that. $39.99. Iron Maiden. This is No Prayer for the Dying. This is $33.99. Michelle does not want Simple Minds, Jake. So wherever that one was, we can put that back. We have Killers. $33.99 for Killers. And we sold one earlier. I have one left. It's Christmas time already. A Charlie Brown Christmas Vince Guaraldi Trio, $33.99. Simple Minds is going back in the bin. We have a new bid on slide, 63. We definitely need an update on Clapton. If you want to bid on Clapton, you've got to outbid Paul Brothers. He was the first person in at 30. Jimmy Jonas also bid 30, but he tied Paul. This is 461 Ocean Boulevard, promo stickered copy, $30 with Paul Brothers. Williams back in on slide, 65. Opeth. Blackwater Park. Now, the reason I show this is because the other night we had a lot of Opeth albums, and none of them are cheap. This is a new music on vinyl pressing, $56.99. Charlie Brown is $33.99. Enough's Enough, Animals with Human Intelligence, $33.99. Splatter vinyl, Enough's Enough is $33.99. Okay, now, I have a new release here. This is $289.99. We've sold a lot of them. I'm going to read it off right now. I've got two extras. This is Wasp, The Savage 7. The 7 Savage. The 7 Savage. 1984 to 1992 Wasp limited edition box set. The pre-order for that was Chad Fleener, David Schroeder, Brandon Jackson, Dwayne Sevilla, James Bragg, Ken Crooker, Scott Corcoran, David Pokey, Sean Druin, Darren Wortman, Nick Pullen, Michael Ling, Kevin Jordan, and Don Brzezinski. That is $289.99. Limited edition, 8 LPs. Wasp, The Last Command, Inside the Electric Circus, Headless Children, The Crimson Idol, Half Speed Plus, Live in the Raw, new LP of bonus tracks and B-sides, 60-page book. exclusive and rare pictures, individually numbered certificate, and that is $289.99. That is the 7 Savage. A lot of people's been waiting for that one. Parental advisory, explicit lyrics, WAS. That's the first time. Some of these aren't really in, I guess most of them are in print, but definitely the first time they put it together like a box set like this. That is $289.99. No putbacks on WAS. That's true. Thank you, Mike. I posted the same thing earlier on the post, and a couple other things I've been trying to put on these box sets. No putbacks. We had a couple people that pre-ordered the Van Halen box, and they've blocked us. I was like, man, why couldn't? And there was people that were buying regularly from us, but they just didn't want it, and I told them, I put in there you couldn't put any back, and instead of, they had stuff they've already paid for and everything, and just because they didn't want to pay for it, they blocked us, and I guess they're not going to buy from us anymore. So some people really don't like to see these box sets they pre-ordered 2 months ago on their invoices, so they just don't pay for them, and they just I guess stop collecting records, or they just I don't know, some people's like, they just I'm done, I don't want this, I'm retiring from record collecting. All right, if it wasn't already crazy enough, I'm about to explain some very complex Taylor Swift lingo to you, okay? I've got 2 different versions of Taylor Swift available. This is green and this is blue. That's the only 2 I have. So if you know for sure you don't have one, this is $39.99. This is blue and this is green. Now, what I didn't realize when I posted this is the picture I posted, and that's the color I posted, because that's the only picture and color I think I had a picture of. But what they do is you order these and then they send you at random. So it's not like I can order just green and there's another color too that we're sold out of. And so what I did is I went down the pre-order. And everybody who was first, I gave this one. And then the other color, I gave those to the next people. And that color, I sent them an image of it. And I said, if you don't want this, then let me know, and I'll try to get more blue. And actually, we had 5 extra copies show up. So Eli was on a waiting list for that. So it's actually quite a complex thing. So yeah, it's quite confusing. So basically, everybody that was on the pre-order, you got this one, unless I replied to your comment, then you got the other one. These are available for sale right now. If you know for sure you're looking for one, then let me know. All right, let me update our auctions before we go back into that. So we had Sly at 65. We had Sly at 70 with Jeff McMaster. Jeff McMaster was at 70. Jimmy Jonas was at 34 on Clapton. Paul Brothers bid 37. How much was Iron Maiden? Peace of Mind. Peace of Mind by Iron Maiden. Peace of Mind is 30. Justin, Peace of Mind is $33.99. Also, Wasp box set, $289.99. $289.99. Paul Brothers wants a Taylor Swift green. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Chris Frazier wants a Taylor Swift green. That's sold to Chris Frazier. And oh, wait a minute, I have one of these. There's the other one. So if you didn't get a blue one on the pre-order, this is the other one. Somehow I've ended up with a Rose Garden too. Rose Garden pink. So this is $39. They're all $39.99. I actually have all 3 different ones available right now. So pink, blue, and green. Tony, that's not a problem, because actually I need all of them I can. I ordered a couple more. I went and ordered a couple from each distributor, but that's a perfect okay. Jake, please make a note. We need to put back Tony Murphy's 1989. So I've got pink, I've got blue, and I've got green as of the moment. Chris Frazier also wants a pink. Okay. Now, these are a final call, because I just updated. No one else has bid. Jeff has Sly for $70. I'm about to sell it. And Eric Clapton is at 37 with Paul Brothers. I'm about to sell it. And I'm a Sly fan myself, Jeff, or whoever ends up winning this auction. And I was like, man, that's really cool. I think they make one like this by Rush. Everything you always want to hear by Rush, but are afraid to ask. I think Rush has something like that. Some kind of promo-looking thing like that. It's very rare. That's on my Discogs want list. Very rare, very, very rare. Oh, I got one more new release. So I got 2 extra Wasp box sets before we get into the new vintage stuff's great. Then I have on-sale crates. We got a lot to go through. This is the Wasp box set, $289.99. I've got 2 available. I would love to sell you one. And before, I've got this over here as well. Megadeth is $49.99. Megadeth is $49.99. This is Megadeth Euthanasia Picture Disc. These are $49.99. I've got two people on a waiting list, Todd Tipton and John Lang. Todd Tipton and John Lang on Megadeth Euthanasia. That is $49.99. Sean Druin on Megadeth. Those are $49.99. We have Bill Samus wants a Taylor Swift Pink. I don't have any left, and I can't really do a waiting list for those because whenever I order them, I don't know what they're going to send me. So it's kind of like a random thing. All right, this is officially sold at Jeff McMaster for $70. Now, we have sort of a new bid. We have Jimmy Jonas just bid $37 on Clapton. I was about to sell it. Paul Brothers is already in at $37. Jimmy Jonas, you have tied him. Megadeth Picture Disc, Euthanasia. That was long out of print for a long time. $49.99. So there's all the new vinyl. Wow, that took a long time. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab some new stuff over here. We're probably going to start with new vintage check condition. Actually, let's start with new EX Plus near mint minus stuff. Actually, let's start with new check condition because it's here on the bottom. We work from the bottom up. New vintage check condition stuff. There's some great titles in there. Great titles in there. Jimmy Jonas, if you can hear me, I've got to sell this very, very, very soon to Paul Brothers unless you want to bid more than $37. I think you may be on a slightly delayed connection. All right, our next auction is going to be, let's see what else we have in here. Let's do one of the Stevie Ray Vaughns for tonight. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble live in the beginning. I've never had like an original one of these. They're usually music on vinyl. This is an original 1992 Europe, and I don't think this was actually released in the United States. Actually, I know it wasn't released in the United States. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble Live. This is an official release, $45 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It's super nice and super clean. $45 start for Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is live in Austin, Texas, early in the beginning. April 1st, 1980. April 1st, 1980. That's now up for bid. We have bids immediately. Jimmy Jonas is at $40 on Clapton. Paul Brothers, you have been outbid. You have been outbid. So there's Stevie Ray Vaughan. Very cool. We got some cool Stevie Ray Vaughan stuff tonight. These are new arrivals, check condition, okay? New arrivals, check condition. Stevie Ray Vaughan's probably going to be a fun auction. I don't think I've ever had an original one of those. It's clean. It's near mint. It has the original inner sleeve from 1991. Foreigner, double vision. That's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker. It's in VG condition, $9.99. VG condition. So these are all going to be check condition. That has the original inner sleeve. VG, $9.99. Rolling Stones Flowers, EX condition, $32.99. EX condition for Flowers. It has the original London inner sleeve, $32.99 for the Stones Flowers. Stones Flowers. Okay, Paul's out. Jimmy Jonas is about to get the Clapton for $40. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 55. 60, 75, 75, and Calvin Ward wants Foreigner. That's so to Calvin Ward. Chris Tomas is at 100 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. GNR and original VG condition, $34.99. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. I shouldn't say an original because that's the original cover, the robot rape cover. Very rare, very sought after. This is the second cover, but it's a vintage copy is what I should say on that. VG condition, $34.99. Also, David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat. That's in VG condition, $12.99. David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat, VG, $12.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 100 with Chris DeMoss. We have Chris Bijak getting the GNR. Billy Humphrey was second. Let's go ahead and sell Jimmy Jonas, Eric Clapton, Jake for $40. And I have the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, $19.99er. Let me see what else I have over here. Let's go ahead and get some Kiss started. You wanted the best and you got it. You wanted the best and you got it. This was a non-payment. This was tagged with the person who bought it that didn't pay for it. Still in a putback bin over here on the table from New Vinyl. And it was slipped down in there where we couldn't see it. And actually no one had found it. I didn't see it that night and Tanner didn't see it. And a customer hadn't found it yet. Otherwise there'd be probably somebody trying to buy it. Detroit Rock City. So I know what it sold for originally. I'm going to start it for less than that. It's very clean. It's near mint minus, your typical pristine Japanese pressing, Japanese quality. Kiss, Detroit Rock City. The B side of that is Beth. And then Beth became a hit, and they reissued Beth as the A side, and Detroit Rock City as the B side. But this actually has Beth on side 2. I don't know if it was like that in Japan. I know it was here in the States. So that has the picture insert with it. It's extremely nice. Check out that cover. Gene and Ace there. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. $25 start. That's up for auction. That's up for auction. So back to where we were. Chris got Guns N' Roses. Billy was second. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 125. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 130. G. Michael, you were first on the Rolling Stones. Now, there was 2 different Rolling Stones in here. There was Hot Rocks and Flowers. So let me know which one you want before I pull those. And then Guns N' Roses is at 35. And we have Kiss is at 25, 26. Or Guns N' Roses, Jimmy, you were third. He put 35. That was a buy now. That's already sold. G. Michael wanted Hot Rocks. Stacy's also asked about Winger. Interesting. I need to figure out the deal with this Winger album, okay? So, not for sure what happened with that. Is it in? Yes and no. We had 1 copy, and I've had a lot of people tell me that was a pre-order. So, I guess it is not in. So, that's, if you missed it earlier, Winger is on standby. I've got to figure out after the sale what's going on with that one. So, if you pre-ordered it, no, they're not in. I can tell you that for sure. But I thought they'd already come in, so that's why I'm confused. Leadbelly sings folk songs. VG condition, $9.99 for Leadbelly. VG condition sold to Michael Nath. $9.99 on that. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan, 140, and Kiss is at 30. Kiss is at 28. Kiss is at 45.40. Michael Nath got Leadbelly. Mike was second. Chris DeMoss was third. The Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. VG Plus condition, $54.99. And MGS Press with the hotspot ad, the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. VG Plus condition, $54.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $150. This is an original 1991 Euro copy. They were also pressed in Greece. They were not pressed in the United States. It is near mint with the original inner sleeve. Live in the beginning. It's at $150 of Chris DeMoss. LL Cool J, Radio, VG Plus condition, $29.99. Very cool. LL Cool J, full album, VG Plus condition, $29.99. Little Feat, Down on the Farm. Little Feat's in EX condition, $17.99. And Heart, Babe Lestrange. That's VG condition, $9.99. The Nearness of You, Frank Sinatra. VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Nearness of You. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. VG Plus, $9.99. Okay, the only thing I'm confused on right now is Kiss. Michael House bid 38, then 28, and then Jimmy Jonas bid 45, then 40. Everybody's bidding and then going less. So how about this? If you're bidding and you are a recent bidder on Kiss, please resubmit your bid because I am totally confused because there's been people bid twice, 2 different increments, sometimes in the same comment. So this is up for bid, but I have no idea who's the high bidder right now and what bid they actually mean to put. Stevie Ray Vaughan was at 150, 160. Alan Jonathan, first to the LL Cool J. LL Cool J, that's the Alan Jonathan. Shakedown was second. Paul T third. Nat Reynolds fourth. Calvin's at 165 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Troy fifth on LL Cool J. David Cox sixth. Colin Butler seventh. Jeffrey Master eighth. Joe Maynard ninth. Chris DeMoss is at 160 on SRV. Calvin was already at 165. Scott Fish 10th on LL Cool J. Wow. Jetstream first on Heart. He got Frank, but he's going to pass on that. So Jetstream got Heart. Chris DeMoss is at 175 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Kiss is at 25. Jimmy Jonas is at 45 on Kiss. And Darren Davis is at 30. Jimmy Jonas is at 45 on Kiss. Michael House is at 48. That's Kiss. They're bidding on Kiss. Kiss. 48 with Michael House. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 200. Elton John's Greatest Hits. Michael McDonald wrote his name on Elton's hat. No, that says Michael Manova, I think. That is in VG condition. Obviously a VG cover. $14.99. That is Elton John's Greatest Hits. Yeah, I saw LL Cool J in the bin. I was like, yeah, we should auction that. That would have been a heated one, but I've left some really good stuff in here for buy nows. We've already sold several of them. Mountain Climbing, Mississippi Queen, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Shane's at $200 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is an original Japanese 7-inch pressing of Detroit Rock City and Beth. It is near mint and pristine. Michael House has that for $48. That's going once, going twice. Pink Floyd Metal. Should have had this last night. It probably, hopefully, maybe will sell right now. VG Plus condition, $34.99 for Pink Floyd Metal. Led Zeppelin Coda. Should have had this last night. We sold out of all the new copies we had. EX condition, $32.99. Coda EX condition, $32.99. So Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $200, going once, going twice. Kiss is a final call for $48. Michelle Miller wants the Frank Sinatra. Jimmy's out on SRV. We're getting closer to selling it to Shane for $200. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Bayou Country, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Bayou Country, VG Plus condition, $24.99. And this is Mickey Hart of the Grateful Dead. Rolling Thunder, VG Plus condition, $26.99. It has the original inner sleeve. It's on the original label, and it has the insert with it. It does have a clip corner. VG cover, VG Plus vinyl, $26.99. All right, let's officially sell Kiss for $48. Let's not sell Kiss for $48. That is Jimmy Jones right now for $60. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is now officially a final call for $200. We have Exception, EKSEPTION. This is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Exception, this is, I'm not for sure. It's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Jimmy's at $60 on the Kiss 45. Michael House, you have been outbid. Eagles, one of these nights, VG $14.99, but I'm going to say 5, 4, 3, 2. Shane Devers gets Stevie Ray Vaughan for $200. And Chris just bid $210. Wow, that's bad luck. Now that one I have already said sold. That is sold to Shane Devers for $200. Michael House is out. That's a final call for $60. Genesis self-titled, VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99 on Genesis self-titled. And Bob Dylan, New Morning, VG Plus, $24.99. Bob Dylan, New Morning. Wow. Either there's a delay in some people's comments or I'm selling them too fast. I think it's more so the delay. But y'all let me know. Am I going a little bit too fast on these? I feel like I'm waiting for everybody to say out. I just feel like comments are maybe coming in more delayed than they normally are. But let me know if I'm wrong on that. So next, we're about to sell Kiss for $60. I've got a Devo here. We have Devo, the men who make the music. This is a Devo bootleg, and it looks like, this looks like it is probably one of the more desirable bootlegs by Devo and one of the more desirable ones that we have tonight from Devo. This is Devo, the men who make the music. This is Devo, the men who make the music. This is, let's see, this is live from the boarding house, San Francisco, 79, and sides 3 and 4 are studio demos, 77. So disc 1, which is sides 1 and 2, is live in San Francisco, 79. Devo played a lot in San Francisco because I think we've got bootlegs from 77, 78, 79. There's a lot of different San Francisco recordings. So Devo, the men who make the music, live disc 1, 79. And then sides 3 and 4, which is disc 2, is studio demos from 77. This is an $85 start. Devo, the men who make the music, that's an $85 start. $85 start on that. Now this is sold to Jimmy Jonas for $60, Jake. That's the Kiss 45. That's sold for $60. $60 on that. Let me go back up to the top and see what else I missed. Exception is a Dutch band. Hendry and Rob both said at the same time. Next is G. Michael. He was first to Genesis. That's sold to G. Michael. GC was second. Next is Michelle was third. And we have down at the bottom. So Devo is an $85 start. Devo's an $85 start. Chris, I had called sold, and your bid came in about, I'm going to say, 2 seconds after. That is so, no, that's good to go. you can go ahead and just set that aside. All right, here's another Yardbirds bootleg. This is really cool. This is the Yardbirds Golden Eggs. This is a rarities demo. Chris, I would have took your bid if it was like 3 seconds sooner. Now, what happened just a second ago is I was reaching for something, and I looked down on my screen, and Jimmy Jones' bid had already come in. So just bad timing. I also try to make sure everybody said out. And Chris, honestly, I thought you had also already said out. That's why I also wait for people to say out. But sometimes I think people maybe get off before saying out, like they're done and they swap off for a second, and I have to go ahead and sell it. But I'm not for sure. So it's a case-by-case situation. This is the Yardbirds Golden Eggs, which is a rarities track. It is an unofficial. It's got a really cool timeline, too, here on the back of the Yardbirds members. Really cool timeline they've made here. So this is a 1975 unofficial rarities tracks, $35 start on that. The Yardbirds Golden Eggs, that's a $35 start. Devo's an $85 start. Paul T wants Mickey Hart. Paul T is going to get Mickey Hart. That's so to Paul T. Next is Daryl Hall and John Oates, Beauty on a Back Street, EX condition, $17.99. That's Hall & Oates, Beauty on a Back Street. And we have, through the years, John Mayall. What an interesting cover. This is VG Plus condition, $22.99. John Mayall, through the years, VG Plus condition, $22.99. Derek Clark says Yardbirds is a killer sounding album. It's rarities tracks from the Yardbirds. Very cool cover too overall. Okay, so back up to the top. Paul T got Mickey Hart. Paul T got Mickey Hart. Next is Jetstream on John Mayall. And Jim Nielsen wants Hall & Oates. Tony Murphy, you were second on John Mayall. No bid on Devo. We're looking for an $85 start. The men who make the music, live recording, and studio rarities. And we don't have a bid yet on the Yardbirds. Looking for a $35 start. Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws, VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Monkees, Headquarters. I was about to say, wow, that looks weird. RCA Victor, that's because it's pressed in Canada. VG Plus condition, that's a weird thing to see. The Monkees on RCA, that's because it's a Canadian press. VG Plus condition, $19.99 for the Monkees Headquarters, usually on that Coldrum's ladle. Jetstream wants Coda. No one's got Pink Floyd Metal either. That's surprising. Jetstream got Coda. We have Blood Rock 3, VG $9.99, and Rolling Stones Between the Buttons, EX condition, $32.99. Between the Buttons, Blue London stereo label, that is $32.99. Paul Brothers is $85 on Devo. Jimmy Jonas, if you're ever bidding on an auction, make sure you put your number, as in Yardbirds 35 for $35. Otherwise, I don't know if you're bidding or not. So if you're bidding, make sure you put Yardbirds 35. That way I know exactly what you're bidding on and I know exactly where you're at. $35 is the opening bid for that one. Styx Cornerstone. That is an EX condition, $17.99 for Styx Cornerstone. And the Rolling Stones Goathead Soup, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Final call on Devo. Paul Brothers has that for $85. I'm about to sell it. Force MDs Touch and Go. That's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Force MDs Touch and Go. VG Plus, $9.99. And Jefferson Airplane Surlistic Pillow. Surlistic Pillow. That's on the tan label. Very interesting. VG Plus condition, $19.99. White Rabbit. Don't you want somebody to love? That's a very clean looking VG Plus. That is $19.99. That's Jefferson Airplane. Jimmy's at $35 on the Yardbirds, going twice, going 3 times. Mike Massey's at $95 on Devo. Nat Reynolds wants Force MDs. Tracy McFadden wants Jefferson Airplane. Those are sold and sold, Nat and Tracy. And thanks to both of you. We have the Pretenders. This is the Pretenders 2. This is in VG condition, $9.99. Jesse Hood, you were second on Jefferson Airplane. Charlie DeFrank is the new high bidder on the Yardbirds at $36. Tracy Chapman, this is in VG condition, $44.99. About half the condition of a near mint record and about half the price. $44.99 for Tracy Chapman. We just sold one of these, I think, earlier this week or the end of last week for $95. It was in near mint condition. This is sold to Chris Bijak. That was a VG for $44.99. Ron Duffield was second. Shakedown was third. Rush moving pictures. VG condition, just $14.99. Let's see if I can identify exactly what we have here. It does have the original inner sleeve. This is in VG condition. It looks like an original Presswell press from '81, not a club. That's $14.99, and that's sold to Rob Ban. That's sold to Rob Ban. Okay, Paul's out on Devo. Let's make that a final call to Mike Massey for $95. Jimmy, you're outbid on the Yardbirds. Let me know if you want to bid again. And I'm going to go ahead and step over here and be grabbing our next auction. So I've got 3 full crates. Well, there was actually 5, and I condensed them. As you can see, this crate was really full. I condensed them into 3 crates. I went to the back earlier, and I filled up 2 bins of half-off records to show. And we're going to do those earlier than normal. And I have a bin of stuff that I went through some bins, actually just 3 bins, and I filled up a full crate of I cannot believe these did not sell. Meaning great titles that I cannot believe they didn't sell. So I'll go through those probably after the new arrivals, and then we'll do the half-off stuff. So lots to get through. Lots of great auctions too. Joe Hawkins, this is second. You were second on Rush. We have Journey to the Center of the Earth. This is a VG record. It's a story record. Great movie, adventures, and story and sound. VG, that's a cool cover. VG condition, $9.99. Journey to the Center of the Earth. All right, Devo, we can go ahead and sell that to Mike Massey for $95. I think I've got 2 more Devo bootlegs to auction tonight. And we have another 90s album here that we don't get in too often. I don't think we've ever got it in. By the way, I'm about to sell the Yardbirds in just a moment. High bid is Charlie DeFrank at 36. We're waiting on Jimmy Jonas. This is a 1991 U.S. club copy of Eric Clapton, 24 Nights. This is a 1991. I think they just reissued this series too. 24 Nights. This is the 1991. It's a club, and this is Eric Clapton live at the Royal Albert Hall in 1990 and in 1991. It has the originals inner sleeves. It is super nice vinyl, EX Plus near minus. Only a $40 start. Eric Clapton from 1991. That's something we don't see too often. Sarah Long won a Journey to the Center of the Earth. I was about to say, I don't remember showing a Journey album. Journey to the Center of the Earth. Greg Rogers was second. And we have Tracy McFadden's at 40 on Eric Clapton. There's the tag for that. Okay, I'm reaching for the Yardbirds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Charlie Frank, $36. 1. And sold to Charlie DeFrank for $36. That is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $36. Okay, next is Towns Van Zandt. This is live at Austin City Limits. It was originally a Record Store Day release. It is sealed. It's unopened. Looks like it's a pretty desirable title based on what I've seen on Discogs. I looked up what they had sold for and looked what they was asking for, and I'm going to start this at $35. And I feel like that's an extremely fair starting bid. Towns Van Zandt, Austin City Limits, live, Record Store Day. Only 2,500 pressed for the entire world. Only 2,500. That don't seem like enough. That is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also, if anybody wants some entertainment, about 2 months ago, I posted a reel. If y'all know what that is. Kind of like a TikTok, but here on Facebook, they call it a reel or a short of, I think it was from Howard Stern. And Metallica was on Howard Stern, and Elton John popped on video call, and he told James Hetfield that he thought that Nothing Else Matters was the greatest song ever written. So I posted that. I posted like a clip of that on our Facebook page just for content. Well, what's happened in the last 24 hours is like all of a sudden Facebook, they'll boost a post for you. Just like they'll start showing it to thousands of people. And that post is getting a comment like my phone has just been nonstop. Jake, are you getting those too? Can you see those pop in? Tanner was like, what is going on? It's like there's people fighting in the comments over Metallica and Elton John. And I think it has hundreds and hundreds of If you want some entertainment, I don't know how the easiest way to find that, but it is incredible. I just saw somebody come in and it had some very foul language in it. So it is... Facebook does that sometimes. It just all of a sudden something they'll just start showing it. It just shows up and people suggested. And Yeah, it's wild. And I had that happen to a TikTok. I posted that TikTok of uh, uh, Taylor Hawkins' son, doing My Hero, and that has like 11 million views on TikTok. And my phone, I had to turn off notifications. It was like, I think, causing problems for my phone, much stuff that was going on. I was like, I don't really like this. It's because I don't know. It's hard for us to keep up with actual comments from customers and other posts. So I don't like that at all. Actually, it's very difficult to figure out what's going on. Tracy McFadden was at 40 on Eric Clapton. Jetstream bid 45. Henry Pardidez is at 40 on Towns Van Zandt. Sarah Long says she's going to pass on The Journey to the Center of the Earth, so give that to Greg Rogers instead. Jake's already changed that over. Towns Van Zandt 35, Towns Van Zandt 50, Towns Van Zandt 55. Michael Manning's at 50 on Eric Clapton. Towns Van Zandt's at 60, Towns Van Zandt's at 65. And Eric Clapton's at 45. Eric Clapton's at 46. Paul says, I've been getting those notifications nonstop for 2 days. I know. It is crazy. Like, since I've been live, I'm trying to like ignore them, but they're like popping up every once in a while. But it'll be like 20 minutes and nothing to happen. And then all of a sudden, Paul will vouch. It's just like there's people and they're just like live on there chatting almost with each other, cussing each other out about Metallica and Elton John. So I'm like, maybe I should just delete this. I meant for it to be something positive, not for people to literally start a war. So the Beatles is Love Songs, EX Condition, $24.99. EX Condition, $24.99. This is Love Songs, the Beatles. Does have some cover damage down here at the back. EX Condition, $24.99. The Beatles, Love Songs. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. VG Plus Condition, $44.99. VG Plus Condition, $44.99. A 75 Pitman press. A 75 Pitman press. And Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is in VG Plus Condition, $44.99. A 75 Pitman press. All right, so Towns Van Zandt was at 65 of Henry Pardidez. Henry has that for 65. Eric Clapton was at 50, 51. Thomas Hujar, 55. We have Golden Eggs, 50. What was Golden Eggs? Was that the Yardbirds record? Eli, that has already sold at auction, I'm pretty sure. Jim Nilsson wants the Beatles. That is sold to Jim Nilsson. And we have, if you don't get a notification, we're here every night at 7 o'clock. You can count on it. We go live every night at 7 o'clock or a little after. VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. There is some writing on the cover. VG Plus Condition. Now, Jimmy Jonas put Floyd 50. Now, this is a buy it now for $44.99. If you want to give me $50, I will add an additional $5 to this. But I'm actually not going to do that. If you do want this, just to make sure, Jimmy, that is Pink Floyd. It's $44.99. Vanilla Fudge, The Beat Goes On. This is in VG Condition, $9.99. Vanilla Fudge, The Beat Goes On. And we have Monster, The Incredible Jimmy Smith. VG Condition, $12.99. GC first on Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. And let's go ahead and sell Towns Van Zandt to Henry Pardidez at $65. That's sold to Henry for $65. And the high bid on Eric Clapton is Thomas Hujar for $55. Thomas Hujar has the Eric Clapton for $55. That is a final call. Jimmy Jonas says he'll take Pink Floyd. Yeah, we go live at 7, sometimes 7:07 or 19, sometimes 8 o'clock. I've been trying to start on time, but just earlier I was ready and I really needed to talk to Paul. He went ahead and called, and it was like 5 till, and then all of a sudden it was 10 after. But it wasn't Paul's fault. Can't blame anything on Paul. Usually it's Seth's fault. We'll blame it on him. Usually it's Seth's fault. This is a vintage bootleg of Steve Miller Band. This is Steve Miller Band, 1976 U.S. tour, $35 start. Steve Miller Band, The Midnight Toker, Blast from the Past, Flashes of the Future. This is a $35 start. This is live Steve Miller Band. I think it's from 76, and that's a $35 start. The Midnight Toker. Pretty wild-looking cover if you kind of hold it out and squint your eyes. At first, I'm just now realizing what I'm seeing. You know, it's like one of those kind of covers. I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of stuff going on it. It looks kind of blurry until you really focus in on it or unfocus. That was sold to Henry. Yeah, you don't have to put that in the clean pile because it's sealed. All right. Final call. 55 on Eric Clapton. I'm about to sell it. Don's at 35 on Steve Miller. Jetstream wants vanilla fudge. That's so too Jetstream. Big Brother and the Holden Company. Cheap Thrills. VG Plus condition, $24.99. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Jimmy did want Pink Floyd. I have pulled that. Yes, I've pulled that. I think. Yes, I've pulled that. We have God Bless Tiny Tim. VG condition, $14.99. Thomas is at 45 on Steve Miller Band. And Rush Permanent Waves, a VG condition, $14.99. Rush Permanent Waves. That is in VG condition, $14.99. Alan Jonathan on Big Brother and the Holden Company. Dan's at 50 on Steve Miller. Thomas Hujar is going to get Eric Clapton for 55. That's sold to Thomas for 55. Sold to Thomas Hujar. So, in my auction bin, I've got Tears for Fears. Leonard Skinner. Wow. When I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh. Because I just saw where one of these sold at auction that was autographed. And I was like, you know, of course, this is in the Pittsburgh collection. And Dale had a lot of autographs. And when I first looked at it, I was like, you know, it's like one of those like special where everything starts going in slow motion. Because I know an auction house just sold an autographed copy of this for north of $10,000, I'm pretty sure. It may have been more than that. I'm pretty sure Heritage Auctions just sold an autographed copy by the full original band, and it was very expensive. It may have been for more than that. But this is something I've never had before. It's a special advance preview from Leonard Skinner's live album, One More From the Road. No, it's not autographed. It is a promo, and it's just a $35 start. This is a special advance preview from Leonard Skinner's live album, One More From the Road. It's a white label promo, promotional use only, not for sale. Give me 3 steps, T for Texas. Freebird takes up the entire side 2, clocking in at 11 minutes and 30 seconds. White label promo, special advance copy, 35. How cool. Never had that before. Don't see a lot of promo Leonard Skinner stuff. At least I don't in my travels as a record person. Side 2 is Freebird, clocking in at 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Amazing. Somewhere somebody's still listening to it. That's still on somebody's turntable that hadn't stopped since 1976. Fats Domino, EX Condition, $17.99. That's a 2 LP compilation. Could Blueberry Hill be on here? We were talking about Blueberry Hill last night. Blueberry Hill's on there. Fats Domino. We have Donovan, Sunshine Superman. Donovan is in VG condition. It actually has one of those old Columbia promo stickers. It's in shrink wrap. It's in VG condition, $9.99. All right. So way back up to the top, we pulled Big Brother. Steve Miller was at 50. Alan Totten got the Tiny Tim. That sold to Alan Totten, Tiny Tim. Steve Miller, 53. Steve Miller, 54. Leonard Skinner, 35, 35, 40, 40, 40, 42. GC Colleton on Rush. GC got Rush. Leonard Skinner, 50, 50, 70. Cindy Jones wants Fats Domino. And we're at 70 with Alan Jonathan on Leonard Skinner. The Rush was Permanent Waves. It has already sold. Michael House, you were second on Fats Domino. Leonard Skinner's at 75. Steve Miller Band's at 55. Supertramp, Breakfast in America. VG condition, $9.99 for Breakfast in America. This is music inspired by the rip-roaring, electrifying sound of Bonnie and Clyde. That is in VG condition, $9.99. And Steppenwolf, self-titled, featuring Born to Be Wild, VG condition, $12.99. Michelle Baker Miller on Supertramp. That's sold to Michelle Miller. And Zulu Jazzland, or this is Randy Weston with Art Blakey, Zulu Jazzland. That is VG. So, okay, the title's Zulu. I was getting confused there. That's Randy Weston with Art Blakey, Zulu, VG condition, $19.99, and that is on that's on the Jazzland label. Okay. That video just got 2 new comments. They just popped up. I was trying to read them. It's very entertaining. Michelle got Supertramp. Christopher Morris got Bonnie and Clyde. That's sold to Christopher Morris. G. Michael got Steppenwolf. That's sold to G. Michael. Jeff McMaster first on Zulu. Cindy Jones was second. All right, now it's time for some final calls. Leonard Skinner's at 75 with Calvin Ward. Alan Jonathan, let me know if you want. He's out. So Calvin has that for 75, and Steve Miller Band, Dan Alker's out, and that means Thomas Sujar has that for 55. That's a final call. I've also got a Leonard Skinner bootleg to auction as well tonight. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And we have Allman Brothers Band, The Road Goes On Forever. VG Plus condition, $24.99. It's Leonard Skinner colored vinyl. It's on black vinyl. Let me make sure it's not translucent. Now, I don't think it came on colored vinyl. I don't think this came on colored vinyl. Leonard Skinner white label promo, special advance preview from One More from the Road. $75, and that's a final call. And final call on Steve Miller Band. Jimi Hendrix, Roots of Hendrix, VG condition, $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, Roots of Hendrix, and Fleetwood Mac, Rumors. We've all of a sudden got a lot of copies of this. This used to be, I think it's where I've sold so many new copies to everybody, but used to I'd show a copy of Rumors, and there would be, like earlier when we showed LL Cool J, there was like 7, 11 people. I think everybody's already got a copy by now, or they'd rather have a new one or something. I'm not for sure, but we've got a lot of copy of Rumors all of a sudden. VG Plus, $24.99. And hey, there's the actual album, One More from the Road. VG condition, $14.99. One More from the Road, VG condition, $14.99. All right, Steve Miller is sold to Thomas Sujar for $55. Yep, that's sold to Thomas Sujar for $55. And Leonard Skinner, did something just pop up? No, it didn't. Calvin Ward had got Leonard Skinner for $75. Next comment was Michael Nath on Roots. Michael Nath got Roots. Billy Humphrey on Leonard Skinner. And Colin Butler was second. I got too many rumors. That's what I think. I've probably sold some people more. I guarantee I've sold some people at least 3 copies before. The Palace, maybe a vintage, maybe a colored vinyl or something. All right. We've already done one SRV. Let's bring over another. This is really cool, actually. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's a compilation of live tracks from the King Biscuit Flower Hour. And then there's one final track that was from the Montreux Jazz Festival in 1982. This is a $55 start. $55 start. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Austin, Texas, 1985. Let's see here. Chelsea record, 192 Street, London. And let's see what the back says here. Austin, Texas, 1985. Yeah, so I think this is one of those where I don't think it actually is Austin, Texas, 85. I think it's a compilation of King, the best of my memory now, I think it's a compilation of King Biscuit Flower Hour tracks, which would have been recorded in Montreal in 1984. And then the very last track is Montreux Jazz Festival. There's Montreal, and then the last track is Montreux, $55 start. That is music. When I saw this, I thought it was going to be interviews or something. That's usually what these picture discs like this. And actually, it looks like it's very nice. It's made very nicely. That's up for bid. Okay. Next is Michelle needs to put back Super Trampoline. She needs to put back Super Tramp. I'll put Jethro Tull on deck. I'd already pulled this. It's a sealed copy of Tears for Fears, a 1989 Canadian press, numbered on the back, 525, sealed, of Tears for Fears, The Seeds of Love. Sealed, numbered with hype sticker, $85 start. Sealed, numbered with hype sticker, $85 start. Tears for Fears, The Seeds of Love. All right, so here's the Supertramp. Goodbye Stranger, The Logical Song. VG condition, $9.99. SRV's at $60, looking for an $85 start on Tears for Fears. The Yardbirds' Greatest Hits. VG condition, $9.99. The Yardbirds' Greatest Hits. BG's First. That's VG condition, $12.99. BG's First. The History of Eric Clapton. That's a 2LP compilation, only $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Jetstream, actually, Barry Seagrave was first. Barry Seagrave first of the Yardbirds. Jetstream was second. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 65, now 75, looking for an $85 start on Tears for Fears. Now, that was a lot of records. Like I said, I put 2 check condition bins and condensed them down into 1 there. So let's do a quick recap of that because there was a lot going on during that crate, and I'll show you some more stuff in just a second. So last night we had 2 copies left of the new Led Zeppelin on clear vinyl. I've only got 2 copies left. Led Zeppelin of the new 75th anniversary clear vinyl. If anybody wants those, $33.99. That's actually 2 of my last 4 copies of Led Zeppelin 4 I have in the building. So clear vinyl, $33.99. Led Zeppelin's 4th album, clear vinyl, $33.99. I have 2 of those left if anybody wants one. If there's one left, I'm probably going to open it up and keep it. And if not, I'll wait till next week. I'm curious how that sounds. There's no telling how many times I've listened to that version to see a new version of it being pressed on clear vinyl. And usually all these clear vinyl pressings from Atlantic sound amazing. I'm kind of excited about that one. So, all right. Let me figure out where I was. We was at 75 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Then we sold the Yardbirds to Barry and Jetstream. Billy Humphrey's going to take the Eric Clapton. Tears for Fears is an original 1989 Canadian press, sealed with hype sticker, and it is the numbered edition. It is the numbered edition. Jimmy Partridge has bid 85 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Both Led Zeppelins are sold, Michael Nath and Jared Benoit. Those are sold and sold. I guess I won't be listening to that this weekend. That's sold to Michael Nath and Jared Benoit. What's the box set? That's the new Wasp box set. The 7 Savage, 1984 to 1992. Wasp 8 LP box set, $289.99. Their studio album collection. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 100. Do you have any big bottles of solution? I do not. I do not have any record fluid cleaning solution. Next is Jeremy Martin says he'll take a Wasp. I've got 2 available. I've got 2 available. This is right here. You can list them in mind. I will keep that in mind. I actually will tonight, let's see. Tonight I'll be listening to stuff that we'll be selling tomorrow. And usually Sunday I'm listening to stuff we're going to sell on Monday. So usually I get to listen to stuff that I'm going to end up selling. But if I can slip it in there, I will. I'll go ahead and sell it. So the Wasp box set is $289.99. $289.99. $289.99 or $290 if you want to round up. Okay, here's what's left in this bin. Let me read off titles. I'll highlight some prices. If I don't say the price of the one maybe you're interested in, let me know. This is David Lee Roth, VG, $12.99. We have Flowers is EX Condition, $32.99. The Mothers of Invention is VG Plus, $54.99. Little Feet Down on the Farm, EX, $17.99. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, VG Plus, $9.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits, VG, $14.99. All right, Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 100 with Shane Devers. That's a final call. I think some people said out. That's a final call. That's $100. And we have a 1 bid and a final call on Tears for Fears for $85 with Jimmy Partridge. Sealed, numbered, and hype sticker. Very cool. $85. Final call on that. GC gets the David Lee Roth. Joe Maynard's also bid $85 on Tears for Fears. Jimmy Partridge was already in. And Jimmy Partridge was already in. We have Mountain Climbing, VG Plus, $9.99. Pink Floyd still available. An original pressing of Metal, VG Plus, $34.99. CCR Bayou Country, VG Plus, $24.99. And Exception, they said this was a Dutch band, VG Plus, $9.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold for $100. That is sold for $100. All right. What in the world's going on outside? I think sounds like it's a weird horn. It's a fire truck, but that sounded weird. I don't know if y'all could hear that. Here comes more. And there goes another. All right, so here's our next bootleg. Never seen a bootleg by this band either. And there's always pretty desirable. XTC, The Rhythm. This is live in Hurrahs, New York City, January 16th, 1980. If you was in New York City on January 16th, 1980, you could have stopped by Hurrahs and went in and seen XTC play live. This is a vintage XTC bootleg, The Rhythm, 2 LP, $65 start. $65 start. Joe Maynard's at 90 on Tears for Fears. Jimmy Partridge, you have been outbid. Let me know if you want to bid again, or let me know if you want to. Let me know if you want to bid again, or if you're out. If not, we'll go ahead and sell that Joe Maynard. XTC is a $65 start. Hurrah's 1980. Eagles, one of these nights, VG copy $14.99. Bob Dylan was VG plus $24.99. Foghat, VG plus $9.99. The Monkees, and a Canadian pressing. The Monkees is VG plus $19.99. Blood Rock 3, VG $9.99. Stones, Between the Buttons, EX $32.99. Styx Cornerstone, EX $17.99. Stones, Goathead Soup, VG plus $24.99. The Pretenders, Pretenders 2, VG $9.99. Monster, Jimmy Smith, VG $12.99. Donovan, Sunshine Superman, VG $9.99. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, VG plus $14.99. Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever. That's an Allman Brothers compilation. Hits. That's like a greatest hits. VG plus $24.99. Rumors is VG plus $24.99. Supertramp is VG $9.99. And the Bee Gees First is VG $12.99. All right, final call. Jimmy, if you're still on, let me know if you want to bid again on Tears for Fears. Joe has it for 90. Final call. Final call if you want to lock in a bid on XTC before I make it a buy it now. Jim Nelson wants the S-Nicks. That's so to Jim Nelson. All right, that was our first crate of vintage. I have two more to go through. The next one is an EX Plus to Near Mint Minus bin of new check condition records. Looked like there's some pretty cool stuff in here. Then I have one more after this. And I'm probably going to mix in at least one crate of new vinyl at some point on that. So I only had bids in on SRV, not Tears for Fears. Oh, really? You had, I may have overlooked something then. SRV 85. He actually did. So you know what? Let's sell this instead of, because Joe maybe thought he was bidding against somebody else. So sell this to Joe Maynard for $85 instead of $90, because he thought maybe he was bidding against somebody and he wasn't. So that's Joe Maynard's for $85. XTC is a buy it now for $65. The Rhythm, XTC is a buy it now for $65. G. Michael said he wanted Pink Floyd. I must have missed that somewhere. That did not come through on my feed, so that is sold to G. Michael. That was Pink Floyd Metal from this last bin here. That's sold to G. Michael. Jeff McMaster is going to get the XTC for a $65 buy it now. That's sold to Jeff McMaster for a $65 buy it now. Okay, our next two auctions. Let's see what we have in here. So here's stuff that I don't have tagged that was in the hot picture. I'll try to put it up, but honestly, some of it I don't know what it is, and that's the Jethro Tull that was requested. Don Alker requested that. I actually don't have that one tagged yet, but I'll put it up for auction. And I have more Van Halens, and these have been, I've been waiting for the right night to show these. This is Van Halen, vintage bootleg here. This is Van Halen from Pasadena Civic Auditorium, 1977. Pasadena, 77, Van Halen, $45 start. This is a soundboard recording from Pasadena, $45 start. Van Halen, Die Laughing, $45 start on that. Joe, I told David Johnson earlier, come back around 10 o'clock, and I may be ready to show Japanese auctions, but it'll probably take us at least till 10 to even make a dent in everything that I have ready for night. And then Jethro Tull, like I said, I don't have this one ready, so I can't really confirm what it is. This is just some stuff that I pulled, and I didn't get time to double check these, but I am going to put it up for auction. Very nice condition. I can go ahead and guarantee that. The sleeve says Jethro Tull, 3 unreleased tracks plus A New Day Yesterday, Aqualung and Mary, Baltimore and Around, November 72. So that's up for auction. We already have a $60 bid. Okay, I was going to say $35 start, but we have a $60 bid. Gilbert Alaya is at $60, if that is a bid for $60. That was going to be a $35 start. Van Halen, let me make sure they miss anything else. Blood Rock, please. John Martinez wants Blood Rock from the last bin. That is John Martinez for Blood Rock 3. Blood Rock 3. This must be a desirable bootleg. That'd probably be something. Usually, I tag all these to confirm what they are, but I have like 4 or 5 in here that I didn't get to. And I started working on new vinyl when I got here earlier tonight, so don't really have these confirmed. But I have a feeling most people probably already know what they are. So we have, is the clear VIN. What was that, Michael? The clear VIN. Start on Van Halen was $45. Start on Van Halen was $45. $45. Okay. And we have, I got Pink Floyd from G. Michael. Yes. New arrivals. So I just want to confirm Don Alker's at 65 on Jethro Tull. He's the high bidder at 65. Calvin Ward's the high bidder at 45. The Go-Go's has not been put up yet. That's another one I don't have tagged yet, but I'll still put it up for auction. We'll figure out what it is whenever I put it up. Elvis, Burning Glove. These are EX Plus, Near Mint Minus. Burning Glove, $9.99. We have 2 bids on Van Halen. The Tatum Master Solo Pieces. That's the Tatum Solo Masterpieces, Volume 6. Art Tatum, $14.99. $14.99. We have OK Little Axe, $12.99. Little Axe, the wolf that house built. The wolf that house built, Little Axe. Skip McDonald and his tackhead mates combined with producer Adrian Sherwood to create the world's first ambient dub blues project. Ambient dub blues. Ambient blues music. Now, what is that going to sound like? $12.99, if that's what I'm understanding that is. The Wall, $64.99. A 1979 pressing, original inner sleeves, nice cover, very nice vinyl, $64.99. The Wall. Joe Pass, Portraits of Duke Ellington, $14.99. Joe Pass? Joe Pass. Duke Ellington, Festival Session. Duke Ellington is a mono 6-eye, 1959, $12.99. Festival Session. Wow, that's some nice vinyl from 59 or 60. 6-eye, Duke Ellington. Okay, next is Van Halen, 45. Van Halen, 46. Jethro Tull, 70. Christopher Morris wants Elvis. Van Halen, 50. Don's out on Jethro Tull. Van Halen's at 60. And Mark Cunningham wants Duke Ellington. All right, so final call on Jethro Tull. Gilbert Alaya has this for $70. And Gilbert, I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer. I'll give you instructions in just a second if you do end up winning this. This is Jethro Tull. 3 unreleased tracks plus A New Day, Yesterday, Aqualung, and Mary, Baltimore and Around, November 72. Nice condition. It's actually still in shrink wrap. That's a final call for $70. The Van Halen was at 50, and then Calvin Ward was at 60. Chris B. Jack, you were second on Duke Ellington. Van Halen at 61. Styx, Paradise Theater, 1999. Of course, it is etched. Styx, Paradise Theater, 1999. Van Halen's at 61. G. Michael's out. So right now that's between Calvin and GC. Count Basie, never seen that one before. Music from the Paramount Motion Picture, half a sixpence. Almost said Hallie, but that says half a sixpence. I'm familiar with that. $9.99. That is Count Basie, $9.99. Lonnie Mack, The Hills of Indiana. Never seen that before. From 1971, $29.99. Lonnie Mack, The Hills of Indiana. It's got a window cover to it. That's $29.99. Calvin, let me know if you want backing on Van Halen. GC has it for $61. I'm about to sell Jethro Tull. Rock and Roll Survivors. Fanny, $16.99 for Rock and Roll Survivors. And Neil Diamond, Touching You, Touching Me. That is $9.99. All right, so this is sold for $70 to, I believe, a new customer, Gilbert Alaya. Hope I'm saying your last name somewhat close. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you send our Facebook page a message, okay? Make sure you send our Facebook page a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. I think you're the second new customer of tonight's stream. Last night we had a ton. Led Zeppelin brought out a lot of new customers last night, and Pink Floyd records. Thank you and welcome. We do this every night. Tomorrow's the last stream of the week. So anything you buy tonight and tomorrow, $7 in limited shipping. You won't hear from us until late Monday when we send an invoice. So if this is your only purchase, you won't hear from us again until Monday when we send an invoice. Hopefully you watch the rest of the night and you can tune in tomorrow. Calvin's also out on Van Halen. Let's sell this to GC for $61. That's over GC for $61. That one is done. Let me go over here and grab, let me grab the Go-Go's. That one's not ready, but I'll go ahead and grab it. And let's do Let me grab this, and also while I'm over here, I'll grab one of the other Devos. I'll grab one of the other Devos. So I'm going to offer this up first. I'm going to offer this up first to Calvin for $60. If anybody, and just in case he passes, if anybody else wants it, go ahead and claim it if you want it. But I have another Van Halen Die Laughing bootleg. It's a little bit different. This is in a white jacket. It's the exact same bootleg. It's the exact same record. And this is $60. If Calvin doesn't want it, then anybody else can have it. Or for $61. Let me rephrase that. For $61. What he just paid for the last one. So that's the only other one I have. But he had two in this collection. It looks a little bit different, but it's the same concert, same bootleg. They use different color paper. They use different color jackets, etc. So, Calvin, if you decide you want that, let me know. If not, Brian says he'll take it. I'll lay that over here in pending for right now. Let's see what this Go-Go's record is. This is the Go-Go's. Everybody's... Let's see what we have here. It's definitely a bootleg. I wish I could tell you exactly. We're going to start it at $35. We're going to start it for $35. The Go-Go's. Everybody's Fantasy, including Vacation, maybe. Very nice. Never seen that before. I really can't tell you what it is, though. So, there it is. I'm assuming some kind of live recording. I'm assuming it's a live recording. So, there's the Go-Go's. Vintage bootleg. Calvin said he'll take this. And Jake, put this also in the to be cleaned and re-sleeve pile. That's another buy it now. Same price as the other one. $61 to Calvin Ward. $61 for Calvin Ward. Okay. We have Devo. Sing If You're Glad to Be Devo. Live. Here's another one of those San Francisco recordings. August 3rd, 1977. Devo. This is live, and it has early demos. $45 start. San Francisco, 1977, and early demos for $45 start. Very clean vinyl. Vintage Devo bootleg there. That's a $45 start. That's up for bid. Up for bid. Devo. Go-Go's is also up for bid. All right, let me resume the bin here. Colin, I'm going to keep everything sticker price right now. Whenever I do a big recap later tonight, I will entertain offers. Unless you're asking for a price, you may just be asking what the price was, but if so, let me go ahead and find that for you. Or if you were making an offer, we might can talk. But right now, I'm not saying I'm not going to take that, but if I start taking offers now, then it changes the whole dynamic of the show. Marillion, Brief Encounter. This is $29.99. Marillion, Brief Encounter. This is a 5-track mini LP. That is $29.99. Bob Dylan, Pat Garrett, and Billy the Kid, $34.99. The Little Axe it was $12.99. I didn't tell you that. $12.99 on that. $12.99. Orbison Songs, $19.99. Roy Orbison Songs, and the Beatles 65. This is an Orange Capital label, $24.99. The Beatles 65, $24.99. Colin said sold. He'll go ahead and take it. I didn't want to feel like I was being a stickler over $3, but I wait to a certain point at the night and I flip on the best offer. You may have just been asking the price, so that's sold to Colin. The Go-Go's, by the way, is at Jim Nielsen. He has that for $60. No bid yet on Devo. Looking for a $45 start on that. Kenny Rogers with Hop Sticker, $9.99. Nicolette Larson, all dressed up and no place to go. Nicolette is $9.99. And Jane Fink says, I'll take Fanny. Fanny is sold to Jane Fink. King Crimson has not been auctioned yet. Final call on the Go-Go's for $60. Michelle's out. If anybody else was bidding, let me know. Brian Arrigo's at $45 on Devo. Pieces, Mariah. That's $24.99. Pieces, Mariah. Elton John, Honky Chateau, $34.99. Elton John, Honky Chateau, $34.99. That's an original uni pressing. Elton John, Honky Chateau, $34.99. That's a uni pressing. Billy Mardones, or Mardones, one of the two, Live Sides, a 1980 promo, $12.99. Brian Arrigo is the new high bidder on both auctions. He has Devo for $45, and now he has the Go-Go's for $65. Those are for final calls, especially on Devo. We have Little Feat, Hoy Hoy. This is $26.99. Little Feat, Hoy Hoy. This is $26.99. Little Feat Hoy. Hoy. That's a 2 LP compilation. $26.99. Also, Andrew Jackson Jihad. This is $29.99. Andrew Jackson Jihad. $29.99. People who can eat people are the luckiest people in the world. Wow. $29.99. Andrew Jackson Jihad. We have Roseanne Cash. This is a promo copy that has a press kit of Roseanne Cash King's Record Shop. This is $34.99. Gold stamp promo. Okay, Jim Nelson has the high bid on the Go-Go's at $75. Nobody else bid on Devo. This is sold to Brian Arrigo for $45. That's sold to Brian Arrigo for $45. That one is sold. Brandon Jackson wants the Andrew Jackson Jihad. That's sold to Brandon Jackson. And now the Go-Go's are between Brian and Jim Nelson. Vintage bootleg there. All right, let me grab something else over here out of the bin. Let's do the, I got another Clapton promo. I have an Eric Clapton promo. This is a white label promo. This is a white label promo of, I think this one's just called Clapton. He has an album called Eric Clapton. He has an album called Clapton. And this is a 1973 promo. Yes, see if you can do it on Facebook. So, well, yeah, we got to block McKnight Arvid 10. Jake's in the process of blocking them. So, oh, yeah. Well, if you ban him on Restream, he can still comment on Facebook. So, or did you ban him on Facebook or on Restream? Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. So this is a 73 promo. This is a $20 start. This is a white label promo of Eric Clapton, white label promo. This is in actually very nice condition. Check this out. White label promo, very high grade record. I hadn't even cleaned it yet, which I will do. It looks very nice right out of the sleeve. I could tell it was nice. The sleeve was turned up the right way, and it was crisp when I pulled it out. That is a $20 start. That's called Clapton. $20 start on that. 1973 promo. Has the promo sticker. There's a little bit of cover damage right here. It looks like maybe something was peeled off or it got stuck to it, and that is a $20 start. The Go-Go's is at 80, and the Go-Go's is at 83. Colin Butler, you were second on AJJ. You were second on that. Okay, Roy Buchanan is sealed. Dancing on the Edge. Sealed Roy Buchanan, $24.99. It looks like Delbert McClinton's with him as well. $24.99. Roy Buchanan, My Babe, $19.99 for Roy Buchanan. The other one was sealed. And Rod Stewart Smiler, $24.99 for Rod Stewart Smiler. Eric Clapton's just a $20 start, a white label promo. Kelly Bagwell wants Buchanan. Let me know if you want Dancing on the Edge or if you want My Babe, or you can have both of them. We have Vision Shared Folkways, a tribute to Woody Guthrie and Leadbelly, $19.99. Jim Nelson wants the Roseanne Cash with the promo kit. That's really cool. I didn't show everything, but it has a promo, and it has a promo kit. See, it has a folder and all kinds of press materials about the album. Jim Nelson, that's sold to you. Michael's at 20 on Clapton. Kelly Bagwell wanted this Roy Buchanan. And now we have a final call on the Go-Go's. That's at $83 of Jim Nelson. That's a final call. The Blue Sky Boys. The Blue Sky Boys is $19.99. The tribute album was $19.99. Tribute album, $19.99. Tribute. Wow, well, look at all the people playing on here. Dylan, Willie, U2, Bruce Springsteen, Brian Wilson, Mellencamp, Taj Mahal, Little Richard. That is $19.99. Final call on the Clapton promo for $20. Michael Nath. This is sold to Michael Nath, the tribute album. Next is Elvin Bishop, Live, Raising Hell, $24.99. And we have FM, City of Fear, $12.99. Okay, the Go-Go's is sold to Jim Nelson for $83. And final call on Eric Clapton, a white label promo. I'm trying to drop some hints here. Michael doesn't want me dropping hints. I'm trying my best to. A white label promo. Let's do Leonard Skinner. Leonard Skinner. It's misspelled, but it looks better. Leonard Skinner. This is live in Great Britain. This is Great Britain. British Skinner. No, they're playing in the UK. I just kind of imagine them playing in the UK. I guess they were, I just think of Leonard Skinner. I just think of them as a Southern rock band, I can't imagine them playing in front of some British accented people. Just don't make sense to me. But I guess, I don't know, I guess they were liked everywhere, or at least they were liked over there, because they played in Great Britain on January 27th and February 14th. This is on the Cornyphone label. It's a soundboard. It has great sound quality, and that is a $45 start. This is a vintage Leonard Skinner bootleg, live in the UK, 1977, Cornyphone label, $45 start. $45 start. Recorded in Great Britain. Double Trouble, Saturday Night Special, Give Me 3 Steps, Sweet Home Alabama, Call Me the Breeze, I'm a Risky Rock and Roller, Free Bird. That is up to bid. They do speak English over there, but I just can't. Yes, they do speak English. I just can't imagine, the British sounding people listening to Free Bird, with their, I just don't. Does anybody know what I'm saying? So I think some people understand what I'm saying. I can't imagine that. The Smugglers, Atlanta Whiskey Flats. This is 1999. They just seem much more like a well-calmed group of people over there. And I think Leonard Skinner comments, I think of just like craziness and, just live in Alabama. We have the Smugglers, Atlanta Whiskey Flats. Now, this looks like a bootleg, but I don't think it is. 1999, the Smugglers, Atlanta Whiskey Flats. This is 1999. 1999. So we did, my hint worked, and Jesse Rome bid 22 on Eric Clapton. Michael Nath bid 25. Jesse Rome is at 27. Leonard Skinner 45. Leonard Skinner 45. Leonard Skinner 55. Eric Clapton, we had another $25 bid, but Michael Nath has it for 25. No, Jesse has it for 27 already. Leonard Skinner 50. Leonard Skinner 60. And Leonard Skinner 65. Genesis, Seconds Out, $29.99. Genesis, Second House. Now this looks like a band that would be playing in the UK. Genesis. That is $29.99. I'm going to stir up the British. I know I'm going to start another war. Genesis, Seconds Out. We have Linda Ronstadt, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, $14.99. That is a very clean looking copy. $14.99. Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls, $9.99. And we have Little Feat Dixie Chicken, $24.99. Little Feat Dixie Chicken, $24.99. Let's see here. Leonard Skinner 50, Leonard Skinner 60, Leonard 60, 65, Leonard Skinner 70, Jane Fink on Linda Ronstadt. Jane gets Linda. That's true. Yeah, there's some hard rocking bands from the UK. I just always felt like Leonard Skinner, quote, Southern rock was more of a regional band, but it's just weird seeing them playing in England. So I'm out on Eric Clapton. Okay, so Michael Nath is, Michael Nath's out on Eric Clapton. Jesse Rome has this for $27. Final call. $27, final call. Leonard Skinner 75. Chris Bijak on Little Feat. Chris Bijak got Little Feat. Leonard Skinner's at 75. Live in Great Britain. We have Marshall Tucker Band, $14.99. See, I see Marshall Tucker Band, and I don't know if they played in London, but if they did, I would just be surprised, because I just think of them playing in like Tennessee, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Florida, Texas, South Carolina. That's what I think of Marshall Tucker. I don't really see them performing in New York, but I guess they do. Niles Lofgren. This is $14.99. Well, I know they do, but just that means their music's great. If you're reaching other continents in Southern rock music, that means you were doing a good job, as Leonard Skinner did. Dave Mason, Let It Flow, $9.99. $9.99. And Little Feat, Feats Don't Fail Me Now, $19.99. Little Feat, Feats Don't Fail Me Now. There's another Little Feat. And we have the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number, $19.99. So Chris Bijak got the less Little Feat. Let's go ahead and sell Jesse Rome, the Eric Clapton, for $27. Final call on Leonard Skinner, playing to the Redcoats. He's at 75. Darren Myers at 75 on that. Tracy McFadden gets the Marshall Tucker band, and that is sold to Tracy McFadden. Leonard Skinnard is a final call. Now, let's put up this King Crimson. Here's one I didn't get to, and ever since I kind of snuck a picture of this out, actually in a post from about 2 weeks ago, people have been asking about this, so I'm kind of disappointed I don't have the details ready for this. But I know one thing. It looks cool. It's a compilation of all their covers. I mean, just look at that. King Crimson. There's nothing much here on the back. This is a, let's see, King Crimson live in 81, 82. And so it's King Crimson live in 81 and 82. I guess that's what it is. Okay, actually, this is an insert. This is like a cardboard insert. Jake, can we block Wayne Allen, please? This is a cardboard insert that came with it, it looks like. So it's King Crimson. I'm glad that's in there. Live in 81 and 82. And the vinyl's very nice. And this is a $55 start. King Crimson. $55 start. Very cool. Vintage bootleg of King Crimson. Live 81, 82. I didn't really know what that was until right now. That is now up for bid. We have a new bid on Leonard Skinnard for $80. Darren Myers out, and Darren had the last bid at $75. So Autumn, you have that for $80, and that's a final call. We have the Fabulous Thunderbirds, hot number, $19.99, and Lonnie Mack, Strike Like Lightning. Lonnie Mack is $24.99. That's in shrink wrap with a clip corner. Also, we have Joe Cocker, Something to Say, $19.99. So, King Crimson's at 60 with Gilbert, and Leonard Skinnard's a final call for $80. And Fabulous Thunderbirds. Stevie Ray Vaughan plays on this? Wow. Was you talking about this one? Didn't realize that. Has the original inner sleeve, $19.99, and a gold stamp promo on the back. Gilbert's at 60 on that, on Lonnie Mack. Oh, yes, I remember that one. Yeah, well, I flipped it over that time, and yep. Very cool. In shrink wrap, $24.99. Also, Holly Near, Fire in the Rain. Holly Near's $12.99. That's in shrink wrap. This is the soundtrack to Midnight Cowboy. Everybody's talking. $14.99. $14.99. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. $19.99. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Gatefold with the booklet, $19.99. The Moody Blues, On the Threshold of a Dream, $14.99. Styx, The Grand Illusion, $19.99, and Genesis, and then there were three. Genesis was $24.99, and then there were three. All right, this is sold for $80 to Autumn Betts. King Crimson is a final call to Gilbert for $60. Final call for $60. And we have Kelly Bagwell on Lonnie Mack. That is sold to Kelly Bagwell. So Leonard Skinnard's a final, or excuse me, Gilbert has King Crimson for $60. And that's a final call on that. So I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants to bid, now is the time. I'm going to put up another Van Halen, and I've also got this Albert King that we're going to auction. Very Desirable Blues album. It is a Sunday's reissue, but we'll do it in just a second. Don Alker's at 63 on King Crimson. Scott Gardner is going to take this nice-looking copy of Grand Illusion. Here's what we're going to do for the rest of the night. I do have a whole nother crate of new stuff that we've never been through before. I'm going to go through those, and then I've got 3 on-sale crates. I've got 3 on-sale crates, and this next crate is really cool, too. I see some stuff by Hall & Oates, like a Greatest Hits. I see some Molly Hatchet. I see some Hurricane, some Keith Richards, some Santana, more Stones, Elvis, James Bond, John Lennon. And then I'm going to do some on-sale stuff. We're going to do some stuff half off, so lots to go through. Gilbert, you've actually been outbid on King Crimson. So you have been outbid on that. Don Alker's at 63. Let me know if you want back in. Look at this Van Halen bootleg. And I'm pretty sure that looks like the inner sleeve. I think that's the inner sleeve for 5150, the cover of this. So Van Halen, this is live at Barton Coliseum in Little Rock, Arkansas. This is Barton Coliseum, Little Rock, Arkansas. $65 start. That is Sammy Hagar. 1986, $65 start, 2 LP. $65 2 LP on that. So actually, the King Crimson, Gilbert, it's at 63 with Don Alker. If you want to bid, you've got to outbid him. So this is still active for bid. You've got to bid more than $63. So let me know if you want to bid more than 63. If so, put KC and then your bid. Very nice copy. Also has the insert with it. Don has that for 63. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'll pull out. Well, we'll definitely have new stuff. Paul and John will both be here pricing. So we'll have a ton of new records, lots if they're both here pricing. And then auctions, I'm probably going to do more stuff like, it's going to be more random stuff from the Pittsburgh collection, just like this. It will be vintage bootlegs, promo copies, odd and unusual records, all from that collection. And we've kind of got all the auction stuff in one area, and every night we pull out 40, 50 auctions and get them ready for the next night. So I'm just going to read what's left in here. That's Art Tatum. If you want prices, let me know. Pink Floyd, The Wall, Joe Pass, Styx, Count Basie, Lonnie Mack, Neil Diamond, Marillion, Bob Dylan, Roy Orbison, The Beatles, Kenny Rogers, Nicolette Larson. I don't know if this is Mariah or Pieces. I'm pretty sure it's Mariah. Elton John, Honky Chateau, featuring Rocket Man, Beanie Mardones, Little Feat, Roy Buchanan, Rod Stewart, The Blue Sky Boys, Elvin Bishop Live, FM City of Fear, The Smugglers Atlanta Whiskey Flats, Genesis Seconds Out, Dan Fogelberg, Niles Lofgren, Dave Mason Let It Flow, Little Feat, Joe Cocker, The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Holly Near, Midnight Cowboy, Rick Wakeman, Moody Blues, and Genesis, and then there were 3. So back up to the top, we had Van Halen 65, Van Halen 69, Van Halen 70, Van Halen 75, Van Halen 80. Gilbert's back in on the King Crimson at 65, Van Halen 84, Van Halen 85, Van Halen 90. Yeah, I can slip in some Led Zeppelin too. I forgot I had all those over here too. Rod Stewart Smiler, Jack Suslak, that was $24.99. And King Crimson's at 66. Van Halen's at 95. Van Halen's at 100. So Van Halen's at $100, and King Crimson's at 66. Gilbert, you are outbid on that. If anybody wants any prices on that, I know I went through them very fast. They're still available. Let's go ahead and go through some new stuff. I've got these literally like right beside me, so don't hesitate to ask what was something. I can pull it, show it to you, or I might even know from memory. I usually double check just in case. All right. All righty. So Van Halen is at 100. And Gilbert, let me know if you want back in on King Crimson. Back in on King Crimson. Okay. Jack, everything is sticker price right now. We have John Lennon Double Fantasy. This is $22.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $22.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $22.99. These are all new vintage arrivals. Rolling Stones Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass. This is $34.99. That's a blue London stereo label, $34.99. Also, Rolling Stones Tattoo You, $34.99. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, $34.99. That is the Rolling Stones Tattoo You, and that is a U.S. original copy. Van Halen is a vintage bootleg. This is a vintage bootleg from Barton Coliseum, Little Rock, Arkansas, 1986, March 28th, 1986. High bid is at $100 for Brandon Jackson. Jim Nielsen's out. He was the next high bidder, so that's a final call. Looks like Gilbert's out on King Crimson, so Don Alker, you get that for $66. I'll put that right here, Jake. And Michelle Baker Miller gets John Lennon. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Our next auction is Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. I'm actually going to start this for $15. This is $15 start, classic blues album, Born Under a Bad Sign. It's a Sundazed 180-gram reissue, $15 start. $15 start on Albert King. We have James Bond, 13 original themes. $19.99 for James Bond, 13 original themes. Nat King Cole sings, George Shearing plays. That's $9.99. And Elvis. There is some cover damage right here. This is Elvis, a Golden Celebration. This is $49.99. It's a numbered collectible. $49.99 for the Elvis box set. Jetstream on Nat King Cole. Final call on Van Halen. 100. I'm about to sell it to Brandon Jackson. Let me step over here and grab one of our next auctions. You know what? We might actually put up a Led Zeppelin record. I got some the other night I didn't get to, so let's do it. I've got still several in the original crate to get to, but I have some others here. So we have Nat King Cole, The Very Thought of You with Gordon Jenkins. $9.99 for that Nat King Cole. And Get Your Yayas Out, the Rolling Stones, $34.99. Get Your Yayas Out. Blue London label, $34.99. Van Halen sold to Brandon Jackson for $100. Next is Led Zeppelin, Dazed and Confused. Uh-oh. If you missed last night, we had an epic Zeppelin night. Man, that was a wild night of auctions. This is a 2012. This is 1969 BBC Sessions. $35 start on blue vinyl. This is on blue vinyl. Dazed and Confused. That's $69. This is an unofficial Led Zeppelin 69 BBC Sessions. $35 start. Led Zeppelin Dazed and Confused. $35 start. That's 1969 BBC Sessions. Let the bidding begin. I need one of those starting guns to shoot up in the air. That is at $35, $45, now $50, and Albert King is at $20 with Michael Nath. Scott Gardner bid $22. FM is a great Canadian prog band that toured with Rush. That was in the last bin. If anybody's interested in that, if you're into some prog rock, I can give you the price and information on that. Halloween Horrors. That's in shrink wrap, $34.99. Very nice copy. It looks unplayed. These are usually beat the heck. Hard to find them in those conditions. $34.99. We have the Rolling Stones Some Girl, $64.99. An original unedited cover. Very clean, very nice. Some Girls, $64.99. Halloween Horrors, Rolling Stones. This is San Francisco. This is a sampler from the San Francisco label. The San Francisco label was a subsidiary of Atlantic. It was artists such as Tower of Power, Victoria, Cold Blood, David Lannon, Hammer. That is $19.99. We have Daryl Hall. Daryl Hall is sealed, $24.99. Did I miss a question on Kicks? Just got on. Any word on Kicks that dropped today? If you pre-ordered it, everybody got one. If you on a waiting list, or if you want on a waiting list, we should have more next week. But if you got a pre-order, everybody got one. That was done last night. But we're sold out and we're waiting for more. So Led Zeppelin, the last bid I said was 45 or 50. Now it's at 65, now 75, now 90, now 100. Craig Ruth first on Daryl Hall. That's one we don't see too often. That's sold to Craig Ruth, Jeff McMaster second, John Leal third. We need to do a final call on Albert King. Scott Gardner has it for 22. Michael Nath, let me know if he's back in. That got mixed in with the Led Zeppelin bids. Michael Nath bid 25. That means Scott Gardner, you're out on Albert King. And Michael Nath has it for 25. Led Zeppelin's at 115. The Guess Who, Flavors, $14.99 for the Guess Who. Babe Ruth, Stealin' Home. Babe Ruth is $19.99. Stealin' Home, Orange Kappa label, Babe Ruth, $19.99. The Trick or Treat, I'm getting like 5 more. I think I got 3 more people on a waiting list. We're getting 5 more next week. So GC, they're sending me the last of those next week. So if you're one of the few people, we'll go ahead and take down your name. Put GC Colleton down on Trick or Treat. I think you're on my spreadsheet, but just in case, I think I've got 5 extras of those coming. But I think we already have 3 or 4 people waiting for that. Jim Hickson's going to get Babe Ruth. Next is Santana's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Santana's Greatest Hits. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, $14.99. And Hall & Oates, Rock and Roll Soul Part 1, $19.99. Hall & Oates, Rock and Roll Soul Part 1. That is $19.99. That's a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. Hall & Oates Greatest Hits, Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, Santana's Greatest Hits, and the Performance Soundtrack. That is $19.99. Scott Gardner is back in on Albert King at $26. Wolves Council bid $28. And we have Led Zeppelin, a final call with Barry Seagrave at $115. Dazed and Confused, 1969 BBC Sessions on blue vinyl. Final call for $115. Jim Nielsen gets the Rod Stewart. We have James Rayner on Hall & Oates. And we have Albert King at 30 and Led Zeppelin at 125. New bids on both auctions, 30 and 125. 30 and 125. Next is David Bowie and Mick Jagger, Dancing in the Streets, 12-inch single, $14.99. Michael Nass album on Albert King, Wolf's Counsel's back in at 32. Keith Richards, Talk is Cheap, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $24.99. Shakedown gets the David Bowie, Mick Jagger, Dancing in the Street. Jamming with Edward. This is Nicky Hopkins, Ry Cooder, and then 3 members of the Rolling Stones, Jagger, Wyman, and Watts. That is $34.99, Jamming with Edward. Both are really clean copies. Hurricane. Hurricane is $24.99. $24.99 for Hurricane. And Elton John, Victim of Love, $19.99. Led Zeppelin's at $135. Led Zeppelin's at $140. Scott Gardner, let me know if you want back on Albert King because Wolf's Counsel has it for $32. Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To? Tony Bennett is $9.99. The Golden Guitar of Chet Atkins. That's a Candlelight 3 LP compilation, $19.99. 3 LP compilation. Scott's got out on Albert King. Barry Seagrave is back in on Led Zeppelin, $150. And Jason Conklin wants Hurricane. That is sold to Jason Conklin, Hurricane. You Can't Love 'Em All, Dean Martin, $9.99. Dean Martin. And Frank Sinatra, Some Nice Things I've Missed. Sinatra is $14.99. So now we can do a final call on Albert King for $32. And the Led Zeppelin's between Brian and Barry. Barry has it for $150. Jason got Hurricane. Bob Dylan, The Little White Wonder, Volume 3. Bob Dylan is $29.99. Bob Dylan. And we have Diana Ross and the Supremes, Anthology. That's a triple LP, Diana Ross, pretty much a greatest hits, $29.99. Jetstream first on Dean Martin and Michael Nath first on Bob Dylan. Brian's out on Led Zeppelin. Barry has that for $150. Let's go ahead and sell the Albert King to Wolf's Counsel for $32. And as soon as I sell Led Zeppelin, I'll put up 2 new auctions, which is going to be in any second now. Juice Newton, Old Flame, $9.99. U.S. Bonds, Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Molly Hatchet, Double Trouble Live, $26.99. Double Trouble Live. James Taylor, Mud Slide Slim, $22.99. The Hooker auction. Sure, we are talking about John Lee Hooker, and I have another XTC to auction. Make sure Facebook doesn't flag us there. You got to be careful of our comments. Mark Quarum wants Molly Hatchet. Molly Hatchet is sold to Mark Quarum and Kelly Bagwell on Chet. That was the triple album, Chet Baker here. All right, so Led Zeppelin is sold to Barry Seagrave for $150. Our next 2 auctions. I'll do another Led Zeppelin in just a second. John Lee Hooker. I don't have the information on this one, so let's figure out what we have here. It says John Lee Hooker with John Mayall with the Groundhogs, Cleve Records. It looks like an unofficial. I'm assuming that's what it is. It's also one of the few bootlegs I've seen in this collection that's in VG condition. It is in VG condition. And let's see, somebody's wrote on pen who's on it. John Lee Hooker, T.S. McPhee, John Mayall, Peter Kruenshank, and Ken Pustenlunk. $10 start. John Lee Hooker. Kelly's going to pass on Chet Atkins. XTC, the Black Sea Tour, 1981. This is XTC. Live at the Hammersmith. December 22nd, 1980. $45 start. December 22nd, 1980. XTC, $45 start. That's live, unofficial. XTC, the Black Sea Tour, $45 start. Yes, Led Zeppelin, we don't have to clean it when it was ready to go. The White Album. This is a 1970 Winchester press, $49.99. The White Album, $49.99. A solid EX Plus condition. A solid EX Plus condition. The Beatles, $49.99. Thought it was the other Chet. If it's Atkins, I want it. This is Chet Atkins. Yes, that is Chet Atkins. That's not Chet Baker. That is Chet Atkins. If so, then that's sold to Kelly. I think she does want that. John Lee Hooker's at 10. Michael Nath is at 20 on John Lee Hooker. Gilbert's at 45 on XTC. Gilbert's at 45. Judas Priest, Sin After Sin, $34.99 for Judas Priest. Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper, $14.99. Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper. The Sex Pistols, Last Show on Earth, $29.99. And Elvis, Legendary Performer, Volume 1, $12.99. Thomas is at 25 on John Lee Hooker. XTC is a final call to Gilbert Elia for $45. Final call on that. Lots to transition over to here in a second on the on-sale stuff. But right now, I'm going to read what's left in this bin. Brian Arrigo gets the Sex Pistols. John Lee Hooker's at 30 with Michael Nath. And I'm going to read the titles that's left in this bin. If you want any prices or condition, let me know. We're about to start going through some of our new on-sale stuff. I think the first crate I'm going to do is Buy It Now Best Offer. This is a crate where I've went through and just pulled random great titles, big artists, and or maybe even just good records that hadn't sold that I'm going to entertain offers on. So first, let me read what's left in here. If you want prices, let me know. Big hits, Greengrass or High Tide in Greengrass, the Rolling Stones, Stones Tattoo You, James Bond theme music compilation. You're missing out here. This has Live and Let Die on it by Paul McCartney, and the James Bond theme, and Goldfinger, and Thunderball. We have Elvis. That's a kind of a hits compilation box set. Nat King Cole, more Stones, Halloween Horrors, more Stones, San Francisco label Compler, San Francisco label compilation. I got Cobbler on my mind. Blackberry Cobbler. The Guess Who flavors, Santana's Greatest Hits, the performance soundtracks, Keith Richards' Talk is Cheap, Jamming with Edward, Elton John, Victim of Love, and Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To? James Bond is $19.99, 13 original themes. Great stuff on here. Sheena Easton, For Your Eyes Only. All Time High, Rita Coolidge. Tom Jones, Nancy Sinatra, You Only Live Twice. That's another cool one. Lulu doing The Man with the Golden Gun. That's $19.99. John Lee Hooker is sold to Michael Nath for $30, and XTC is sold to Brian. It's sold to Gilbert Elia for $45. Gilbert, you get the XTC for $45. That is sold at auction to you. Tracy McFadden is going to take the James Bond. That is sold to Tracy McFadden. Thank you. And let's grab a new auction. Did I already set something over there? Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And let's go ahead and do Naz. Okay, so Naz from Philadelphia. Naz from Philadelphia is a 1997. This is actually an official compilation. This is not a bootleg. This is a compilation. At first, I thought it was going to be like a concert. It's actually an official release compilation from 1997. Can't believe they were pressing Naz records in 1997. Just seems like an odd time to be pressing vinyl, especially for Naz, who, Todd Rundgren, of course, but just seems weird that was made in 97 to me. $15 start. $15 start. That's Naz from Philadelphia. And Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, 3 sides live. 3 sides live. This is VG Plus condition. And it truly is 3 sides live. At first, I thought maybe side 4 would have something. It's actually just a blank 4th side. So this is a soundboard. This is a soundboard recording live at Rockplast, August 25th, 1984. It's a $45 start. It is a 2 LP, 3 sides live, TMQ Records, TMQ, VG Plus condition, $45 start. $45 start. Todd Rundgren from Philadelphia. That makes sense. Naz from Philadelphia. Okay, how much was Elvis? The box set, Regina, it's this box set. It's called Elvis, A Golden Collection. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 LPs, $49.99. Michael's at $45 on SRV. Frank Sinatra, Some Nice Things I've Missed. Dinah Ross Anthology. Juice Newton, Gary U.S. Bonds. James Taylor, Beatles White Album. Judas Priest is still available. Sin After Sin, $34.99. Willie Nelson Pretty Paper, and Elvis Legendary Performer. I'm going to set those right over here. If anybody else decides they want anything in there, just let me know. I'm going to go ahead and grab this next crate that I have compiled of Buy It Now Best Offer records while we continue with some of these auctions. Let me go ahead and put those records in that crate. Got an empty crate there for us, Jake. I know we're always needing those. Also, we're about done with our first crate of auctions, so let me set this over here. SRV 45, SRV 15. Final call if you want to get a bid on NAS. If not, if you don't want to bid, it's about to be a buy it now. So it's a $15 start. NAS from Philadelphia. All right. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 55 with Shane Devers. These are all going to be buy it now best offer. I'm going to show them to you. I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you the price. You can go ahead and buy it, or you can make an offer on it. And then after this, I got 2 crates of half off records lined up. So these are like hand-picked titles, buy it now best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. The Rolling Stone Some Girls, we just had one in another crate. This one's in VG condition, $44.99. VG condition, it is the original unedited cover, $44.99 on Some Girls. Neil Young, Harvest, VG condition, $14.99. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. Heart of Gold's on here. VG condition, $14.99. VG condition. Honeymoon Suite, VG Plus condition, $17.99. Honeymoon Suite, VG Plus, $17.99. Cream, Wheels of Fire, a 68 Pittman press, no condition notes, $44.99. Original label, very nice EX Plus copy. Cream, Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, Jack Bruce, a 68 Pittman, $44.99. I can't believe that didn't sell the first night I showed it. We got new bids on Stevie Ray Vaughan, 56 and now 60. Thomas offered 44 for Rolling Stone. He offered 38 for the Rolling Stones. It was marked 44. Jake, that sold to Thomas for $38. Chris Gardner got Neil Young for $12. And Sarah Long is going to grab the Cream at sticker, and that was sold to Sarah Long. Stevie Ray Vaughan's now at $75. If anybody wants NAS, it's a buy it now for $15. NAS is a buy it now for $15. No respect for Todd Rundgren and NAS. Great music there. That is a buy it now for $15. Our next auction is going to be Janis Joplin. You heard me right. This is a soundboard recording. This is a soundboard recording from Honolulu, July 6, 1970. It's actually sealed. Vintage bootleg. It's sealed. It's never been opened. $40 start. Get it while you can. Janis Joplin, soundboard recording from Honolulu, July 6, 1970. $40 start. Okay, we have Jeff McMaster on NAS. That is a $15 buy it now. Thank you, Jazz. I almost said thank you, Jazz. I combined Jeff and NAS. Thank you, Jeff, on the NAS. Jane, you were second. That sold for $15, Jake. That needs to go on the clean pile, by the way. Jane, you were second. We have Janis Joplin 40, 45, and another $45 bid. Sarah put Cream 40. Sarah, I will sell you that for $40, but just keep in mind, so in future references, after you claim something, make sure that you actually want it on the buy it now best offer. I'm all for offers, but in another time, if somebody else would have made an offer, it would have been confusing. But I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $40. Make sure you get your offer in first with your claim. We still got Honeymoon Suite, VG Plus $17.99. And we have the Rolling Stones 12x5 Red Label Mono, VG Plus $39.99. No reason to be sorry. Just wanted to clarify that. Rolling Stones 12x5. Sometimes in the buy it now best offer bin, somebody will go ahead and claim something, and then later they'll make an offer. And I'm like, well, you've kind of already bought it, but just to be fair, I was like, you can go ahead and just make sure you make your offer first. I will probably sell it to you for a cheaper price, but make sure you get your offer in first. Okay, this is a Rolling Stones. This is in VG Plus condition. This is $39.99. This is 12x5 in mono, VG Plus condition, $39.99. Okay, Janis Joplin was at 45, and let me update Stevie Ray Vaughan for a second. Shane Devers has Stevie Ray Vaughan for $75. That is the high bid on that. That's going once, going twice. We sold Sarah Cream for $40. Thank you. Jeff and Master got Naz. Then we have Janis Joplin, 45. Michael Nath was in first at 45. Michael Nath was going to claim the stones. He's passing because it is in VG. Yeah, this is, did I actually show that? VG Plus, $19.99. I got distracted there. Red Label Mono, VG Plus condition, $39.99. So Stones, Honeymoon Suite, I'm getting tongue twisted. I need some more caffeine. Led Zeppelin is $79.99. EX condition, $79.99. That's because it's a German pressing, an original German pressing with Bob Ludwig mastering. This is an RL pressing, EX condition, $79.99. Very nice German vinyl cut by Bob Ludwig Sterling. EX, $79.99. Somebody needs to highly consider adding that to their collection. Next is Talking Heads is $44.99. Talking Heads is $44.99. Speaking in Tongues, $44.99. Speaking in Tongues. It has the original inner sleeve with it. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, $44.99. So Jeff McMaster's at $66 on Janis Joplin. That's the new high bid. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $75 with Shane Devers. That's a final call. That's a final call. We're going to sell Chris Gardner, Led Zeppelin, for $75. Barry offered $70. Chris is in first at $75. Sarah, don't worry about the Stones deal. Or don't worry about the Cream deal. No worries on that. Talking Heads, back-to-back Talking Heads. VG condition on this, $24.99. This is Talking Heads, more songs about buildings and food. I'm just glad you got it. I can't believe no one bought it the last time. That has one of my favorite songs on it, White Room, and it was the original pressing. VG condition, $24.99. 78 Jacksonville Press. John Cougar, American Full. This is $19.99. John Cougar, American Full, $19.99. John Cougar, $19.99. Janis Joplin's at $50. So Jeff, you're out. Darren, you're out. Somebody else was out. Let's go ahead and sell this to Shane Devers for $75. He gets that for $75. Thomas offered $17 for the Talking Heads. Thomas, I will sell this to you for $19. Can't believe no one's buying the Talking Heads. $2 bump on that one. That's just been here since September. All right, we have Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Night Moves, $29.99. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Night Moves, $29.99. Very clean copy in shrink wrap. Thomas said, okay. Talking Heads, $19. Janis Joplin's at $50 of Michael Nath. Darren, you're out. Jeff, you're out. Going once, going twice. Sealed soundboard recording from Honolulu. What do we have over here in the Led Zeppelin crate? Wow. How about Led Zeppelin live at the Paris Theater, 1971? This also would have been BBC Sessions on red vinyl, a $35 start. Led Zeppelin, Paris Theater. Most of the BBC Sessions were done at the Paris Theater from all these bootlegs I've looked up in the last 2 minutes. If there's something BBC Sessions, that must have been where the BBC was at or did a lot of their live broadcasting from, Paris Theater. So this is a $35 start. It's on red vinyl. Very cool. Nice jacket. Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, John Paul Jones, and John Bonham. In my opinion, it's hard to beat them for what they did in 9 years, or 10 years really. That is up for bid. 50, 75, 52. We have a Mark Quarum on Bob Seger. That's sold to Mark Quarum. Wolves Council, 12 on Honeymoon Suite. That's sold to Wolves Council. Led Zeppelin's at 75. We have Janis Joplin at 55. These are all buy it now, best offer. This is a hand-selected, like I can't believe these didn't sell crate. Don't hesitate to make offers. It's Friday night. We're here to sell them. The Doors, the Soft Parade, $34.99. This is a gatefold, $34.99. Butterfly Electro label. Very clean, $34.99. Looks like it's an SRC pressing. Led Zeppelin's at 80. Creedence Clearwater Revival, the Royal Albert Hall Concert, $29.99. The Royal Albert Hall Concert, $29.99. Janis Joplin, Pearl, $34.99. Very nice vinyl. Decently nice jacket. It's known for heavy ring wear. Not on that one. Bow Wow Wow, I Want Candy, an original, $29.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second while I take a drink of water. All right. Thank you for allowing me to have a timeout. Jake, that honeymoon suite was sold to Wolves Council for $12, and the Bob Seger goes to Mark Querum. Jake was in the back when those sold. So Mark Querum got Bob Seger. Wolves Council got honeymoon for $12. We were at 100 on Led Zeppelin, 65 on Janis Joplin. Michelle Miller offered 11 for JC. This would be $15 if that's what you're offering 11 for. I would do 15 on that. Jetstream, I'll go ahead and sell you CCR for 20 on Led Zeppelin offer. Chris, yes, you got Led Zeppelin for $75, I think. Yeah, you got Led Zeppelin for $75, yes. Michelle said so that sold a Jetstream for 20. This sold Michelle for 15. They're still bidding on Janis Joplin and Led Zeppelin. These are still getting bids back here, so I'll let those keep going. Another Janis Joplin, VG Plus condition. I got them old Cosmic Blues again, Mama. Original label, too. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Yes, the Kicks pre-order is in. Everybody got one. We have Bow Wow Wow sold to Wolves Council for $25. I Want Candy. Steely Dan Gaucho, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Steely Dan Gaucho, Bob Lugwood mastering. His initials, you put his initials on something, you know it's going to sound good. Or when he put his initials on something. Steely Dan Gaucho, VG Plus, $24.99 on that. Barry's out on Led Zeppelin. Brian Arrigo has the Led Zeppelin for $120. Paris Theater, 71 BBC sessions on red vinyl. Led Zeppelin unofficial. That is at $120 to Brian Arrigo. And the Janis Joplin was at $70, and then Michael Nath bid $72. Jesse Hood's at $125 on Zeppelin. So Michael Nath is the high bidder on Janis for $72. Gaucho, Hey 19. Songs from the Wood, a great Jethro Tull album. VG Plus, $14.99. Give it a try. I'm telling you, first time I put it on, it was a musical experience. VG Plus, $14.99. Songs from the Wood. It's not for everybody, though, but I like it. Paul Simon, There Goes the Rhymin' Simon. This has hit songs such as Kodachrome on it, and Something So Right, and Loves Me Like a Rock. That's an EX condition, $17.99. The classic Paul Simon, one of the greatest songwriters of all time. It's hard to argue with that. Ray Charles, this is a classic Ray Charles album. It's called What I'd Say. It has the hit song What I'd Say on it. If you're not familiar with that, if you go listen to it, you'll know what I'm talking about. VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Ray Charles, What I'd Say. That's an 1841 Broadway Presswell press, so that one. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, the original motion picture soundtrack, The Wrath of Khan, $24.99. As featured in kind of in a couple Seinfeld episodes. They talk about it. I know they talk about this movie in at least 3 Seinfeld episodes, especially when George screams out. They kind of mock it. You know how I guess it's Captain Kirk screams out Khan in the movie, and they kind of do that in the Seinfeld episodes as well. Chris Bijak offered 10 for Ray Charles. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chris Bijak. Led Zeppelin's at $150. We had another $10 bid on Ray Charles. Rich Shockley is going to take the Star Trek. G. Michael, you were second. We had new bids on Janis Joplin. Shane bid $75. Michael Nath bid $85. Shane, you have been outbid. Michael Nath has it for $85. Sealed Janis Joplin. Get it while you can. Vintage bootleg soundboard recording. Rush, All the World's a Stage. VG Plus condition, $39.99. That's an original. All the World's a Stage. VG Plus condition, $39.99. Yes, Yes Shows, $36.99 for Yes, Yes Shows. That is a 2 LP live yes, and it's in very nice condition. $36.99 on that. Now, we put a lot of vinyl on sale last night, and there's one Pink Floyd title that we still got some left of. If you missed it last night, I was doing these for $5 off. I've got them for $35. I want to show them right now in case you missed last night. But this is Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is, I still got several of these for $35. I sold a bunch of them, I'm pretty sure, of this title, but I had a lot of them in stock. So, Learning to Fly. Those are available in case you wasn't on last night during all the Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin sales. I still got that one available for $35. Okay. So, Michael, you were second on the Star Trek. Rich was first, and then you were second. James Raynard is going to offer $35 for Rush. So let's sell that to James Raynard for $35. He got that in before I could sell it to him for sticker price. So sell that to James Raynard for $35. Michael Nass at $95 on Janis Joplin. Shane bid $90. Michael Nass back in at $95. And Nicholas wants one of the Pink Floyds for $35. $35. That is on sale, Jake. I buy it now for $35. Now, we have an out on Led Zeppelin. Jesse said out, and that's going to go to Brian Arrigo for $150 for a final call now. I've got a final call. If you're here to bid on Led Zeppelin records, I'll mix in several more throughout the rest of the sale. Not shell. Sale. Pink Floyd sold to Nicholas. Shane's back in on Janis Joplin at $100. Fred Carnell wants Pink Floyd. That's also sold to Fred Carnell, $35. I have more of those if anybody wants them. Michael Nath is at $115 on Janis Joplin. Neil Young, Comes the Time. I was listening to this the other night, and I didn't realize, of course, his song Lot of Love, which was made famous by Nicolette Larson, I didn't realize that it was on this album. I usually say it has the hit song Comes the Time, but his version of Lot of Love's on here. EX Condition, $32.99. Neil Young, EX Condition, $32.99. How much on Talking Heads? Talking Heads, this is Speaking in Tongues. It is near mint. It's an original 1983 SRC press. It's near mint, cover and vinyl, $44.99, and it has the original inner sleeve. These are all buy it now, best offer. Janis Joplin's at $115. Janis Joplin's at $125. Bryan Adams, Reckless. This is his hit album, EX Condition, $17.99. Shane's back in on Janis at $125. Michael's back in at $135. Led Zeppelin is sold, though, to Brian Arrigo for $150. Mix in some dead. I would, but they're all in the back, and I don't have any tagged. Sarah Long gets Ryan Adams. That's sold to Sarah Long. We're probably going to do Grateful Dead. So next Thursday night, tomorrow, unless I surprise you with a lot of one artist, tomorrow is going to be like tonight. It's going to be stuff all over the place. Very fun show tomorrow night. Next Thursday, for sure, we've already got that one penciled in. Rolling Stones night. Next Thursday. That's going to be some very, very cool stuff. We have enough Rolling Stones records for 5 Rolling Stones nights, but we're going to try to at least knock one out tomorrow. Okay, this record here is actually really tough for me to get a lot of information on. I actually could not find a Discogs listing for it. Maybe somebody can, but very collectible and sought-after band. X. This is a white label promo of X, Burning House of Love. Now, I did find that. I did find the promo Burning House of Love, but I couldn't find one paired in the UK with Love Shack and Wild Thing. And actually, here's the original sleeve that Dale had it in, Rare X promo, and I agree with that. It was not easy for me to find. Actually, I still couldn't find an exact comp of it. So this is a $15 start. This is X. It's a promo copy. Actually, I don't know if it's actually... It's a white label. I don't know. Is it actually marked a promo, though? Let me take another look at it here. At first, you would think it's a promo. It's a white label. It's not actually marked a promo. So it's a 12-inch single of Burning House of Love, Love Shack, and Wild Things. So really hard for me to find a lot of information on that. So it's up for bid now. $15 start. Back up to the top. Sarah Long got Ryan Adams. GC, you were second. Shane's out on Janis Joplin. Michael Nath has that for $135. That is a final call. Final call on that. We've already sold both of the XTC bootlegs. We've already sold both of those tonight. Next album is David Bowie Stage, 2 LP, a fantastic top copy, $44.99. That's a black RCA label, $44.99. David Bowie Stage, $44.99. Do y'all buy cassettes? Do you buy cassettes? Yes and no. We really don't buy them, but we usually end up with them because we get them in with record collections. But yes, we will buy a cassette collection if it's good, especially if you have metal and hard rock. But if it's not metal or hard rock or classic rock, probably not. But yes, we kind of do. Now, I just walked over here to get something, Jake, and I forgot what it was. I walked over here to get something. I forget what it was. No, I don't know why I just did that. My brain, maybe, I don't know. Let's see where we're at. Okay, Jeff McMaster was in first on X for $15. And Janis Joplin is sold to Michael Knapp for $135. I don't know why I just walked over there. I felt like I was about to get something, but now I can't remember why. Let's do... I have another Devo. I forgot about this. How to keep a devotee busy for hours. Turnover. This is a live Devo recording. This is San Francisco 78. I'm pretty sure we've had San Francisco 77 and 79, and this is San Francisco 78. November 10th, 1978, $35 start. This is a Devo Vintage Live Recording, EX condition, $35 start. $35 start. How to keep a devotee busy for hours. This is a $35 start. Jeff McMaster has X for $15. Charlie DeFrank, let me know if you want to bid again. If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Jeff. Devo's a $35 start. How to keep a devotee busy for hours. Crosby, Stills, and Nash replay, EX condition, $17.99. Dire Straits, this is their debut album in shrink wrap, VG Plus, $24.99. Dave Matthews Band, there will not be any Dave Matthews Band in these bins. These are vintage pre-owned records. Dave Matthews Band would only be really on new vinyl. And I know I have Remember Two Things, I have Crash, and that's about really all. I know I'm having some more come in next week. I've got 2 box sets coming in next week, but that's about it. So we have Bob Seger Live Bullet. This is VG Plus condition, $22.99. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band Live Bullet, VG Plus condition, $22.99. Also, Van Halen, their self-titled album, VG Plus condition, $34.99. Van Halen, VG Plus condition, $34.99. That's their self-titled first album. Okay, where was we at? Brian Arrigo has Devo for $35. That's a final call. Charlotte DeFrank is at $16 on X. X 12-inch is Love Shack, maybe performed by the Knitters. It says X up here at the top. Love Shack and Wild Thing. And then over here it says X, like where the artist would be, Burning House of Love. And it is a UK, and I couldn't find anything under that catalog number either. EKR 18T. That had this track and those tracks. Charlotte DeFrank's at $16. Charlotte DeFrank is at $16. Scott Joachimsthaler wants Bob Seger. That's so does Scott Joachimsthaler. And we have U2, The Unforgettable Fire, a VG copy for $17.99. A VG copy, U2, The Unforgettable Fire. So all these in this crate, this is kind of like a recap bin, all buy it now best offer titles. So if you see something, you can buy it now or make a best offer. Dire Straits, this is $34.99. We had a VG Plus copy. This one's near mint with the original under sleeve. Dire Straits, $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. Dire Straits, self-titled. And the Electric Prunes Underground. That's a VG condition, $29.99. It's a 67 mono Canadian import. Paul says it plays much better than it looks. VG condition, $29.99. The Electric Prunes. Bob Dylan is VG Plus, $29.99. This is a 72 Terre Haute. A 72 Terre Haute blonde on blonde. That's in VG Plus condition, $29.99. Bob Dylan. Cat People, music by Giorgio Moroder. This also has the David Bowie song, Putting Out Fire with Gasoline, $19.99. Sell Tom Dearlove this very nice Dire Straits for $30. Charlie DeFrank is back in on X for $18. And Devo is sold to Brian Arrigo for $35. Those are sold. That's now sold. So X is up for bid. Let me see what else I got over here in our bin. Somebody asked for 10,000 Maniacs. I will put that on deck, but I do have another Janis Joplin. This is Jefferson Airplane, excuse me. Jefferson Airplane, Winterland, 1970. This is in VG Plus condition on the vinyl. This is Jefferson Airplane. It's from Winterland, San Francisco, October 4th, 1970, which was a KSAN FM broadcast. VG Plus condition, $25 start. Jefferson Airplane, 1970. That'd be the classic lineup of gray slick. It also has a trademark of quality insert with it. It shows all their titles that you could have bought. They bootlegged a lot of records. That was their entire catalog there. Everything from Zappa to Rod Stewart to the Stones. They got a whole section of Stones bootlegs. Pink Floyd, lots of Bob Dylan. That whole section there is Bob Dylan bootlegs. By the way, that's the only artist Dale didn't sell us, and it continues over here. He didn't sell us his Bob Dylan stuff. Now, Paul's going back up there next week. I don't think he's still going to sell us the Bob Dylan records, but I don't know if Paul's still watching. But I think he has over 900 Bob Dylan records, pretty much different ones. 900 Bob Dylan records. You can imagine with a guy's collection like this. And you see how much this one bootleg company, how many Dylan, those are all different titles. And then this entire half of this page, there's a lot of them. So Jefferson Airplane, this is VG Plus condition. Did I mention it's on blue vinyl? $25 start. $25 start, that's Winterland, October 4th, 1970. VG Plus condition, $25 start. Carol said he'd pay $10 for the insert. Well, I'm kind of already paired it with the auction there, so I'll be on the lookout for those. That's a pretty cool insert, though. Trademark of quality insert. I never had seen one of those before. Back up to the top, we had X at 18. We had Cat People for 16 to Wolves Council. That sold to Wolves Council for $16. Wolves Council got Cat People. X is at 20. David Williams said Jeff for $25. He's already bid $25, David Williams. Kelly, you were second on Cat People. Do you have Blue Oyster Cult? Blue Oyster Cult. Let's see here. Agents of Fortune. I read that a couple times because I was on my way over here to look. I actually may have that. No, I don't. I just did the bees the other night, and I don't have that. Sometimes I do. Yeah, I can make photos of it. I can make you a photocopy of it for $19.99. No, I'm just joking. This is really cool. Or how about I post a picture in the group? How about I do that? I'll take a picture of this, and I'll post a picture in the group. Free of charge. Free of charge. Let's see here. Ask your local record dealer for these trademark of quality albums. That's where you had to lean over the counter and be like, hey, do y'all have any trademark of quality records? You know what I'm talking about? Because they were bootlegs. Okay. So we have I got to Jefferson Airplane for $30. Live 1970 Winterland blue vinyl. Let me remind you, that is on blue vinyl. It is in VG Plus condition. It is in VG Plus condition. Darren Davis is at $30. Charlie's back in on the X single for $21. And X is at $23. We have the Cars EX condition, $32.99. The Cars EX condition, $32.99 on the original red Electra label with the original inner sleeve. This is the Cars. Let the good times roll. Just what I needed. Don't you stop. All mixed up, moving in stereo, and buy love. EX condition, $32.99. David's back in on Jefferson Airplane at $32. Charlie DeFrank's at $25 on X. $25 and $32 on those. The Kinks hits got all the great stuff on it. You Really Got Me. Lola, All Day and All the Night. A Well-Respected Man. $19.99 for the Kinks' greatest hits. We have the Frank Sinatra Story, a 1959 6i, a 1958 6i, $24.99. The Frank Sinatra Story. Wow, that's an early Sinatra label. It's a gatefold, 2LP, $24.99. Glossy cover, very nice. Sold to Jetstream. X is at $25. Jeff's back in at 27. Jefferson Airplane's at 32. That's a final call. I'm going to make sure that, who else was bidding? Darren Davis. Darren, let me know if you want to bid again or if you're out. If not, we'll go ahead and do a final call to David Williams. The best of Uriah Heep, 1999. The best of Uriah Heep from Elvis in Memphis. One of the very more popular and desirable Elvis records. This is not supposed to go with this. There's a photo insert with it. That's not supposed to come with a photo insert, I don't think, but I'll leave it in there. $44.99. $44.99. This is from Elvis in Memphis. This is the original. This is the original orange RCA label. $44.99. This is very clean, and it has a photo insert, which I don't think came with this record. And there it is. Let's see here, motion picture. I really can't date that, but there it is. Very cool. Let's see. Anthony Taylor on the cards. Is that the Anthony Taylor, Jake? That is the Anthony Taylor. This is sold to Anthony Taylor. Thank you. What a classic album there. Jefferson Airplane's at 35, Jefferson Airplane 36, and we have Charlie DeFrank at $30. Right now, it's me and Jake. We're the only one in Collectco right now, Anthony, and we are selling records. Tanner's got a hurt back. I'm sure Seth is at some kind of high school football game. And everyone else that works there is probably glad it's the weekend. The Free Will and Bob Dylan. This is a 67 Terre Haute pressing on the 360 sound label. $39.99. Rich Records watching from up in space. That's pretty cool. 67 Terre Haute. $39.99. That's a Columbia 2i. $39.99. Charlie DeFrank is at $30 on X. Jeff McMaster, you're out. Darren Davis is at $38 on Jefferson Airplane. They're still bidding on that. Paul McCartney, Wings Wildlife, $24.99. Wings Wildlife and REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. Keep on Loving You in shrink wrap. That is a top copy, $22.99. It also has the original inner sleeve. It's clean, $22.99. Elvis has no condition notes on it. It was really nice. It was really nice. It was very nice vinyl. Orange RCA label, which is the original for that. It's a 69 Hollywood press. It was clean. It was nice. $44.99. Jeff's back in on X at 33. G. Michael wants Paul McCartney for 17. We're going to sell him to him for 17. David Williams is back in on Jefferson Airplane at 39. Alice Cooper, Lace and Whiskey. $26.99 for Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. This has the original inner sleeve. It's very clean and very nice. The Beatles, Let It Be, an original 1970 Scranton press, $49.99. The Beatles, Let It Be, an original 1970 Scranton press, $49.99. The Beatles, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, You're Gonna Get It, $39.99. We got some nice looking stuff here. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, You're Gonna Get It on the original Shelter label. That's Tom Petty's second album. It also has a gold stamp promotional mark on it, $32.99. How much was Alice Cooper? Alice Cooper was $26.99. Charlie DeFrank is officially out on X. Jeff has X for $33. That's a final call. David Williams is at $39 on Jefferson Airplane. Darren Davis, let me know if you want to bid again. Next on that was Jim Nielsen on TPH. I'm assuming that was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. If so, that's so to Jim Nielsen. Rich Record was second. Tony Shore was third. Darren Davis is at 40 on Jefferson Airplane. Procol Harum. This is a reissue, but it's still a vintage copy of their self-titled album, which has a wider shade of pale on it. $34.99. So it's a A&M repress. It was originally on Darum. That's from still the early 70s. That is $34.99. Darren, you have Jefferson Airplane for $40. David Williams says he's out. We're about to sell both of these auctions. We're about to sell both of them. Yes, 90125 has a promo sticker on the front. Gold stamp promo on the back, $19.99. This has Owner of a Lonely Heart on it. It also has the original inner sleeve. Yes, $19.99. We're going to sell G. Michael Cooper, the Alice Cooper, for $20. We're going to sell Tony Shore, yes. And we're going to go ahead and end these auctions. So G. Michael got that for $20. That's sold to Tony Shore at sticker. X is sold for $33 to Jeff McMaster. And Jefferson Airplane is sold to Darren Davis for $40. While Jake is tagging those, I'm going to go ahead and put up a couple new auctions. I'm going to reach over here in the Led Zeppelin bin. Uh-oh. And I got this 10,000 Maniacs, which I don't have the information on, but we'll try to figure out what it is. Ooh, Led Zeppelin. Now this is called One Night Stand. We did Paris Theater. We did Dazed and Confused. This is Led Zeppelin, One Night Stand. This is on green vinyl. This is 69 BBC sessions, and this has some of the additional tracks as the subset. So BBC sessions, Led Zeppelin played at the BBC in 69 and 71, and there's releases, these bootlegs, you'll see subset, which is not, I think some of the, I guess they were all one-time broadcast, but they're some of the tracks that I think aren't on normal releases because they're long songs, like You Shock Me, which is supposed to be You Shook Me. That clocks in as 10 minutes and 15 seconds. That's epic. And then How Many More Times at 12 minutes and 31 seconds. It also has Communication Breakdown, I Can't Quit You Baby, Dazed and Confused, and then Jimmy Page's guitar solo, White Summer, and it goes into Black Mountainside. That's a $35 start. This is on green vinyl. So this is pretty much like in that same series. You know, we had Dazed and Confused, we had Paris Theater, more BBC sessions here. This is a $35 start, green vinyl. So here's what the jacket says. One Night Stand, BBC Rock Hour, June 27th, 1969. Wow. Like I said, I would get punched in the face to see that live. Okay, here's the 10,000 Maniacs. This is going to be a $45 start. Never seen anything like this before. This is 10,000 Maniacs. Can't be wrong. I'm assuming it's a, yeah, here we go. Looks like they're live in Maxwell's Hoboken, New Jersey. What month is that? September 26, 1985. And Bottom Line, New York City, March 29, 1988. So 10,000 Maniacs, live vintage bootleg. It is 2 LPs. Looks like 2 different live performances. Michelle's already bid. It's very clean. It's very nice. And Led Zeppelin is at $36.45. And is this translucent vinyl? Very nice. Yeah, it's translucent vinyl. I could tell just by holding it. It was high quality. Wow, translucent virgin vinyl for a bootleg. That's like incredible. It's on translucent brown vinyl. Hoboken, thank you. Hoboken. What was I saying? Hoboken? Okay, Led Zeppelin's at $65 for Barry Seagrave. That's part of that same set that we were bidding on earlier. Get ready for a bidding war between Barry and Brian and whoever was bidding on the other ones. Wow, Leonard Nimoy, Outer Space, Inner Mind. This is Leonard Nimoy, also known as Spock, $29.99. This is a 2 LP. This is a 2 LP gatefold. Leonard Nimoy, Outer Space. What an awesome cover. Fantastic condition. I don't know if I want to discount this too much, because if it don't sell tonight, I may take that home. That's a top copy. Leonard Nimoy, Outer Space, Inner Mind. Tom Petty, Hard Promises. Tom Petty is $34.99. $34.99 for Tom Petty, Hard Promises. $34.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, in shrink wrap, it has the track listing hype sticker on the back, $39.99. $39.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That is $39.99. In shrink wrap. This is a Super Savers reissue from the late 70s, mid-late 70s. Has a very cool track listing sticker on the back, though. You don't see as often. $39.99. Okay, so Led Zeppelin was at $80, and then 10,000 Maniacs was at $55, $55, $60. Led Zeppelin $90. We have Spock $20, and then we have somebody claiming, I think Bryce put IN for Inner Mind, and he was wanting to buy that at sticker price, and so was Mark Querum. Okay, so we have G. Michael. If you want this, it has to be $29.99. If you don't want it for sticker, let me know. If you pass. If not, Bryce Culver's next in line for sticker price, and so is Mark Querum. So that could possibly be sold to G. Michael for $29.99 unless he passes. And then 10,000 Maniacs was at $60. Bryce Culver was the next comment. G. Michael was next. Tom Petty, Michael Bohannon. I hadn't pulled that yet, so that's pending, but we'll go ahead and lay Michael Bohannon's Tom Petty. Led Zeppelin's at 100. 10,000 Maniacs 65. Then there's Mark Querum's spot comment. 10,000 Maniacs is 70. And then Barry's out on Led Zeppelin. 10,000 Maniacs at 75. And he said he will take it. So that is sold to G. Michael for sticker price. I'm glad somebody bought it because I would have bought it. Tom Petty is sold. And there's one more record in here. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough, $17.99. Tough Enough. Are you tough enough? 10,000, or excuse me, the Fabulous Thunderbirds, $17.99. I'm going to go back through this crate in just a moment because there's great. These were all hand selected. I cannot believe these didn't sell. Now, in the group early this morning when I was leaving the store, I posted a flip video of $19.99 on sale vinyl. I haven't tagged all of those yet. But I do have a part 2 of that. I'm about to bring some stuff over that are $19.99. I'm going to bring a handful at a time and just add them into this bin. They're all going to be $19.99 records. That's correct, $19.99. And there's some major markdowns on a few of these. And let me grab them. And then if we sell these, I'll come and back and get some more. But these are all $19.99. They're all new vinyl. I have a whole bin over here of on sale new vinyl. I posted some in the group. I think pretty much everything is sold. After the sale tonight, I will confirm what everybody got by replying to your comments. But the first thing I'm going to do is add these new LPs for $19.99. And I'm going to update everybody on our auction. So Barry's out on Led Zeppelin. Brian Arrigo has this for an even $100. One Night Stand, Led Zeppelin, $100, final call. 10,000 Maniacs is at $90 with Thomas Hujar. That bid just come in. 100 on Zepp, 90 on 10K. These new LPs I'm about to show you, they're new and sealed, and they're $19.99. Casino Royale soundtrack. This is more than half off. These were originally $44.99. It is the soundtrack to a fantastic movie. Of course, I'm partial as a James Bond fan. But I don't think many people disagree with that. Casino Royale is a great movie. First time this was available on vinyl, it's the soundtrack. It includes a poster and 2 printed inner sleeves. Just $19.99. That was $44.99. Then I marked it down to $24.99. It's my last copy. But I had a bunch of those. I got excited when this came out, and I ordered a ton of them. And we sold them pretty well. I've had that for right at a year now. That's our last copy. Elvis Costello. This is right at half off. Music on vinyl. Limited and numbered gold vinyl, limited to 2,500 on gold vinyl. That was $38.99. Now that's $19.99. So Casino Royale, Elvis Costello. I have another movie soundtrack. This is $19.99. This is Venom, music by Ludwig Göransson. I think that's how you say his last name. Very famous film composer. Limited edition 1,500 on black clouds colored vinyl. It also includes a Venom fridge magnet. $19.99 for Venom. Led Zeppelin is sold to Brian Arrigo for $100. 10,000 Maniacs, they're still bidding. Thomas was at 90. Michael was at 100. Michelle's out. Jim Nielsen's out, so it's between Thomas and Michael. Chris Kirkley wants the Elvis Costello. Jake, that was $19.99. That's $19.99. We have Wakanda Forever, Black Panther, music from and inspired. This was originally $50. I've got one left for $19.99. I marked it down half off. Now it's more than half off. $19.99, Black Panther soundtrack. So I got 3 soundtracks in there. We have Casino Royale, Venom, and Black Panther. Love and Rockets, Seventh Dream of a Teenage Heaven, was $29.99. Now $19.99. Love and Rockets, Seventh Dream of a Teenage Heaven. Before I finish this bin, let me go ahead and get our next auction. I have another Jefferson airplane. It's called Fat Angel. This is 1967. And the bottom of the Discogs listing said, great sound quality. I didn't listen to it myself, but somebody down there in the Discogs notes said this is an early 1967 live recording of Jefferson airplanes called Fat Angel. It's on the Koala. And I don't know actually if this was an unofficial, because I've had a lot of stuff on the Koala label before. I don't actually think it's... As I say, this is kind of local. Yeah, this is from Koala Record Company, Suite 107, Hendersonville, Tennessee. $20 start on that. $20 start on Jefferson Airplane Fat Angel. And that's a $20 start. And that's a live recording from 67. It may be unofficial, but I've had stuff on Koala before, and I don't think it was deemed. I can't remember if that was or not on that either. So, okay, Sarah Long got Wakanda Forever. That's $19.99, Jake. John Stevens, first on Love and Rockets. That's $19.99. Thomas Ujar gets Venom. That was $19.99. Chris, second on Love and Rockets. Thomas, third. Craig, fourth. Boontar, fifth. Next is, I've got 2 copies of this, $19.99. These were originally $33.99. Twisted, Wicked, 25-year limited edition celebration. I sold a lot of these originally. I've just had these last 2 copies for a while, almost a year now. Just $19.99 on those. They were $33.99. Twisted, Wicked. And Steve Vai, Gash. That is $19.99. Steve Vai, $19.99. Looking for White Zombie's first album. I actually think I have that. La Sexteristo. I think I have that. White Zombie. Give me a second. I should have that back in stock now. Give me a second to do some hunting. It should be here on this table, actually. Let's see here. GC wants Steve Vai. Now, Love and Rockets. Did we have an out? Thomas is out. Michael Bohannon bid $100. Final call, $100 on the 10,000 Maniacs. Lots of ones and zeros there. Michael Bohannon has that for $100. Jefferson Airplane, looking for a $20 start. No bid yet. Fat Angel. GC got that for $19.99. There's only 3 records left here. Casino Royale, $19.99. Wolf's Council, that was $44.99. It is a music on vinyl. And I got 2 copies left of Twisted. 2 copies left of that. So I haven't officially recapped this bin of vintage. What I'm going to do is just read the titles that's left, because I've already kind of went through them in detail. And then I've got some half-off bins, which will be the fun as always. I've grabbed some records. We're going to do some stuff half-off sticker on the back. I got 2 whole bins of that to go through. While we're doing that, I'll continue putting up auctions, and So Wolf's Council said he'll take Casino Royale. All righty. That is sold to Wolf's Council. 10,000 Maniacs is sold to Michael Bohannon for $100. And Darren Davis has Fat Angel for $20. That's a final call. Now this, Dale just had it marked in his collection as a Rick Griffin cover. He was really into the vintage concert poster stuff. This is Chris Darrow and Max Buddha, and it's really just very noteworthy because it has a Rick Griffin cover. I'm going to start it for $5. Ah, the Storm. It's actually, the music is blues rock. So $5. But really cool cover there of Rick Griffin artwork. That's one for displaying for sure. He was famous, all the Fillmore concert posters. Did a lot with the eyeball, including the famous Jimi Hendrix eyeball poster that's worth a fortune now. That's like a $10,000 poster. Some of them bring more depending on condition. I was going to wait and post pictures, but I'll go ahead and tell you now, we bought a vintage concert poster collection today. I'm talking about original Bill Graham stuff. Paul went to Mount Juliet today and did a deal. We got original Bill Graham concert poster collection day. I'm excited to go to the back after the sale and look at them. So, original Bill Graham concert poster collection. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. So, let's see what I've got here in the Led Zeppelin bin. So, let's go ahead and sell this to Darren for $20. How about the Zeppelin bootleg live in 71? Well, I just grabbed one. This may be close. This is actually a bootleg of the BBC transcription disc. And like I said last night when I was doing a recap, this is actually an official release. It looks just like this. This is a copy of it. The originals have green right here, and that's a very rare, official, very collectible Led Zeppelin record. This is a bootleg. It looks just like the original. BBC transcription services of Led Zeppelin live 1971 BBC sessions. Very, very nice. Very, very nice sound quality. This is a solid EX condition. This is about an EX condition. I knew I had a note on it. There was a scuff right here. That's about the only thing keeping it from not being very noticeable scuff. Non-feeler, doesn't really affect the sound quality. That is a $55 start. Yeah, it's a bootleg of the rare official pressing. That looks just like that. Like I said, I think the last sold for $700 on Discogs, and that was maybe a year or two ago, and there's none, of course, listed for sale. $55 star. So that's basically, let me explain in basic terms what this is. Led Zeppelin BBC Sessions, 1971. 1971, $55 start. $55 start. Led Zeppelin, $55 start. The I record is at 10. All the Leonard Skinners are gone, yes. The I cover's at $10. So here's what's left in this bin. I've got more 1999 new vinyl. It's some pretty deep cut stuff, but I do have more Love and Rockets. I have a different title, so wait on those. I'll bring them here in just a second. Here's what's left in this bin. The Rolling Stones 12 by 5. If you want prices, let me know. That was in mono. The Doors Soft Parade. Janis Joplin Pearl. Janis Joplin Cosmic Blues. Steely Dan Gaucho. Jethro Tull Songs from the Wood. Paul Simon, Ryman Simon. Yes Shows. Neil Young, Comes the Time. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues. David Bowie, Stage. No, it's the full album. This is Chris Darrow and Max Buda, which is rock and rock blues. It's the full album. It's near mint. It does have one crease right here. It does have one crease there on the cover. It actually looks like, it's really cool. When you turn the light right here in the flames, it looks like they're spot gloss. It's a really cool cover. I mean, not only the eyeball, the famous Rick Griffin eyeball, but it also has, looks almost like some foil. It's on the Tacoma label, and it's near mint. I don't know a lot about Chris Darrow and Max Buda, but I know their music on Discogs said blues rock. Gold stamp promo too. Gold stamp promo too. So yeah, that's an awesome one to be put on. You really can't tell the crease really isn't noticeable. You know, there's a Rick Griffin signature. I've seen that before on a lot of posters and T-shirt designs, etc. And first question is the Doors, how much? These are all buy now best offer. This is $34.99. It is the butterfly label on Electra. It's very clean, $34.99. We do have a bid on Led Zeppelin for $55. Crosby, Stills, Nash Replay. That's a Crosby, Stills, and Nash Hits compilation, EX $17.99. We have Dire Straits, Van Halen, U2. There's some great stuff in here. The Electric Prunes, Blonde on Blonde by Dylan. The Kinks' Greatest Hits, The Best of Uriah Heep, Free Will and Bob Dylan, REO Speedwagon, Elvis. I'm surprised no one grabbed that. The Beatles, Procol Harum, CSN, The Fabulous Thunderbirds, and there was the last two new LPs that was left, $19.99 on those. Let's go ahead and grab that crate of half-off stuff. G. Michaels at $14 on the I cover. Barry has Led Zeppelin for $55. That may be the first Led Zeppelin record we sell for one and only one bid. It's a final call to Barry, $55. And I do have more. If I see that enthusiasm still high on Zeppelin, I'll keep on bringing a few more out. There's some great titles in this half-off bin. There's probably some that shouldn't be, but I'm going to go ahead and show them, and I recommend you buying them because there's some great deals on this. What is the Led Zeppelin? It is BBC Sessions 1971. BBC Sessions 1971. BBC Sessions 1971. There's the jacket. There's the label. It looks like a bootleg of the official transcription disc, but it's a bootleg. And that's at 55 of Barry Seagrave. I'm about to sell it. We have I, 1415. Tony Shore offered 17 for REO Speedwagon. Let me pull REO Speedwagon for Tony Shore. I really try to spell out REO because if I say it too fast in my accent, it looks like Oreo Speedwagon, which doesn't sound like a bad thing whatsoever. I would love a life-size Oreo car. I would end up eating it. That's sold to Tony for $17. The I's at 16, 17, 18, 20. I got 2 copies of Twisted left for $19.99. And my phone just died. That's not good. Let me go get my charger. That's what I walked over here earlier to get, Jake. That's what I walked over here earlier to get. That was a reminder when my screen just went blank. That's not good. But I can look at my monitor in the meantime. It may get a little confusing, but I can keep an eye on my monitor. If not, so. All right, here. Okay. Let's sell this to, Barry Seagrave, right? Barry Seagrave, $55. My phone's going to have to, it's deader than a doorknob, as they say. Jeannie's Nat Reynolds is at 20 on the eye. Nat Reynolds is at $20 on that. Final call. Final call. I probably will grab another Zeppelin, but first, I got a very interesting. Here's the way Dale had it in his collection. He said rare with Charlie Manson. That's Charles Manson. Rare ESP sampler with Charlie Manson, the Fugs, Albert Ayler. It's interesting. I wouldn't really classify it as rare. I've never seen one before. But this is an ESP. That's the label, ESP disc. They were known for a lot of free jazz and some of the artists and other obscure artists on that. Let me get my comments pulled back up before I go any further on this. Chat. I need to get that, especially before we start showing half-off records. So it's a $10 start, and yes, it does have Charles Manson on it. It does have a track by Charles Manson on there. So it's got a lot of tracks on it too. It's a very unique sampler. I mean, there's a lot of music on here. That's a $10 start. It's on the ESP label, ESP disc, and that's a $10 start. $10 start. ESP is 3D, super stereo. That's a $10 start. Let me get my chat. Make sure I hadn't missed anything. Nebworth 2, Condition of Procol Harum, Manson 12. Also, let's sell the I for $20 to Nat Reynolds. You get the Rick Griffin I. Okay, and then the sampler is at $12. And I think that's most notable for having a track on it by Charles Manson. He kind of did some folk music. That's kind of what he experimented in. I think before he was kind of officially crazy. Squeeze, Anatomy of a Burger. This is a Squeeze vintage bootleg. This is a 1981, the Ritz, most likely, from New York City. It's a soundboard recording, $35 start. Squeeze, Anatomy of a Burger. This is a vintage Squeeze, the band, bootleg from 1981. And look, the Anatomy of a Burger. They got McDonald's on here. They got White Castle. And they got Burger King live in New York. And it says probably the Ritz is where they played at. $35 start. It's in shrink wrap. It's a textured cover. Has this photo insert, which looked really weird for a second, but I can see now what's going on. It's hamburger meat with teeth in it, and that's up for bid. The sampler's at $20, and the Squeeze is a $35 starting bid. No In-N-Out. No Whataburger either. Just Burger King, White Castle, and McDonald's. It's making me very hungry. I need to stop saying that. I'm about to start a crate of half-off vintage LPs. These are all going to be half off, okay? First come, first serve. I'll let you know if it's check condition, and the price will say is the discounted price. Lou Reed, Growing Up in Public, $17.50. Lou Reed. Chris Christopherson, Spooky Ladies Sideshow, $7.50. Willie Nelson, Stardust, $8, EX condition. John Lennon, Walls and Bridges, Whatever Gets You Through the Night, number 9 Dreams on here, $12.50. Gary Glitter, I Love You, Love Me, Love. That is sealed from the UK, 1977, $12.50. The Valentine Restaurant, The Coming of the Dancer, Skip Juried, maybe, $12.50. G. Michael wants John Lennon. No bid on Squeeze. Final call before I make it a buy it now. The sampler is at $20 with Sarah Long. Final call. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $17.50. REO Speedwagon, 9 Lives, $10 on REO Speedwagon. The Flying Machine, that is $10. The Flying Machine, that's actually in shrink wrap. Spanky and Our Gang, $7.50. Loretta Lynn, Entertainer of the Year, $5 on Loretta Lynn. Charlie Daniels Band, Night Rider, $12.50. And Gary Wright, Heading Home. Gary Wright is $7.50. Jetstream wants Flying Machine. That's sold to Jetstream. Let's go ahead and sell Sarah Long, the sampler, for $20. If anybody wants Squeeze, It's a $35 buy now. We've had no auctions left over for tonight. No auctions left over. This is a $35 buy it now. Who needs a squeeze live bootleg recording? I think I've got one more that was on the Facebook picture, and then I'm going to start finally getting to Japanese. What time is it? I told everybody it would be 10 o'clock. It's almost 11. I was a little off. We've had a lot of great auctions tonight. This is one of the last auctions that I had in the Facebook picture that I have not really looked at or tagged. But this is Carole King live at the Troubadour 1971. And she's basically doing Tapestry live. I feel the earth move so far away. You've got a friend. It's too late. Smackwater Jack. That's Carole King live at the Troubadour 71. Vintage bootleg, $15 start. Fit for a king. Carole King live at the Troubadour. Looks to be in very nice condition. Classic stuff there. $15 start. Carole King. That's up for bid. Now, it's awfully late, and this may be one of the last Led Zeppelin records I do, but somebody asked about it. This one's not cheap whatsoever. It's very desirable, and I think after this, everything else is going to be held off officially until Led Zeppelin night. But this is a 1980 U.S. bootleg of the 1979 classic Led Zeppelin concert known as Nebworth. This is Nebworth 2. Very desirable bootleg here. $95 start. Led Zeppelin. Nebworth 2. Nebworth 2. $95 start. Very nice. Very nice. Yep, that's him. That's an actual shot from Nebworth. Looks like Jimmy Page was sweating buckets. He was soaking wet. In the Evening, Stairway to Heaven, Trampled Underfoot, Sick Again. A great live version of Achilles' Last Stand. Rock and Roll, Whole Lot of Love, Heartbreaker, 10 Years Gone. You don't see that often too live because I don't think there is an official live recording of 10 Years Gone that's ever been released. No Quarter and the Rain Song. I guess there's no official live recording of Achilles' Last Stand that's ever been released either. That's up for bid. That's up for bid. We have a $15 bid on Carole King with Michael Nath. Another $15 bid with Jane Fink. You were second. Thomas Bowman's going to get Loretta Lynn. Chris Gardner's at 95 on Led Zeppelin. Paul bid 95. Charlie DeFrank is at 16 on Carole King. Led Zeppelin's at 110. Led Zeppelin is at 125. Everything in here is half off. Porgy and Bess, original soundtrack recording. That is $10. Porgy and Bess. Paul McCartney, The Russian Concert. $10. McCartney, The Russian Concert. Roger Daltrey, Under a Raging Moon, $7.50. Elton John, Blue Move, $12.50. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, no condition notes, 2 LP, $20, extremely nice. Dylan's Hits Volume 2. Carole King, we had 125 on Zeppelin, Carole King 17. Carole King label again. This is on SU, The Sound Underground. The Sound Underground. Carole King, Fit for a King. Carole King, Fit for a King. That is up for bid. Carole King's at 18 with Jane Fink. Led Zeppelin 30. Led Zeppelin 135. Paul's out. Michael Nath is at 20. Tommy Flowers wants MC. That was probably for McCartney. Sell that to Tommy Flowers. G. Michael was second. Another bid for 20 on Carole King. Another bid for 20 on Carole King. Gene Pinnell wants Bob. That's for Bob Dylan. High bid on Led Zeppelin is $135 of Barry Seagrave. This thing should surpass $200 in my opinion, based on what I've been seeing. This Nebworth 2, we'll see what happens. Roger Daltrey, Ride a Rock Horse, $7.50. Bob Dylan and the Band, Before the Flood, $22.50. Extremely nice. These you normally don't make the discount bin. Nice. Bob Dylan and the Band, $22.50. They're in one now. Carole King's at 25. Led Zeppelin's at 140. The Hondales, Go Little Honda. The Hondales, Go Little Honda, $15. Also, a classic, American Woman, the Guess Who. This is the original pressing, now just $15. The 1970 OG orange RCA label, $15 on that. Michael Nath is going to take the Dylan and the Band. Led Zeppelin's at 155. Led Zeppelin at 150, 155. Carole King at 26. John Cale, another artist that doesn't usually make the discount bin. Artificial Intelligence, AI. He must have been a time traveler. $14. $14. John Cale, Artificial Intelligence. G. Michael, first on the Guess Who. David Williams, you were second. So Led Zeppelin's at 150. Michael first on the Guess Who. David Williams, you were second. Soft Cell, The Art of Falling Apart. $12.50 on Soft Cell. $12.50 on that. Tony Orlando and Don's Greatest Hits. $5. $5. Led Zeppelin's at 160. Tony Shore wants to John Cale. That's so to Tony Shore. Quick timeout while I go grab a bottle of water. Much needed. Much, much needed. All righty. Might mute my mic for 1 second while I take a drink of this bottle of water. Okay, where were we? I just sold a John Cale to Tony Shore. Then we had a $28 bid on Carole King. We have a $175 bid on Led Zeppelin. Jane Fink got Tony Orlando. Thomas Hujar got Soft Cell. David Williams, you were second on Tony Orlando. Carole King's at 30. 30 on Carole King, 175 on Led Zeppelin. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, $7.50 on Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman, $7.50 on Ray Parker Jr. Harry Nilsson, however that is read, but there's Harry Nilsson, $8.50. Joe Eli is $6.50. Down on the Drag, Joe Eli. And this is Yvonne Elliman, Love Me, $5 on that. $5 on that. The Jimmy Rogers Memorial Album. Jimmy Rogers Memorial Album is $5. $5. David Williams wants Ray Parker. David Williams gets Ray Parker, and Jake, just for a reminder, these are all half off sticker. David Williams got Ray Parker. Henry Pardidez wants Joe Eli. That's sold to Henry. Jane Fink wants Yvonne. Jetstream was second. David was third, but Jane was first. Jane was first to Yvonne. Jetstream second. David third. The Ozark Mountain Daredevils was called, the name of the album is called The Ozark Mountain Daredevils. It is self-titled. Also, Roseanne Cash, somewhere in the stars. Roseanne is $7.50. Roseanne Cash. And Mickey Newberry, Lovers. This is a white label promo, $6. This is $6. Don't forget Rich Group's question on the price condition pro call harem. Before I go looking for that, I forgot, thank you. And Rich Group, are you still watching? If so, I'll try to find that for you. Boontar Soft Cell's already sold. Let me do some, I got to look for that White Zombie record. I got to do some house cleaning. So first, just a reminder, this is the only auction that has not sold tonight. It's the Squeeze Bootleg live in New York. That's a $35 buy now. Let me put that right here behind me. And let me clean up a little bit so I can try to, here in a minute, go through a little bit of new vinyl and show that and try to find that White Zombie. Let me move this out of the way and this so I can look for some of the stuff. I've got quite the pile going over here of old sleeves and stray records. Now I can actually see what I'm doing. New bid on Carole King for $33. And I don't think anybody else has bid on Led Zeppelin. Barry Seagrave has this for $175. I don't think anybody's really said out either. But now this is a final call, $175. $175 on Led Zeppelin, Nebworth 2. Jane's at $33 on that. And, okay, so we have Twisted. Those are $19.99. And somebody asked when we first started tonight, do I have Rat box sets? And I do. Rat box sets, that's their complete studio albums. That even includes Detonator and Reach for the Sky. Those are $199.99. I still got 2 in the original shipper. Brian's out on Led Zeppelin. Jane's at $33 on the Carole King. Quicksilver Messenger Service, solid silver, $7.50. This is Lloyd Price's ABC collection, $6. Lloyd Price ABC collection. Ray Parker Jr., Sex and the Single Man, $7.50 for Ray Parker Jr. Leo Sayer is $6.50. And Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior. Rod Stewart is $7.50. The Southern Hillman Foray Band, that is $6. Jesse Colin Young, Songbird, $7.50. This is Peter Wolf, Come As You Are. Peter Wolf is $7.50. Glenn Fry, The All-Nighter. Glenn Fry is $8.50. And Christy Burr, Man on the Line, $7.50. Okay, I think we have some outs on Led Zeppelin. So now that we know where everybody is, this is Led Zeppelin, and this is a final call to, where was we at on this? I think it was 175. Let me figure out where that was. Where are you, 175? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah, Barry Seagrave, 175. That's a final call, 175 on that. Just want to bump into us. Dig Your Store. Stop by today and met your mom. You're right. She doesn't negotiate. I told you. No negotiating with Julie. None. This is the price you pay. No more or no less. Sticker price. Jim Nelson wants Glenn Fry. Is that in here? Glenn Fry? Glenn Fry. Did I read over a Glenn Fry? Just didn't remember it. Let's see here. Might have been earlier. I don't see a Glenn Fry, Jim Nielsen. But Kelly Cook got Peter Wolf. And Tony Shore wants Christy Burr. Well, maybe I hadn't shown it yet. Was this maybe I was about to show it? $8.50. Or maybe I did show it. I'm not for sure. $8.50. Did I already show that? We'll go ahead and give it to Jim Nelson, or it may have fell over. So Kelly Cook got Peter Wolf, Jim Nelson got Glenn Fry, and Tony Shore wants Christy Burr. Yeah, I guess I did already show those. And there is Christy Burr to Tony Shore. So I got out of order and was looking for comments. This is sold to Barry Seagrave, Jake, for $175. That one's already been cleaned, so it's ready to go. And we have Carole King. Carole King is at $35 with Michael Nath. Now, who else was bidding on this? Jane Fink. You were the next bidder, so let me know if you're done bidding. Michael Nath has that for $35. Also, O.C. Smith's Greatest Hits. That's $6. O.C. Smith's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap, $6 on that. And we have Robbie Patton, Orders from Headquarters. Robbie Patton's in EX condition, $5. LTD, Shine On. VG Plus condition, $6. And Webster Lewis, 8 for the 80s. VG, $5. But Derek Bowman, thank you for stopping in. Sorry I wasn't here. I'm never here during the day. I'm about to look for White Zombie right now. And I do need some Oreos. I'm kind of off. I have, since the show started, my supper was delivered behind me. And if y'all are local, you probably know about the restaurant Demos's, or Demos, whichever you prefer. And behind me is my supper from Demos's. And it's been tickling my appetite all morning, or all day, which is morning for me. David Williams on O.C. Smith. That's sold to David Williams. Jane's out on Carole King. This is sold to Michael Nath for $35. Okay, now we're looking for White Zombie. Let me take a quick break on those because I want to look through some new vinyl anyway, because we have some stuff over here that I have not shown but just once. We have the new Duran Duran album. That is on colored vinyl. Duran Duran, that's Dance Macabre, $44.99. We've got 4 of those left. I got the new Dokken album. The new Dokken album's on purple vinyl, $39.99. We also have Andrew Gold's Halloween House, $33.99. Salt and Pepper, $39.99. We have Motorhead 1916, $34.99. And I still, unbelievably, still have 2 copies of Kiss Unplugged. Kiss Unplugged, $44.99. Tony Shore wants the new Duran Duran. That's sold to Tony Shore. So that's fairly new stuff there. Duran Duran, Dokken, Halloween House, Salt and Pepper, Motorhead, Kiss, and then we have some restocks and other stuff in this bin like Metal Church, Van Morrison, Arrested Development, ELO, Love and Rockets, Hard Rock Heretics, Snow White, Alice Cooper, Jethro Tull, Peter Green, Halloween, Accept, Silverchair, Puddle of Mud, Savatage, Steve Miller Band on Gold Vinyl, and another Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King. Back here we have Wolf Mother, Oingo Boingo, Tom Waits, Phil Lynott, NWA, Gordon Lightfoot, Oingo Boingo, The Who, Oingo Boingo, Prince, Cake, I ain't shown that in a while, and this one. Let's see here. We have Cake, Comfort Eagle, $29.99. A Portrait of a Man, Screamin' Jay Hawkins, $33.99. And Queens of the Stone Age, rated R, $36.99. There's a few titles there, all in stock and available. G. Michael wants Puddle of Mud. That was this music on vinyl pressing right here for $39.99. That's sold to G. Michael. Where did I get to? Prince, Cake, Batman soundtrack, music by Prince, Alanis Morissette, Grateful Dead, John Mayer, Avenged Sevenfold, Van Morrison, Poison, Joni Mitchell, Jimi Hendrix, Caius, and Avenged Sevenfold. Those are all available. Moondance. Moondance is new and sealed. I believe this is the analog cut, $33.99. What a marvelous night for a Moondance, $33.99. Van Morrison. Fantastic. There's those. The Halloween was Pink Bubbles Go Ape. Pink Bubbles Go Ape, $33.99. Here, back in center, we have Kiss, Psycho Circus, Disturbed, Queensryche, Nightmare Before Christmas, Coldplay, Pantera. Now that's what I call Halloween. Halloween Nuggets, Boogie Down Productions, Jeff Beck, Oingo Boingo, Rob Zombie, but not his first album. This is the Regeneration Vendor, $33.99. Ministry, Crosby, Stills & Nash, R.E.M., Cody Jinks, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Oingo Boingo, Golden Earring, Mary Wells, New Wave Collected, and Cody Jinks live at Red Rocks. The Disturbed is Down with the Sickness, also known as The Sickness, $31.99. The Moondance is the new is new, but it's not the new 3 LP. Those actually hadn't come in yet. Those are due out next week. That's a single LP. Over here we have Pantera, Kings of Leon, NWA, Nirvana Unplugged, Jeff Beck, James Brown, Slayer, Megadeth, Savatage, Hank Williams, Joni Mitchell, Beck, Destruction, Duran Duran, Green Day, and Steely Dan. And back here in the back, we have Ice Cube, Alice in Chains, Rancid, Tone Loc, Shania Twain, Motley Crue, The Cure, Velvet Underground, Steve Miller Band, Peanuts, Nirvana, U2, The Cult, Rush, Purple Rain, Prince, UFO, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Marillion, CCR, Nirvana, Foreigner, Disney, Weezer, and Huey Lewis. Those are all available. If you heard something in there you may be interested in, let me know and I'll grab you the title and grab the price. But so Sarah, not looking good for Rob Zombie. If I had one, it would have been in these crates. But there's 2 other places it could be, and I haven't looked yet, and I can't look right now. So, but I could possibly still have it. Next is Boogie Down Productions. That was a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. $39.99. Kings of Leon. That was this one right here, which is called Only by the Night. Also $39.99. And how much is Kings of Leon? $39.99. Do you still have Facelift on sale? I do not have Facelift on sale. Weezer, that's the Blue album, $34.99. The Cure album is 17 Seconds, new and sealed, $31.99. About the only thing I'm still keeping on sale is Cherry Pies, because we have still over 150 copies, I think. Weezer is the Blue album, and that is new and sealed for $34.99. Okay, back to some of the half-off stuff. Everything in here is half-off sticker. We have The Legends, Return to the Movies. That's a 64 mono. That's $20 after the discount. WKQX, Hometown Album Compilation, $5. Songs by Rick Nelson, a 1981 French pressing. Rick Nelson, $7.50. Gary Morris, Why Lady Why, that's $6. It's a Beautiful Day, VG Plus, $5. We have Passport, Ocean Liner. Passport is $5. Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog, $10. Diodato, Artistry, that is $7.50. Herbie Mann, Sunbelt. Herbie Mann is $5. Pure Prairie League Dance, $7.50. Glenn Campbell, Oh Happy Day, $5. David Williams on the Rick Nelson. That is sold to David Williams. Jake, that officially starts back up half price. G. Michael wants Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog. We also have Eddie Schwartz, No Refuge, $7.50. Herbie Mann, Superman, that's $5 for Herbie Mann. This is Manaheim Steamroller, Saving the Wildlife, $7.50. Manaheim Steamroller. Split Ends, Time and Tide. Split Ends is $10. This is Searching for a Thrill, Starbuck. That is $5. And we have Orleans, Let There Be Music, $5. Orleans, Let There Be Music. So these are all half off sticker, and I'm just going to remind you some of the titles we have in here. I'm going to go ahead and go through the next crate right now, or next, but right now, let me read you what's left. If you want price, let me know. There's a couple in here that I'm going to show you one more time, be like, I can't believe this didn't sell. But starting from the front, we have Orleans, Starbuck, split ends. We have Mannheim Steamroller. The name of the split ends was called Time and Tide. Time and Tide, $10 on split ends, Mannheim Steamroller. Herbie Mann, Eddie Schwartz, Glenn Campbell, Prairie League, Herbie Mann, Diodato, Passport, It's a Beautiful Day, Gary Morris. Sean, this is called WKUX Hometown Album, and that is $5. WKUX. The Legends, Run to the Movies, Webster Lewis, LTD, Robbie Patton, Jesse Colin Young, the Southern Hillman Foray Band, Rod Stewart, Leo Sayer, Ray Parker Jr., Lloyd Price, Quicksilver, Mickey Newberry, and Roseanne Cash. We're going to stop there so we can pull Tony Shore split ends. We make sure that Heather Feather doesn't want it. If Heather passes, then Tony is sold to you, and David Williams wants Orleans. Those are all sold. We had got to Ozark Mountain Daredevils, self-titled, the Jimmy Rogers Memorial Album, Harry Nilsson, the Hondales, Roger Daltrey, Elton John still available, so is Roger Daltrey and Porgy and Bess, and Gary Wright, Charlie Daniels, Spankin' Her Gang, REO Speedwagon, Neil Young, and this was an odd title. This was The Coming of the Dancer by Skip Juried. Skip Juried. Gary Glitter, I Love You, Love Me, Love. That is sealed, a 77 pressing from the UK. 1250, Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, and Lou Reed. Those are all still available. If anybody wants them, they are available. I've got an empty crate here. I'm going to go ahead and go through this last crate of half-off stuff. Let me grab that now. And if anybody decides they're interested in anything in here, just let me know. We have which Rod Stewart. So Heather did pass on split ends, so that does go to Tony. The Rod Stewart was called Foolish Behavior. It was $7.50. And Jetstream wants the Glenn Campbell, Oh Happy Day. That's sold to Jetstream. All right, let's go through this other crate. I might have to step behind the counter and grab the next crate of auctions we're going to have for tonight, which is finally getting into our Japanese stuff. It took me long enough, only 4 hours, but we made it. If you missed tonight's new vinyl, I'm going to go through that very, very, very quickly. All the new vinyl from tonight. I'm going to run through those titles because there's some great stuff in here, and this has not been shown but once tonight. Lou Reed was called Growing Up in Public. It was $17.50. So here's what we have. Bad Company, 10 from 6. That's a Rocktober exclusive colored vinyl, $31.99. These are all new and sealed. Yes, Yes Single, splatter vinyl, yellow and black, $31.99. The Cars Greatest Hits, red vinyl, $31.99. Black Pumas, new album, Chronicles of a Diamond, indie exclusive colored vinyl, $33.99. We have Peace of Mind, Iron Maiden, $33.99. U2 Zeropa, 30th Anniversary, Deluxe Limited Edition gatefold on foil sleeve, $59.99, also on yellow vinyl. Motorhead Ace of Spades, $33.99. Talking Heads True Stories, red vinyl, $31.99. Blues Brothers, that is on blue vinyl from Friday Music, $39.99. No Prayer for the Dying, Iron Maiden, $33.99. Iron Maiden Killers is $33.99. Charlie Brown Christmas on snow-colored vinyl, snowstorm-colored vinyl, that is $33.99. New Simple Minds, this is new, Go Dream Live from Paisley Abbey, $39.99. Opeth, Blackwater Park, $56.99. Enough's Enough is $33.99. 1989, Taylor Swift, Taylor's version, $39.99. For Crystal Blue, we have three Crystal Blues, and I have 2 Aquamarines left. Let me rephrase that. I have 1 Aquamarine left, and I have 4 blues. John Stevens wants Talking Heads. That's so to John Stevens. Tony Shore, you got the split ends, and Leslie wants the Elvis, or the Rod Stewart from the last spin. This is sold to Leslie Holt, Rod Stewart. Leslie, you get, yes, this was half off a sticker. Roy Emmons wants Taylor Swift on blue, 1989 Taylor's version. That is sold to Roy Emmons. And I got several of the Megadeth Euthanasia picture disc, $49.99. It's been out of stock forever. We finally got several here on hand. I can say these are for sale if anybody wants them. Megadeth picture disc, $49.99. The Blues Brothers is a new Friday Music repressing. They've done it on blue vinyl. It's Friday Music. It's $39.99. The Charlie Brown, I think I may have said Charlie. Did I say Charlie Daniels? It was a Charlie Brown Christmas, and that was on Snowstorm white vinyl, $33.99. So that was all the new vinyl that came in tonight. I've got one Wasp box set left. I've got one Wasp box set. I've got that boxed up actually in the shipper. I sold one live. I got one extra. Other than that, that's all that's left. So Megadeth, we go from Megadeth to Taylor Swift. Big difference there. From Enough's Enough to Opeth, and Simple Minds to Charlie Brown. Also Iron Maiden, Blues Brothers, Motorhead, U2, Iron Maiden, Black Pumas, The Cars, Yes Yes, and Bad Company. Now let's go ahead and grab that last and next half-off bin. Let's see what we have here. I'm already getting excited for the stuff we're going to sell tomorrow night. We still got a few things to go through tonight. So one more half-off bin here. Let's see what we have available. These are going to be half off the sticker price. I just pulled them out of a bin. I did one look, and I didn't pull anything out. I was like, I'm just going to leave them in here. We have Johnny Rivers Road. That's in shrink wrap. $5 for Johnny Rivers Road. Also, Outlaws, Hurry Sundown. The Outlaws is $10. Hurry Sundown. Spyro Gyra, Catching the Sun. We sold some of these out of the new arrivals the other night. This is half off. $5, Spyro Gyra. País Tropical, Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. That's $6.50. Donovan is $8.50. Donovan Open Road. Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow? Olivia is $5. Spyro Gyra Carnival, that's $5. Another Spyro Gyra. Glenn Campbell, Burning Bridges, $5 on Glenn Campbell. And we have Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talking. Savoy Brown's $11.50. Auctions is what I'm on my way to grab. Auctions, auctions, auctions. This is, let me find the Japanese stuff. Or do I have something else over here? Yeah, it'll be this bin here. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I feel like some of these I may have shown. I can't really remember. I'll just grab them all. I'll just grab everything that's in this crate. We've got 2 huge boxes here that just got delivered from Japan that have not been opened. So that might be some of our auctions tomorrow night. So if you see that in the hot picture, you'll know that we're be putting some auctions up. Let me set this very heavy crate. I bet there's 80 Japanese titles in here. Half of them I don't think I've shown. So if I have, I'm going to reduce them. And let's see here. All right. There we go. Okay. We have Jeff Master put PT for País Tropical, I believe. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. That's at half off. Jane Fink on Olivia Newton-John. Jeff McMaster on SP, Spiral Gyra Carnival. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Tommy Flowers on Savoy Brown. Jetstream on Glenn Campbell. And Jim Nielsen seems he'll take, Jim Nielsen gets the Blues Brothers. Seems Richard Group doesn't get his answer. Well, I asked if he was still watching, and he didn't reply. So I'm assuming he didn't get his answer because I think he's not watching anymore. So what did I come over here to grab? Blues Brothers. That was out of the new vinyl. If he's watching, I will gladly find that Pro Call Harem for him. But sometimes I overlook questions, and then people get off, and they're not watching anymore. Blues Brothers. That is sold to Jim Nielsen. Thank you, Jim Nielsen. Our next auctions is going to be Foreigner 4. This is a Japanese. We don't really keep a Japanese crate in the store, Leslie, because usually we keep it all for auction, and it usually eventually gets gone. But no, there's not a Japanese bin in the store. I'm going to start this for just $25. This is a Japanese pressing of Foreigner 4. $25 start for that. It is near mint and pristine. It's a Japanese pressing, Foreigner 4. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has one Japanese insert. It has another Japanese insert. Has a really nice cover of an obi. That's a $25 start. $25 start. Now, this is the Beach Boys. This is the Beach Boys. This is a compilation of Beach Boys music. For example, Barbara Rand, I Can Hear Music. That's one of my favorites. Help Me Rhonda. Do You Want to Dance? Wouldn't It Be Nice? Friends. That's side 3. Good Vibrations. Sloop John B. Don't Worry Baby. So this is a great Beach Boys compilation. This is in this is a 1-2 LP package. So there's both LPs. The Beach Boys, Gatefold with Obi, also a $25 start. So that's a Beach Boys compilation. Very high quality Japanese vinyl, nice condition, great condition. Inserts, and Foreigner's nice as well. Those are $25 starts. So buy it now. Buy it now. We have Look at Us, Sonny and Cher. Look at Us, Sonny and Cher. Now just $10. Original label. $10 on Sonny and Cher. Another Spyro Gyra Carnival. There's another one, $5. Spankin' Our Gang. Sunday Will Never Be the Same. $10 for Spankin' Our Gang. Jean-Luc Ponty, Mystical Adventures. I always like that cover. Jean-Luc is $5. Mystical Adventures. Radio, Ray Parker Jr. and Radio, A Woman Needs Love. That is $7.50. Poco, Cantamos. Poco is $5. 1974 Poco. Three Dog Night coming down your way. That is $10 for Three Dog Night. Santana Moonflower. EX condition, $11. EX condition, $11. Santana Moonflower. Beach Boys, 25, 30, 35, 32, 40, 37, 41, 50. Tony Shore's at 50 on the Beach Boys. No bid on the classic Foreigner 4. Final call for $25 before I make it a buy it now. Another nice Santana. That one's Inner Secrets. $10. 10-10. Walk On. That's in shrink wrap. $7.50. The Best of Gil Scott-Heron. Wow. In shrink wrap. $10 on Gil Scott-Heron. Also, Miss Dynamite. A Little Deeper. Miss Dynamite's from 2002. That's now $12.50. Beach Boys is at 55. Ford Jacket and Obi Mint. Yes. Let's see here. I know the vinyl and the inserts are. Yeah, there are. Let's see. The Obi, it's just folded over right here, and there's a little bit of foxing on it. The rest of it looks fine. That just needs to be flattened out when you put it back in the sleeve. And yeah, no corner dings, no spots on the cover. Yeah, it's a really nice copy. So Beach Boys was at 55. Jetstream wants Moon. That was Moonflower, Santana. Jake, these are half off sticker. That's sold to Jetstream. Tony's at 60 on Beach Boys. Kelly, you were second on Moonflower. Charlie, Lines. Charlie is $5. We have the Teacher soundtrack. That is sealed. It's never been opened. $15 from 1984. It's been cut there so they could give it a gold stamp promo. And that has music by Bob Seger, 38 Special, Freddie Mercury, ZZ Top, Joe Cocker, Night Ranger, The Motels. That's $15. Chris Bijak wants JSH. Gil Scott-Heron. That's sold to Chris Bijak. Tony Shore wants the Teacher soundtrack. Tony Shore is the high bidder on the Beach Boys at 60. And that's a going once, going twice. We have Jethro Tull, the best of Jethro Tull, $10. Teacher, Aqualung, Thick as a Brick, Bungle in the Jungle, Locomotive Breath, etc., etc. Fat Man, that's an awesome song. Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores, VG Plus condition, $5 for Chad and Jeremy. That's a VG Plus condition, $5. How about a Platters box set, the original Golden Treasury? That's got 5 LPs, and now that's just $15. If I've done my math correct, that's $3 per LP. That is $15, the Platters. Kelly Bagwell wants Tull. That's Jethro Tull. That's sold to Kelly Bagwell. And Don Sepsky, Full Circle. That is $7.50. Tommy Flowers is going to get the Platters box set. How much was Dynamite? The half-off price was, my brain is $12.50. Sorry, I couldn't do basic math there for about 5 seconds. My brain just shut off. Half off of 25 is $12.50. Foreigners, a buy it now for $25. Wow. First come, first serve. You couldn't get one. That would be the shipping if you bought that from Japan. $25 on Foreigner 4. First come, first serve. Let's see here. So Tommy Flowers is first on the Platters. Burt was second. Romelu third. Jetstream fourth. Claymore fifth. Now, the Beach Boys is sold to Tony Shore for $60. That's sold to Tony Shore for $60. Next is Nat Reynolds is going to get Miss Dynamite. That's so to Nat Reynolds at half off. Romelu first on Foreigner, $25. Romelu was first on that. Bryce was second. Jim Nilsson third. Nick Bargeron fourth. I was hoping y'all would have actually bid on it. Now it's sold to Romelu for $25. The Quanames Band, $5 on that. And APB, Cure for the Blues, $7.50. APB, Cure for the Blues. And Herbie Mann, Standing Ovation at Newport, a 1965 pressing, $7.50. So, Jake, that was $25. That's sold to Tony Shore. Let me go get 2 new Japanese auctions. Let's get 2 more Japanese auctions. Let's see what we have in here. Okay, I've put this up before. Let's try this one. I'm going to reduce it. And I got some stuff here from a putback bin that we sold at one time that didn't get paid for. So let's try some of these. Okay, I think the last time I tried Genesis, I put it up for a $45 start, and it may have been in a non-payment bin. I really don't know. I'm going to put it up tonight for a $30 start. $30 start, Genesis Live. I'll be greatly disappointed. Just don't have at least the opening bid. Genesis Live, famous Charisma label, Japanese version, $30 start. We got it in a new anti-static. There's the Japanese inner sleeve. Nice cover, nice obi. $30 start on Genesis. Now, that Genesis lineup is Peter Gabriel. Let's see. This is Peter Gabriel. There's no Phil Collins in this lineup. That would leave Tony. Oh, man. Let me see if I want to. I don't think I have a lineup here. Does it have an insert? It's either missing an insert or it didn't come with one. Did we have a lineup? Can somebody give me the lineup of this Genesis? I bet somebody knows off the top of their head. I know it's Peter Gabriel. And I was going to see if I saw any credits, any songwriting credits or anything. Music box. Man, there's hardly anything written on this other than lyrics and recorded live 1973. That helps. Okay, that's a $30 start. Genesis Live. Next is Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm, $25 start. Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm, $25 start. $25 start. That has the Japanese insert with it. Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm, Near Mint and Pristine. There's the insert, cover and obi. Vandenberg, $25 start. It's really hard to see pictures of them too. They're all kind of camouflaged. And if that's Phil Collins, he's got his head down where you can't see it. So Phil Collins, Mike Rutherford, Steve Hackett, Tony Banks. I almost said Tony Banks and Mike Rutherford. I was about to say it's basically, I knew that was pretty much the Genesis lineup, but I didn't want to misquote anything. So, all right, so that one doesn't have Peter Gabriel at all on it. I'm glad I said something. So Phil Collins is actually on that one. Okay, back up to the top. Nick Bargeron wants the F. That was for Foreigner. John Stevens got APB. Sorry for the distraction. I got distracted by the Genesis lineup. That's so to John Stevens. Jetstream was second. Jetstream was, though, first on Herbie Mann. Regina Tabor wants the Sonny and Cher from earlier in the crate. And Phil Collins or Genesis is a $30 start. Vandenberg's $25. We have I Love a Mystery presents Jack, Doc, and Reggie in their greatest radio adventures, The Temple of Vampires. So this is a radio broadcast, $12.50, The Temple of Vampires. Sun City, Artists United Against the Apartheid. That is $12.50. And Charlie Leuven, Going to the Gallows. Charlie Leuven, that is $5 on that. $5 on that. And Frog, Sprouts, Clogs, and Krauts, The Rumor. The Rumor, that is $5. That is Brinsley Schwartz, Martin Belmont, Bob Andrews, Andrew Bodnar, Stephen Golding. $5 on that. John Renborn, Sir John a lot of, $12.50. John Renborn. More Orphan Than Not, $5. We have Jackie DeShannon, You're the Only Dancer, $5 on that. Dave Edmonds, Twangin'. Dave Edmonds is $7.50. Fred Carnell wants the Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. That's so to Fred Carnell. Peter Gabriel's also on that. All right, so yeah, that's everybody then. That's Gabriel, Collins, Rutherford, Hackett, Banks. That's the full Genesis Classic lineup. And we're only wanting a $30 start. That's like just a few dollars per member. Dave Edmonds, Subtle as a Flying Mallet, $10. We have a Bobby Darin Memorial album, 36 to 73. This is a white label promo, $10 on that. The Buddy Holly story, Buddy Holly is $10, 1979 UK. And Cloth, what is this? Julie Felix. It's a 1972 pressing with insert. It does have a seam split, it's $10. Clotho's Web, Julie Felix, that is $10. Scott Smith wants DE, that was Dave Edmonds, that's sold to Scott Smith. Roy Edmonds wants the Buddy Holly, that's sold to Roy Edmonds. All right, these are buy it now. Genesis is a $30 buy it now, and Vandenberg's a $25 buy it now. Those are available for a first come, first serve. The Knack, but the little girls understand, the Knack is $5. Also, Lynn's Farn Live, $7.50. Lynn's Farn Live. And the Corgis is $5. Leslie's going to get Genesis for $30. That's sold to Leslie Holt for $30. If anybody wants Vandenberg, it's a $25 buy it now. This Day and Age, D.L. Byron. This Day and Age, $10. Also, Speedy King, You Know What I Mean. That is $5. Speedy King. Lee Rittenauer, Rio. Lee Rittenauer is $7.50. And we have the Forcer Sisters. That is sealed and it's unopened for $10. Tony Shore is going to get the Vandenberg for a $25 buy it now, Jake. So Genesis sold to Leslie for $30. Tony Shore is getting Vandenberg for $25. Ron Duffield's going to get the Knack. That's sold to Ron Duffield. And we have Fred Carnell needs to put back Sun City, and Leslie Holt wants the Forcer Sisters. I don't think we've even tagged you for it yet, but we'll put it back. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, take a drink of water. Thank you, and I'm back. Thank you, and I'm back. All right. We have Huxton. Sorry, I was reading comments too. Got Vandenberg. Adrian Vandenberg, buy it now. Adrian Vandenberg. You might have, Adrian. Okay, I see what you're saying. This is, he was first. I didn't see, I was just looking for Vandenberg. You putting Adrian there threw me off. So that is sold to, GC was first to this. So Leslie got the Genesis. GC was first to this. Tony Shore, you were second. And then Jetstream says, I want the Live. Leslie was first. She put Genesis. So Leslie was first to that. And is lead direct to disc. It says Digital Master. It says Digital Master. Maybe D. Let's see if there's any DMM in the dead wax. I don't see anything like denoting that in here, but unless there's a clue. Unless there's some other clue here. The other live album. Okay, Lynn's Farn Live. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm getting confused. It's getting almost to that 5-hour mark where my brain is shutting down. We're getting there though. Okay, I had showed the Huxton Creepers, Keep to the Beat. This is $7.50, especially if y'all were on when the show first started. If you want some comedy, go watch about the first half hour of the show. It was so busy and so crazy. I kind of just had to stop and restart everything. It was wild. So whenever this is uploaded and reposted, it was like there's so much going on between bids, claims, questions, putbacks, more questions, more putbacks. It was quite wild. I stepped outside and got my food and for my DoorDasher right in the middle of it. I was like, all right, I'm just going to go grab my food and come back in and restart basically. All right, our next two Japanese auctions. We have Journey Escape. Journey Escape is a $35 start. Journey Escape. I usually start these for $45 when they look like this. Let me show you what it looks like. It's near mint pristine. It has the original Japanese insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the other Japanese insert. And the cover is in shrink wrap, embossed with the obi. Escape. Don't stop believing. $35 start. $35 start. Yeah. I had that tag for $45. I should have said that. Hey, look. It's another Foreigner 4. $25 start. So if you were one of the 4 people who missed out on the buy it now, here's another chance. This one, the vinyl's near mint. $25 start. It has both inserts. As you can see, this one has some foxing to it. It was in the jacket for a long time. But there's both Japanese inserts. And there's the cover and obi. $25 start on Foreigner 4. $35 start on Journey. Yeah, Winger threw me off. I still got I hope we made a note of that, Jake. Just write a sticky note that says, check Winger. So I'll know what that means. I got to figure that out. Firefall is $5. Firefall is $5. Porter Wagner at his best. This is Porter at his best. $5. The band of Holy Joy, Manic Magic Majestic. That is sealed from 1989. $12.50. Huxton Creepers sold to Fred Carnell at half off. Graham Parker, another gray area. Graham Parker is $7.50. The best of Arthur Prasick. That is $7.50. Arthur Prasick. $7.50. That's in shrink wrap on Verve. We have the B-Boys, Stick Up Kid and Girls. That's 2 tracks. And the B-side is the B-Boys, Stick Up Kid and Girls instrumental versions. $5. This is Tyrone Power reading Byron. That is $7.50. Tyrone Power reading Poetry of Byron. $7.50. My Maria, B.W. Stevenson. That's a one-hit wonder. $7.50. This is the Texas Mind and Eye compilation. This is a compilation of Texas bands. $12.50. Mind and Eye. Chuck Mangione. $5 for Chuck. 2001 Diodato. $10. Brian Augers of Bolivian Express. $10. And the Pointer Sisters Contact. $8.50. And Shakedown wants the B-Boys. That is sold to Shakedown, the B-Boys. All right, these auctions are buy it nows. Foreigner's a $25 buy it now, and Journey's a $35 buy it now. All right, and Leslie Holt wants MMM. That is My Maria, maybe My Maria, and because I don't see anything else MMM. Bryce Culver is going to get Foreigner, so Bryce gets that for $25, and Jim Nielsen gets Journey for $35. I had a feeling those were going to sell. Okay, now what I want to do here in the last moments of the show, first let me make sure Leslie wanted, I think that's what the Magic record. Aha, and that's what Craig just asked about. That was the band of Holy Joy, Manic Magic Majestic, and that was sealed from 1989. $12.50. That's now sold to Leslie. She just got that, and then Craig inquired about it. Let's see here. Yeah, we still got a Santana for $10. John Luke's and Spyro Gyra. Actually, 2 Spyro Gyras. Those are available if anybody is interested in those. I think what I might do the last moments here, we've been through 2 bins of half off. We've been through a buy it now best offer. We've been through 3 crates of new arrivals. We've been through I flipped through basically all the new vinyl on the table. And I may go through maybe one more crate of new vinyl, maybe some stuff we hadn't shown. And as we wrap up the show, I am going to get some stuff ready for tomorrow night's show. I got to get all that ready. Let me see what I have over here, actually. Hope my mic's not cutting out. I'm pretty good distance from the receiver. Yeah, here's a crate. I'm going to go ahead and bring this over anyway, because this is I may use this. I may end the show on this crate, and I may get the show started tomorrow on this crate, because I was looking through this one, and I don't think a lot of stuff in this has been shown in a while, and there's some really good titles. So let me bring these over. Has everybody got a Taylor Swift that wants one? It's actually Taylor Swift Day. New album. That's a big... of course, we have a lot of other fellow record stores that... are customers of ours and friends of ours, and of course we're open 7 days a week. Of course, as y'all see, we're mostly an online store, but for a lot of record stores, Taylor Swift Day is like Black Friday for them. But of course, we do mostly Facebook sales here. We don't have a lot of local shoppers per se. We're just kind of here on Facebook, but I saw a couple of my fellow record store owners. I mean, they had their store decorated. It was like Taylor Swift records wall to wall. I was like, wow, that's a lot. So hope that went well for everybody. We sold a lot. I mean, we pre-sold, I think, 30-something copies from the Post, which I was surprised. And then we've sold everything but 2 or 3 from the restock of 20 copies. So I guess we've sold about 50 of them, which I think that's the most of any Taylor Swift record we've sold. So yeah, and she's officially a billionaire status. I mean, she's done. She can live off interest at this point. She's not going to do that though. So we have My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade, $44.99. My Chemical Romance, $44.99. Darren Davis wants the Pointer Sisters. Somewhere or another, she started in high school, kind of here locally, writing music. Now she's a billionaire off of it. Let's see. Did I ask about Holy Joy first? No. Leslie had claimed it. She put MMM, and I didn't know what that was. Then you asked about it, Craig, and then she clarified it was the Magic record. That's what happened. So Darren Davis got Pointer Sisters at half off. I only think there's only a few billionaire musicians. Dr. Dre, he's got to be close. Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift. I think there's only a few. Bono, pretty sure Bono's close. There's only a handful of billionaire musicians. Pink, Misunderstood, $34.99. My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade, Pink, Misunderstood. The Donnas, New and Sealed. This is natural with black swirl pressing, natural with black swirl, splatter more so. The Donnas, $39.99. Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward, $31.99 for Depeche Mode. Some Great Reward, $31.99. Depeche Mode Music for the Masses, $33.99. Back-to-back Depeche. Pussifer, this is Conditions of My Parole, $39.99 for Pussifer. Michael Jackson Bad is $28.99. Promise Rhinoplasty, $39.99 for Promise. Hootie and the Blowfish on clear vinyl. I think that's one of our last copies. $29.99. $29.99. Dwight Yoakam, Population Me, colored vinyl, $29.99 for Dwight. I actually found 3 more of these the other night. I was like, this is our last copy. I found 3 more. This is Now Yearbook 73, $59.99. Now Yearbook 73 Triple LP Red Vinyl. That's a compilation of hits from 1973. 3 LP, part of that very popular series, $59.99. Surprised those are still there. Leslie Holt wants Dwight Yoakam. That's sold to Dwight is sold to Leslie Holt. Steppenwolf on orange vinyl. That's a limited edition pressing of Steppenwolf's first album on orange vinyl, $33.99. Tom Waits, Frank's Wild Years. Tom Waits is $36.99. Frank's Wild Years. Jubilee, Old Crow Medicine Show. Jubilee, $29.99. Old Crow Medicine Show. The Cure, The Show, 30th Anniversary Edition, 2 LP. Wow, I forgot we had those. That was a big release when that came out. Cure the Show, or The Cure Show, or Cure Show, or The Cure the Show. I know Rob Damon likes those thes in there, $44.99. And we have ZZ Top DeGuelo, ZZ Top DeGuelo, $33.99. Leslie Holt wants Old Crow Medicine Show. Yes, let me go grab those other $19.99 on sale records. I forgot about those. There's some pretty deep cuts in here, and there's actually a couple that's less, but let me go grab them. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. This one I can't do for $19.99. That would hurt. That would be painful because it was originally $60, but I'll bring it over if anybody wants to make an offer on it maybe. And let me show what's left of these $19.99 on sale records. And then I'm going to tag everything that was in that flip video. If you go to the group and find my flip video, I think most of it's sold, but what's not sold I'll show tomorrow. These were 35 and 25. Do you need the people or you got? Okay. So Paul McCartney and Jimmy Buffett were only billionaires. Wow, I forgot Jimmy Buffett. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, his empire. Of course, he's deceased. But man, I thought Dr. Dre, he has to be up there because of his headphones. Okay, this is 1999. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 1999. This is a reissue of originally a Motown record, which was a spoken word. It's him speaking, Martin Luther King Jr., why I opposed the war in Vietnam. That's new and sealed for 1999. Elvis Costello, Kojak Variety, turquoise colored vinyl, 1999. Elvis Costello, Kojak Variety. Love and Rockets, Seventh Dream of a Teenage Heaven. I've got 2 of them, 1999. I've got 2 of them. Love and Rockets, 1999. Travis Kelce. Yeah, I'd say he's got, I think about these NFL players being wealthy. Of course, Travis Kelce has plenty of money, I'm sure. When we start talking about billionaire status, it's hard to even comprehend that kind of wealth. Kane, So Glad You Made It, 1999 for Kane, music on vinyl. Gold Member, Austin Powers and Gold Member, 1999. That's on gold vinyl. And Herman Brood and His Wild Romance, Go Nuts. Herman Brood, 1999. Those are all 1999. So Leslie was the last claim with Old Crow Medicine Show. Then Fred asked how much was the Donnas. Fred, the Donnas LP was 30. Where are you, Donnas? The Donnas LP is $39.99. $39.99. The Donnas, $39.99. Okay, then these 2 Love and Rockets are sold, Jake. These are $19.99 to Boontar and Craig Ruth. That's Boontar and Craig Ruth, $19.99 and $19.99. Don't give up. I'm trying. Y'all keep buying records. That's my goal. I collect personal jet. We've got to sell a lot more records, though, okay? We've got to sell a lot more 1999 records. This is a Yes tribute, Tales from Yesterday, $31.99. Tales from Yesterday. With y'all's help, we can make it possible. I collect private jet so I can go to football games a lot faster and be back in time to host these sales. 2 LP, Splatter Vinyl. I sold a lot of these, actually. This is $31.99. Yes, Tales from Yesterday. I've got 3 copies of REM Reveal. REM Reveal, $36.99. 2001 studio album, first time that was repressed. The Super Blues album, Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, and Bo Diddley, $29.99. 1 copy of Yes, The Ladder, music on vinyl, $39.99. Def Leppard, Hysteria, 2 LP remaster, $46.99. Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters, music on vinyl, $39.99. Defiance, Void Terra Firma, $39.99, limited numbered colored vinyl. Matchbox 20, clear vinyl, $29.99. Foreigner, clear vinyl, $29.99. Rocktober. Cream, Wheels of Fire, $34.99. Iron Butterfly, In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, $29.99. The Monkees, $29.99 orange vinyl. And Cocteau Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas. Yes, the $59.99 album. Does anybody want to make an offer? I've had those Herman Brood and Kane, and let me show you the last ones. I hardly ever take offers on new vinyl, but some of these usually there's no new vinyl left after I discount it, but I've got to the point where I've got a few titles here that I have not been able to sell. So first, let's see. We have the $60 album. So this was $59.99. I marked it down to $39.99. And if anybody wants to make an offer, Boontar has dibs since he just asked. But this is the Beach Boys Sell on Sailor. It was originally $60. I marked it down to $40. It's 2 LPs and a 7-inch, fully remastered versions. That's Holland and Carl's and the Passion, So Tough. It includes original Mount Vernon and Fairway EP from Holland and extensive liner notes. That is $29.99. We had Darwin D's, If you want to make offers on these, go right ahead. Darwin D's Double Down. That was $24.99, and then I marked it down to $9.99. Lily and Madeline Canterbury Girls, $24.99, and then we marked it down to $14.99. Herman Brood and his Wild Romance Go Nuts. That was $38.99. I marked it down to $19.99, and that was limited and numbered. That was numbered 525, numbered colored vinyl. I don't know if I've kept one of these or not. Before I discount this any further, I'm going to set off the side because I was going to keep one of those. But if anybody wants it, I'll sell it tonight for $19.99. But I don't know if I kept one of those or not, the gold member. This has a defective cover. This was supposed to be like embossed where like you could squeeze it. And it's actually cracked and fell off. So it's pretty defective. If anybody wants to make an offer on Kane, so glad you made it. That was $38.99. And then I said $19.99. Elvis Costello was $38.99. I marked it down to $24.99. Then I said $19.99. So that's a limited edition 2500 turquoise vinyl. And the Martin Luther King Jr. album. I actually sold a couple of these. That's my last one, $19.99. Now back up to the top, we had Thomas Bowman is going to get the Matchbox 20. Jake, that was sticker. And then Boone Tar passed on the Beach Boys. B Smoker offered $20 for it. $20 for it. So half off of half off. You know, and some of these, I was going to scan them after tonight and maybe list them on Discogs. So right now, B Smoker, I'm going to pass because I don't know what the best price I could get for this on Discogs, but I'm thinking probably I could get closer to what I have it discounted for right now. So actually, it was $60. I'll do it for $30. That's half off. That's a truly half off. But I guarantee that, I don't know what it cost me, but I know I paid more than that for it for sure, wholesale. They don't give you those kind of margins on them. So I will do $30 on that. Otherwise, I may wait. B Smoker offered $20. He's got dibs. Tommy Flowers offered $15 for Herman. We're going to definitely sell that to Tommy. I've had that for a while. That sold to Tommy for $15. And then we have Romulo offered $25 and Jetstream offered $25. So if anybody wants it, I'll do half off, which is an even $30. It was $60, then it was $40. Now I'll do $30, which is the half off mark on that. That was originally $59.99. I think I posted a pre-order for that and sold several for that price. So take advantage of that. Anybody want to make, if you're remotely interested in these back here, please make offers. Please make offers. That's on the Darwin D's, Lily and Madeline, Kane, Elvis Costello, and the MLK. Try to move the new vinyl. After it doesn't sell, but that's pretty much all we have left from a year of new vinyl. That's it. So all the hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands, that's all we have left in inventory from about a year ago at this point. From a year ago at that point, through this point of the time. So through that point a year ago is what I'm trying to say. Through October. So we don't, by a year, we don't sell it. So Romelu said 28. Okay, I was waiting for anybody to say, I'll take it at 30. I'm going to go ahead and sell it, $28. That's sold to Romelu for 28. Anybody else? If not, that pretty much concludes the show. I think Jake is probably, he spent 2 long nights with me. We've been here for a total of 10 hours streaming between last night and tonight, about 10 hours of streaming. And Jake's usually doesn't do that. That's usually Tanner. So hopefully, Tanner was replying to messages. He said he still couldn't hardly walk. Sell this to Fred Carnell for $15. He said he could hardly walk still, so he's got some pretty bad back problems still. And so, Jake, you might be up to bat tomorrow night if you're available. He's like, great. Another Saturday night with Chad. That's what I do. I'm here 6 nights a week. Anybody else? Any other requests? Or if not, I may can answer them. If I'm going to go ahead and walk around here. I'm going to pull auctions and get another great batch of stuff ready for tonight. I'm ready to eat and get started on the next night. Usually Saturdays are great. We usually go late again on Saturdays. Thanks everybody for watching, and we'll be back here again tomorrow night. We're going to do this all over. I'll be hand-picking out some great auctions and putting those up. So if everybody's ready for those, and we'll have John and Paul both here tomorrow pricing stuff. Wow. We should have a lot of new stuff. And with that being said, I'm signing off. Thanks as always. We've had another great night. Hopefully we do the same thing again tomorrow. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you.